Welcome back, everybody. I do apologize. Part of podcasting, you get spammers, and spammer beat me for a few seconds there, and I accidentally blocked the wrong people. So I do apologize, everybody, but we are back, fellas, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. We'll probably be shortly getting everybody back with us. But sorry, guys, about that little mix up there. It happens. It's part of podcasting. And of course, there's people out there trying to be funny with no life on a Saturday afternoon. So they won for about 10 they won for about 10 seconds, but we got the last laugh because they will be blocked on their platform now. So anyway, we're back, guys. So missed a couple picks. The Colts are on the board. I think the question was quarterback. Michael's back. Bucky Irving was taken. Thanks, Michael. Who did he go to? I missed that while I was setting things up, Michael, if you don't mind me asking.
Wait, what was the question?
The question was the quarterback, right? When can we see the next quarterback go off the board?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I think we got Scoops in there. So, Kenny, why don't you go ahead and take it? When do you think the next quarterback will be?
I agree with Scoops. I'm looking at this board: Seattle, Pittsburgh, Philly, et cetera, et cetera. Philly again, San Francisco, Tampa Bay, maybe the Jets. Believe Aaron Rodgers could be maybe Aaron Rodgers, Tyrod Taylor just traded Zach Wilson. Do they
That's a good pick.
Maybe a Spencer Rattler or Michael Pratt and let him sit behind Rodgers for a year or two? That
Tampa,
could be the only one, in my opinion. Then you got Buffalo again, Houston, Baltimore, Kansas City, Philadelphia again. Giants could be in play for a fifth round pick maybe here for one of these quarterbacks if Jets don't take one. Roy's thinking the Rams. That's a good one, Roy. I don't see them in the next 12 to 15 picks, though. So it's going to be a little while for the Rams, too.
Can I just say real quick, Jacksonville Jaguars selected Jordan Jefferson. I know that's outside my wheelhouse as far as the guys I was supposed to be watching, but Jordan Jefferson was the guy that I liked for the Broncos taking to really shore up that defensive line. Product out of LSU, goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars. He's an absolute beast in the middle. I really like that pick anyway. A guy that I would have liked seeing go to the Broncos didn't end up falling, but we end up trading up. So, we end up getting Franklin instead, I guess. So can't be too disappointed.
Off record, private chat coming your way, guys.
Good.
In the meantime, Kurt's giving me problems, giving me a joke. Technology 1, Kenny 0, touche. Touche. Kurt's got a question, but I'll go Graham first. By the way, Broncos trade details were 4. Traded 4, which is pick 121, 5, which is pick 136, 6, which is pick 207, and received 102 and 235. I'm okay with that, guys.
That's a very good draft value.
3 picks you got today, and you get that stud receiver that's going to pair with Bo Nix. And real quick, Bo Nix and Franklin, right? Have you seen any of these fail in the NFL? Jamar Chase, Joe Burrow, Tua, Jalen Waddle, even Trevor Lawrence and Travis Etienne, running back, quarterback. Pair them up with somebody you're familiar with and makes the quarterback comfortable. Yeah, we are back, Mark. I did have some technical difficulties. Let me write this message to the guys, and somebody want to take it away and while I'm writing this message to you guys.
Here's a question from Kenny, of Kurt. And this is for all of us. Give me a realistic but ideal weapon that we can either trade or sign in free agency over the next 2 to 3 years. You want to take it on, Keith?
Yeah. Oh boy, a guy that we could target over the next 2 to 3 years. That's a good question, Kenny. Honestly, I'm just excited to see the changes that are happening on this roster. I've been so much in draft mode. I'm trying to think of like free agents that might be coming up, open and available. My brain's just not clicking, to be honest. To trade
Can I ask a question as a Giant fan? What is you do have money to spend next year? Is that correct? So you probably could get a top end free agent in the next 2 or 3 years.
Yep.
Give me a couple seconds to think, and I probably will come up with somebody as well, because you got your young quarterback. I would look and see. I would look for see Kurt, who the best offensive lineman may be on the board, or on the defensive side of the ball.
Could you imagine? I got one for you. It's one that you just put up on the screen just a little bit ago. You had a wonderful card. Could you imagine if you put Sauce Gardner paired next to the PS2?
Yep.
And put Fly Zone on the map? Because I'm looking, hey, we're concentrating on the offensive side of the ball. We're starting to put some weapons together. That defense still needs some help. That secondary needs some help. You can look at safety. We still probably need some safety help, some linebacker help. But, a corner that we've been talking about, going out, getting a corner. We had Quinyon Mitchell that was mocked to us a lot at one point. We're all the way up at 12. We need that corner. Sauce Gardner, PS2, that would be amazing. That would be lockdown, baby.
Keith Kurt saying that would be insane. Graham's saying a lot of good names still in free agency. Justin Simmons, Ryan Tannehill, Xavier Howard, Stephon Gilmore, Adoree Jackson, David Bakhtiari, Tyler Boyd, Odell Beckham, DJ Chark, Michael Gallup, Michael Thomas. That is a lot. Defensive line as well for Roy. I promised the chat that came back with us, and there's quite a few that came back with us immediately after our technical difficulties. I promised to give away again. I don't have too much Broncos stuff left.
No, then I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it then. I'm going to do it because I was just talking about taking care of that secondary. I put this up on our flyer, buddy. This is my Justin Simmons signed training camp flag. I don't know if you can see that, guys. This is Justin Simmons, future Hall of Famer. He's sitting out there on the market. And Simmons, just type in Simmons, guys. Type in Simmons. I want to give this away to somebody. Anybody can enter. I don't care if it's Kenny. I don't care if it's Scoops. I don't care if it's Dutchy. I don't care if it's Michelle. Everybody, this is a cool piece. And talk about a cool guy. Yeah, Kurt, it is very sweet. Go ahead and get in there. Absolutely, buddy. Graham, appreciate you jumping in there. Jump in this. This is a cool piece. It was so great to meet Justin Simmons, and like I said, I said it one time when he got traded, or he was released, I'm sorry. And I said, if a lot of people say don't meet your heroes, if Justin Simmons is your hero, meet him. He's that good of a guy, guys. So you could jump in on that. That's what I need to give away, Kenny. You've been giving away a ton. So
thank you, Keith. It's an awesome giveaway, and I do want to see a Bronco fan get that. Mark, I wouldn't mind you getting that too, but he is a free agent. We'll see where he goes. I know it'd be a nice piece for somebody as well. And you know what? I'm gonna get in that as well. And if I win, I'm gonna give it to somebody that I think deserves it. So host is me, by the way, Dutchy. So you can add me to the mix. Question from Jody. Jody joining us, Denver Broncos.
Hey.
What's up, Jody? Miss you over here. You guys like the Franklin trade, Keith, Dutchy?
Can I jump in with something real quick? Because I can report that Philadelphia has traded this selection to Miami.
Wow. Scoops trading with Scoops? What's up with this here? I'm calling the offices right now.
That's why it happened so fast.
So the Dolphins are on the clock. The Philly trading again, man. Wow, they've been trading like crazy, Scoops. So they got a lot of picks coming up.
I'm trying to think. Have they made one selection with a pick they originally had other than 22? I don't think so.
Jody, I am stoked here real quick on the Franklin, but I wanted to tell Jody that he should get in on the Justin Simmons sign flag. Type Simmons in the comments, bud. That's why it's all in there. So, sorry, but didn't mean to interrupt.
Here's a cool one from Kurt real quick. Guys, I swear on TV they had Oregon, Colorado game, and yep, Knicks to Franklin just happened. Touchdown, let's go. Thanks, Kurt.
That's awesome.
Go ahead, Scoops.
Just want to follow up on the trade real quick. The return, it's straight up. The return is a 2025 third-round pick.
Wow. Nice.
Moved up around.
Really like somebody here. Mike, who you like here? So what is it? What is it, Mike, for the Dolphins?
No, I just looking at what's happened so far. I talked about this before. I think that they could go interior D-line. I think they could go interior O-line. I think the trenches need to get built up. Oh, never mind. I was wrong.
Oh, you could. You know what? If While
If
you're
you see it,
talking,
say
I
it, man.
see Roy putting something in the chat. If you want to read it, go ahead.
So with the 120th pick, the Miami Dolphins select halfback out of Tennessee, Jalen Wright.
I think he was ranked Lindy's number 1. I had him as number 3, so that's a solid running back pick there for him. I can give you some stats on him real quick, and then we'll get back into the chat. My number 1, they had him down as number 1. I had him number 3. He's 5'11", 210. He runs just under a 4.4 speed, so he's a speedster at running back. They had him projected in the second round. Pro comparisons: Kenyon Drake. Drake was a speedster coming out of college. He's light and quick on his feet, allows him to break tackles, put moves on defenders, accelerates to top speed once he gets out into the open field. Weaknesses: sometimes he runs tightly bound and has a hard time getting his weight low on the way into contact. So he's going to be more of a open field type of guy as a guy to breaking tackles in the trenches. But hey, 4th round kind of fits Mike McDaniel. He likes speed, right? His style of offense here. So they already got A-Shane. They got Mostert. Now they got another running back to their running back room, Jalen Wright. So nice depth pickup there for the Dolphins for sure.
Really quick, it looks like the Seattle Seahawks are back on the clock. These are kind of almost back-to-back picks because they had them lined up at the 18th pick this round, the 21st this round. But they took T. Rice Knight out of El Paso, linebacker. I haven't been able to talk linebackers a whole lot on here tonight since the podcast started, so I figured I'd jump in on this one. I think this is a big stretch. He's got lots of production, but he's kind of a raw talent. 6 foot 233, only ran a 4.63 in the 40 though. Decent vertical, decent arm length, but the production definitely seems like he's there in the lower end of the college series. 140 tackles, 84 of them solo, and 4.5 sacks in 2023. So a little bit of a stretch. I think there was other guys that could have been picked in front, but they liked what they got in Knight, and see how that works out. So.
And you know what, Keith? Lindy's has them as their small school sleeper. So, I guess the Seahawks thought the same thing. So,
there you go. There you go.
So we'll see what happens. Graham's saying this thing is flying. Yeah, but you know what, Graham? 4th round's flying. We still got 5th, 6th, and 7th rounds to come up. So there's a lot today, my friend. Michael Ronquillo, fun one here. Troy Franklin said Troy said Broncos country. He cussed at the other NFL teams that passed him.
Nice.
I threw a little pause in there to make it sound good. So Dolphin selection on TV. So we're a little behind on TV, but that's all right. Eddie Murphy joining us late. Has Rattler been drafted yet? Haven't been watching. Not yet, Eddie. No, we picked up the tight end from Penn State that Mark Calderio's been high on for 2 days now. He wanted him yesterday. And we got the tight end, Theo Johnson. He's big, 6'7" frame. I think he's going to be a great red zone target for the Giants. He's not a speedster, but you don't need that at tight end. Tight end, you need a guy big and with hands, and Theo Johnson fits that profile. So I think it's another solid pickup for the Giants. Rattler's still on the board, and Keith just had that question because we're midway through the 4th round, and there's not too many teams, in our opinions, that need quarterbacks, Ed. So Rattler and Pratt could be in play maybe 5th round, believe it or not. We'll see, Ed. So we got
I have a different prediction because I was going to say I think the Seahawks and the Buccaneers are a couple of landing spots as well, man. I don't think they have the future in either one of those places. You could see either one of those places picking up.
Tampa Bay, that's true. So he's making a comparison, Eddie. So we got Shockey and OBJ in one draft. I like it. That's a good comparison.
Wow.
There you go.
Graham's asking, have there been any quarterbacks since day one? No, the 6 went record fashion, and that's been it. So Albert's saying 2 drawings going on, type Scoops to be guest on Scoops and Simmons for a Simmons signed flag. Yes, absolutely. Didn't want to forget the Scoops one. Mark, want to be on Scoops' show? I think you might be entered already, Scoops. Graham, Eddie Murphy, you could be a guest on Scoops' show, or Keith, show that flag again. Justin Simmons flag.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Let me get it unrolled. I try to take good care of it here. So there you go. Justin Simmons signed training camp flag. It's a training camp. I'll get that. Try to see if I can get that in there as well. Training camp flag.
And if you don't like the Broncos, Eddie, we could say you can play for Kurt. So we got a couple entries for Kurt if you're not a Bronco. I'm kidding, Ed, but yeah, enter it, Ed. To be a part of it. Let's get some winners out. But want to do last call for the flag, Keith, or you want to go a little longer? Because the Philadelphia are up in 2 picks.
You get to see you see all our viewers and how many we have in and how many is entered. So you call it. You tell me when we should call it, sir.
Let's do a 2-minute countdown on the flag, guys. Last call. Miss Pearl, please enter for the flag. It's a beautiful piece, little autograph piece of Bronco history. Justin Simmons was a big part of the Broncos.
Which we could have got him that playoff win.
The quarterbacks dropped. I thought Pratt and Rattler would go in the 3rd round. Yeah, there's been a significant drop on these quarterbacks for sure.
Guys, sorry. Just want to say Philly's traded out of 123 with Houston.
Nobody wants to go on Scoops' show, or they're giving Scoops I should say they're giving Scoops a lot more time for that giveaway. They keep trading these picks away.
So can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
Can we put Pearl in automatically for every drawing?
We could.
I think if they're in here, we can go ahead and just let them comment. I mean, I love Pearl. I understand the sentiment that you're going at, but I want to make it fair to everybody. I don't want anybody to feel like that we're skewing in any particular way for someone who's just jumping in. So, especially since Pearl's redonated to us, so I appreciate it. Though.
Eddie, just type the word Simmons. Giant fan Mark saying, don't forget Milton. Giants might grab him later. Watch out. I was saying that, Mark. Big arm, kind of a poor man's Josh Allen. The Bears selection, and if Graham is right about this, I got to see in a second.
He is.
This is wild. So in the 4th round, the Bears select. I don't know the name, so I'm just waiting for the name to come up, guys. Just
I have it if you want me to tell you.
He's reading it now, Scoops. So we're just letting the Bear fan have his fun. Think about this guy's getting really hyped up for a punter, Torrey Taylor out of Iowa. You really got to be a pumped up fan to really pump up this name for the 4th round, taking a punter, man.
That's amazing.
Give me some quick thoughts, Keith, as a punter. And we didn't do any evaluations.
I was going to say, did anyone have special teams?
No, we didn't. We didn't look at special teams.
I wouldn't pick a punter in the 4th round, man. If you told me that my punter would have to kick opposite foot, I still wouldn't take a punter in the 4th round. That is a waste of a pick.
Amazing that you value a special teams punter this high. Not since Janikowski going to the Raiders in the 1st round have I seen. Can I recall something quite like this? The Bears are not a complete team. The Bears are not, a cherry on the top type of a team, and this is a cherry on the top type of move if I've ever seen one. Going punter in the 4th round, I just don't see. I don't understand it. This puts them up with the Falcons all of a sudden, and brain scratcher moves in the 2024 draft.
Yeah, somebody needs to go after them. Like you said, Caleb Williams, Roma Dunze, the tackle out of, they just showed their picks. Tackle out of Yale, sleeper tackle, having a great day 2 draft, and then they go and trade picks. So yeah, Scoops, why don't you give us the details on the Eagles Texans trade? They keep trading back.
Yeah, so Philly's moved back again from 123 to 127 with Houston, and they've added a 5th rounder in 2025. So they've added a 3 and a 5 next year in this round by trading back.
Wow. Stacking up.
Graham's given us confirmation. I see it on the screen here. Cade Stover was the pick. So nice tight end addition for CJ Stroud and the Texans. One of my higher ranked tight ends in this draft. I figured day 2 pick, but they got him in day 3. So 6'3", 247. They're saying rugged, tough, tackle breaker, firm in the run game. So nice pickup there. Again, waiting on our wide receiver tight end specialist.
Jump Trevor. In here.
see when he's going to make it with us.
I think he may be coming on here soon, so expect him. But that being said, too, I was talking about that Seattle pick, and we're starting to see a little bit of a run on tight ends. They took A.J. Barner, Michigan tight end, with their 21st pick, and then, as you just mentioned, Cade Stover going the 23rd pick in this 4th round, Ohio State tight end. So we're starting to see. Sometimes this happens. You get a little bit of grouping of guys that can make a run. So we'll see exactly what happens in these next few picks. See if that run continues. I guess that's all I had. I
got a great question from Miss Pearl, and this is an awesome question. And we'll do this one at a time until we run out of a couple players. Let's have fun with this. She wants to know what sleepers are still on the board. Do you want to know Pacific's position, Miss Pearl, or you want us to just throw a sleeper out there? Troy Franklin would have been a sleeper at the top. I'm going to go through my list. I got, where is he? Cedric Gray, linebacker out of North Carolina, would be my top sleeper on this board still. But I'll give you more after everybody else goes. Keith, you have a sleeper?
Well, I'll just go by my position groups. Obviously, Spencer Rattler sitting out there would have to be one of my top sleepers. I guess you could start talking about a Joe Milton or a Michael Pratt that could be out there. That being said, on the linebacker side, you already mentioned Cedric Gray, but I'd also, Edgerrin Cooper out of Texas A&M, I think should be going. Jeremiah Trotter was mocked a little bit higher at one point as well. So those are a couple names. Yeah, those are the guys that I'd be looking for right now that you could end up picking up, and I think it'd be a great value.
One more sleeper I got before I go to Scoops that I like a lot is a little later. Paul and Jody's boy, Audric Estime. Guy's a beast of a running back, like a Derrick Henry type. So that's a name to watch out for, whoever gets him as a different style back, a Derrick Henry type. Roy thrown out Isaiah Davis. Graham's thrown out Malik Mustafa to the 49ers. I guess that pick is in. Thanks, Graham. Got a sleeper or two there, Scoops, that you want to throw out?
Yeah, so I'll go on halfbacks here from Missouri Tigers. He's a little bit older. He's going to be 25 soon. But we've got Cody Schrader here. He's not got the highest marks with regard to athleticism or size, but his vision, his elusiveness, his determination, and his physicality all have gotten high marks. This is somebody who I think if he goes to the right scheme with a good offensive line to handle the run blocking, I think this is a guy who could really break on as one of the bigger steals of the draft.
Absolutely. Last call giveaway, guys. Type in the word Simmons, and you will get the Justin Simmons training camp signed flag. Going to do a 20-second last call here. Anybody coming in or forgot to put their name in, type the word Simmons. Dutchy's going to draw a name for a very lucky winner. Jody, are you in the Simmons giveaway? Yep. Dutchy's saying yes. Am I in there, Dutchy? Okay, good. All right.
I got one last. I'm going to give you one last deep sleeper and linebacker, guys. I want to talk about Dallas Gant Toledo. Watch for that name. I think that's a guy that could be a deep, deep sleeper. Go ahead and give that giveaway, buddy.
Here are all the names.
Phil McLaughlin in there?
Yep.
Okay, making sure.
And it goes to our fourth horseman.
Jody. Congratulations, sir.
Hey.
I know it'll go to a home that will be well loved. Justin Simmons flag for sure. He was always a Justin Simmons fan, and can't wait to see you on the screen. We can talk about this giveaway that I'm going to be sending your way, sir.
I can't wait to see Jody's background with the Justin Simmons flag and the 3 Russell Wilson cards he got yesterday, the red, white, and silver cards coming. Can't wait to see that background of Wilson and Simmons in the background. Let's go.
That's awesome.
Oh,
congratulations, Jody. Great job.
Guys, Carson's Lions are trading in with the Jets here at 126.
Oh.
What do they need, guys? Carson's not with us right now.
Let me go to my draft cards real quick. See if
I'm thinking defense. One of these linebackers, Keith, that you were mentioning.
It'd be a good one.
I think they're Cedric Gray, the couple of the guys you mentioned as sleepers. I think linebacker Jeremiah Trotter Jr. is still on the board.
So here's a list from Daniel Jeremiah's, and these guys were predicted to be in the second round. They're still on the list. Christian Jones, Tanner McLachlan, Mohamed Kamara, Chris Abrams-Drain, Jaden Hicks, Ray Davis, Jared Wiley, TJ Tampa, Josh Newton. I think Newton was already gone. I'm not sure. Spencer Rattler, Will Shipley, Malik Washington, and Dominique Hampton. Predicted for second round draft picks are still on the board.
There's a lot of picks on the board still, and we're going fast, but we're still a little behind here. Malik Mustafa just being announced on the screen here, so we'll see that trade come up in a second, I'm sure, with the Lions. Yep, Tampa Bay pick is in. Actually, you said there was. So who did the Lions trade with? Because the Bucks are making their pick.
It was the Jets.
The Jets, you said. That's right. Yep. So they moved up. Looks like 3 spots.
This is bizarre though, because like I said, I've been getting the picks a little bit early, but I've got it says that the Lions pick is in, but next to it, where the name usually has been coming in, it just says undefined. So I am very confused as to what this pick is going to be.
That's his last name, undefined.
Bucky Irving, one of my another running back off the board. Bucky Irving goes to Tampa Bay. They needed a running.
That's a solid pick. That's a solid pick for sure.
Another duck. Quack quack. 5'9", 192. The speedster. Yeah. Michael's throwing out some sleepers. Tanner McLaughlin, Jacob Cowing, Michael Wiley from Arizona is still in the NFL draft. So a couple names there as well. So. Yeah, Detroit. I'm wondering if it's Lions and then Scoops. Your giveaway's coming up for those late joining. Tell us what your giveaway is. Tell the audience what your giveaway is again, please.
Yeah. So in this this giveaway here, we've got just type in. I think we had them typing in Scoops, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. So basically, what that is, you're gonna just comment Scoops in the chat. And you'll be talking to me, and we'll be having you on either the What's the Scoops show on Sunday nights at 9 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Mountain, or on Friday nights going forward, because today it's on Saturday because of the draft, but Friday nights at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, 10:30 p.m. Eastern, 8:30 p.m. Mountain is Settle the Scores, which is Colorado Rockies centric. The other show is general sports, so cover baseball, football, basketball. But that'll be up to you which show you want to be on, and we'll have you on. We'll whether that's for a partial show, full show, and we're gonna have some fun.
Jody, I'd love to see you type Scoops in there and see you on What's the Scoop arguing Astros Yankees with Scoops. I would love to see that.
I don't know if there's going to be much of an argument depending on if his team doesn't turn it around.
And how about this, guys? I got to show you this. How about the Detroit Lions? They're all dressed up. We did that yesterday. They're all wearing 99 Lions. Dan Campbell, the GM, they're all in Lions jerseys.
Nice.
The new Lion jerseys, I should say. They're black jerseys.
Nice.
How awesome is that?
Except Dan Campbell looks like he could have just run in from right off the field today.
that guy doesn't awesome. Stay out of the workout room. I'm telling you, man.
He's on the phone. They're wearing Campbell jerseys. Actually, it says Dan Campbell.
Nice.
I missed the pick. Who was the pick, by the way, guys? Well, they didn't announce it yet on here. I'm sorry, so I didn't see it on here yet. But if somebody wants to,
I haven't seen the Detroit pick on my end, at least on the NFL website. So,
Eddie throwing a jab at Jody. He probably embarrassed on the Astro front, but it's how you start. It's not how you start; it's how you finish.
Absolutely.
Truth.
So we'll see what the Lions do here. If you're moving up, I think it's going to be a popular pick here. I think it's going. I'd be surprised if it's anything but defense here. We'll see in a second, guys. But Scoops is right after this pick. I guess we'll pick for Scoops because the Eagles are supposed to be on the clock, so we'll assume they're on the clock this time.
I will say this. I'm not going to go anything further, but I will say Philly does make this selection.
Okay, and Graham's saying Detroit's pick not announced yet on the ESPN website. Interesting.
As you get near this pick, then Mr. Scoops, got to ask, man, where do you want the Eagles go, and who do you want to see them pick, or what position do you want to see them maybe target?
So I would like to see them get. So I came into today with a list of guys I would like them to target. There's only one left, which is Washington State safety Jaden Hicks. Barring that, I could see them going depth in any number of places. I could see them going, trench depth. We always see them do. I wouldn't be surprised to see them grab another running back. So we'll see how it goes, because I know that even though they've got sort of a bell cow now in Saquon, I know that they've always liked having a stable of backs back there. So I could see that being the pick as well.
Good call. I could see that as well.
Yeah. I'm looking at the board here. I think it's got to be defense, man. I know there's some offensive players on there. Unless they go safety Jaden Hicks, Scoops. They doubled up Detroit at corner like you guys did with Terrion Arnold and Ennis Rickstra. They might go Jaden Hicks here. You don't know.
I will say I don't genuinely think it's going to be Hicks, and the reason I say that is because they could have gotten him the last couple of times and they traded back even though he was still available. So I don't know. Something's just telling me it's not going to be him.
Yeah, let me rephrase. I meant Detroit picking Hicks here. Not.
No, I know. I'm just saying from my own standpoint.
Mark, big Giant fan. Barkley will get hurt beginning of the year. Well, let's hope it's a minor injury.
Wow.
We don't want the heavy injuries, Mark. We don't want to do that. We want to play them at full force. Our defense is going to be good, guys.
Yeah,
don't sleep on the Giants' defense. Don't sleep on the Giants.
No, that's how I feel about the Giants. That's how I feel about the Giants. If Philly beats them, I want to beat them at full strength, not because they're all banged up.
Interesting pick here from Graham.
I have no idea who that is.
I got to see if I could find him here before we make the announcement, and we won't get into too much of this as well. We'll get back into the chat because Scoops' Eagles are coming up.
I gotta ask Albert really quick what jersey he's representing or what shirt he's doing. He was dressed up all decked out in like tuxedos night one. 77?
Quinn minus.
Good choice.
Don't call him the belly, but he's the belly. He's looking even more bellyish this year, man. I'm telling you what, I think that guy packed on some weight, man. We're looking to run the ball, boys.
and not only that, I think he's also gonna get a paycheck in the coming season because he deserves it. I think he's one of the best guards in the league right now. He is at least top 3 in my opinion, and he needs to get paid. We need to keep him for the long run.
This is a wild pick, and I got to give shout out to Graham here. We got to give him credit. He's our Canadian fan following. Giovanni Manu, offensive lineman, first one drafted from straight out of British Columbia, Canada, Graham. Any news on him? We'd love to hear if you have anything on him, Graham, because we don't have much, but that's scouting, guys. If they're going straight to British Columbia to find this guy, moving up for him, they see something they like. So I got to trust this pick if I'm a Lions fan. And if Carson joins us later, I'd love his thoughts on this pick. And Graham, if you got any information on him, love to hear it from you.
One thing I would say is I did hear him as being possibly a deep sleeper on a fellow podcast, the MHH podcast, and Nick Kendall, who does a fantastic job of breaking down a lot of these players. He had him as a potential. So other than that, I have no other information, but got to give it up to Nick Kendall. He does a great work over there as well. So
absolutely. Let's get a couple of questions from the audience in. I want to get Phil's up first, and Eddie, I got yours up on deck. Keith, Phil wants to know, and Dutchy, it's just for you guys. You guys think we got Zach in case we didn't get Nix, or is Zach replacing DiNucci? Keith, you first.
If this was multiple choice, I would say A and B. I think this was an obvious upgrade in the quarterback room at the time that they took Zach Wilson, even if we didn't happen to get Bo Nix, and could possibly would have been pushing out a Ben DiNucci. as much as I like Ben DiNucci, did well in Dallas, did well in the XFL, just hasn't been favored in Denver, or hasn't got the snaps, or hasn't got the looks. Stidham's tend to get those looks, but I think Zach Wilson was that replacement. But yeah, I think that was a just in case. Let's remember, we held at 12, something that Sean Payton was probably like, clamping down on the desk, just waiting to not pick up that phone and try to make a trade. But yeah, I think it's A and B. Dutchy, what's your thoughts?
It could be even C, because we might only go to 2 quarterbacks, and Zach came in to be either the starter in the case we didn't get Nix, but Zach might be replacing both Stidham and DiNucci. We don't know, but that is a possibility. Even although I really like DiNucci because he has talent, he has a big arm. He's sometimes a little bit erratic, but I think he could be they should keep him on the practice squad.
I just want to do this, Keith, real quick. Graham, 350, 6'8", 38 games experience about the Giovanni. Shout out to Eric Trickle. Eric Trickle from Roy's giving Eric Trickle a shout out. And then I want to pass it to Scoops because I know he's chomping at the bit. Eagles are getting richer, and another A in my opinion here with this pick. So to you, Scoops.
All right. I have to double check the number. I think with 127, the Eagles are selecting running back Will Shipley out of Clemson. I've been calling him Shifty Shipley. It's a good pick, I think, for a zone blocking scheme. He's got the ability to have some twitchiness and quickness. He's got some more work to do on building up. He wants to be better at blocking, but he's got some physicality to build up with that. But I think that for what he's able to do and what he can do now, I think that they'll be able to let him focus on that and not have to strain him too much at what he's still working on.
I think it's a great pickup for the Eagles. I loved him in Clemson, guys. I think great insurance for Saquon Barkley, third down back, take the place of DeAndre Swift, that type of back. I think you guys are going to fall in love with this guy really fast there in Philadelphia, unfortunately. And another running back off the board, one that I liked as a sleeper, Kentucky running back Davis off the board to the Buffalo Bills. So some running backs going off the board. Giants got to think about it soon, coming up in the 5th round, because this might be the run of running backs. But my sleeper out there is Estime. I'm hoping he stays on that board, and the Giants look into him later. And there's go ahead.
I just wanted to say congratulations to Eagles, man, to the Eagles and Scoops, man. I tell you what, that A report card keeps getting longer. More subjects are getting an A. It's amazing. I really love Will Shipley. I really think he helped make that Clemson offense run the way it did. Wouldn't have been the same without Will Shipley. He's going to be an amazing talent. Running backs weren't rated high. This is a high-rated guy among the running backs. He just happens to be getting picked up in the 4th round and going to Philadelphia, which, hey, what running back wouldn't want to go to Philadelphia? Look at the team that you're going to. Great pairing. I think you guys are going to be ecstatic when you see Shipley running around back there, man.
And not only that, Shipley was predicted by some to be going in the 2nd round.
Exactly.
So this is a steal. So this is absolutely, and I agree with Keith. This is an A.
I was just looking at my running back page because this was Scoops's area, but I was looking at my running back page here, and to answer a question from Miss Pearl from earlier, sleeper. This is a 6th, 7th round sleeper for me, guys, at the running back. Pedigree, Frank Gore Jr.
Yeah.
We'll give him a shot late. We'll see what happens there. We're at commercial, guys, so I know Graham announced the pick in there. We'll hold off on it until I see it on the TV. But
since we're at commercial, should we do the giveaway?
The giveaway
time.
Now? Yep. Just reading my mind.
Absolutely.
So last call, 20-second last call for Scoops is be a guest on What's the Scoop or Settle the Scores, one of his 2 shows on each of our networks. Be a guest for whole or part of the show, whatever you want to do. Keith is behind the scenes on Settle the Scores. I'm behind the scenes on What's the Scoop. So we're there with you guys just behind the scenes. So come join Scoops for a fun-filled night. And let's see who gets the winner. Let's see who gets it, Dutchy.
I only have 3 names in there.
I know there's a lot of
What?
camera shy people.
Oh,
I thought there
And
was more than that.
you have to do it in Netherlands.
You got Dutchy.
Nicely done.
Awesome.
What's the scoops with Dutchy? I'm calling it right now.
I'm calling it right
open
now.
agenda
Dutchy's not
style.
going to want to do the Colorado Rockies. He's going to want to come on and do What's the Scoop football talk.
Awesome. I'm excited.
Well, we'll get that for you, Dutchy. Produce it. We'll get you an agenda so you're prepared, and be a nice, fun-filled hour with Dutchy. I will say this, guys. Dutchy's quite the celebrity. Okay. For those who follow us on YouTube, we get, 30, 40 views. We're trying to build YouTube up. Facebook has been our main platform on K&K. Paul and I had Dutchy on a YouTube episode about a month ago. And that YouTube episode got over 240 views. I think it's up to like 245 now. The celebrity right there, Mr. Dutchy.
Congratulations, Dutchy.
So,
Congratulations.
I'm expecting a boost in ratings, my friend. I'm expecting a boost in the ratings.
So now I'm the talk of the town right now. So I want to give a question to everybody and
Yes.
everybody in chat. What is your favorite dish? What is your favorite dish to eat?
I have to go paper plate. If I'm gonna have to eat a dish, it's gonna have to be something that
I was going to make the same joke.
Okay. What is your favorite meal to eat?
My favorite meal is one that got me in trouble in first grade because they asked us what our favorite thing was, and I don't know, it's a traditional dish in our family, but it's called pasties. And pasties is a like a meat mixture wrapped in a dough, and you bake it and you cover it in gravy, and it just what a hearty meal. We used to take it, the guys around here used to take it to the mining operations. You could eat them cold, you could eat them warm or hot or cold. Pasties, I love pasties.
Yeah.
But when you write down pasties and you're like in
I
first
knew
and
it.
second grade, my
knew
favorite thing as a first or second grader was pasties. My parents got a call of why I was so interested in pasties. So, yes, pasties are my favorite dish. I'll pass it on to somebody else.
I'll go. Mine is I grew up in an Italian. My mom's side of family, big Italians. By the way, DJ Tampa off the board. I was one of my day 2 picks. Nice pick there by the Ravens.
Nice.
Ravens are having themselves a nice day 3, in my opinion, with the receiver Walker and now Tampa. But my favorite dish, Dutchy, Italian. Mom's side of family, Irish. Dad's side of family. So we always had meat potatoes on Sundays. But Sunday sauce, even though we didn't have it on Sundays, my mom's homemade pasta, marinara sauce, but she called it gravy, Sunday gravy, with meatballs, sausage, and a bunch of other like beef neck bones in the sauce just to give it flavor, and with spaghetti or a pasta, Dutchy would be my favorite dish to this day.
There you go.
Scoops.
First of all, I saw that conclusion to that.
Sam's throwing a satellite dish out there, and then I'm going to let Scoops go, and then the audience has quite a few answers, so I want to read all theirs.
I knew Nicole was going to be watching when she said this because Nicole and I have been arguing about sauce versus gravy for the last 4 years of our friendship. So I'm not surprised that she chimed in with that. But my favorite is definitely, well, first of all, my mom can take literally any ingredient and make something taste good. So pretty much anything that my mom makes would be definitely an easy answer. But I love homemade gnocchi, whether it's with rigot or whether it's with potato. I absolutely love gnocchi. You can throw it with marinara sauce, with vodka sauce, with pesto. It's, you pretty much can put a potato into anything and I'll eat it. So gnocchi is definitely my all-time favorite.
By the way, did Philly trade again? Because Kansas City just picked up a tight end, Jared Wiley, out of TCU, guys.
Oh my
we
gosh.
missed the Philadelphia pick.
No, we got the Philadelphia Will Shipley, right? Or did they?
No, they were
trade
on
out
the
of
board again. They were on the board
No.
again with all these trades.
No, I think they
They
moved
did
out
trade.
with.
They did trade, and now the Lions are
Yeah.
back on the clock.
Yeah, the Lions are on the clock. Let me chase down the details of this trade.
Yeah, let me get the audiences real quick.
I've got it.
And hello, E. I'm going to call you E. Ebeb is saying hello on Facebook. Thank you for joining us, Ebeb. Graham laughing, but satellite dish was his joke. Roy loves pasties. Keith, Michelle, Kahlua pig, rice, luau food, pecan pie. Michelle's got to go back and watch Dutchy.
I was just going to mention that you got to go back.
I got to
and watch
send you Kurt, Michelle, Kurt, and Jen went to Hawaii for their long-awaited honeymoon. They've been married for a few years now, but COVID hit. So they went to Hawaii this past year, and we had a fun segment with Kurt on what he would and wouldn't eat in Hawaii, and all this stuff made it on there, Michelle. So I'll send it to Dutchy, and you guys can watch it and have a great time laughing at that. Eddie Murphy, lomo saltado. It's a Peruvian dish. Phil, steak and potatoes. Pearl has a lot. It's sushi, any kind of stir fry, and pizza. In the winter, it's soups. She loves to cook. Ernie Mays, meatloaf.
She does.
Nicole, I'm with you. It is Sunday gravy. Yes, it is. Mark, pasta every Sunday. Gnocchi, great choice from Graham. This is a lot of action here in the audience here.
Yeah.
Pearl, also, I'm not a cake eater, but my cheesecake is to die for. I love cheesecake. Salisbury steak from Roy, mashed potatoes, green beans. Thanksgiving, his favorite. Nicole loves Sunday gravy, still makes it with her mother's wooden spoon. Yep, remember the wooden spoon, Nicole? Make it with the pig's feet and neck bones and brajol, pork brajol.
I love brajol.
It's a wrapped meat for those who don't know. Homemade meatballs. Oh, my God, Nicole. When I come up that way, I'm going to have to call it Scoops. I might have to come for some of that Sunday gravy. You're bringing back memories. And, so Scoop's got the trade details. The Lions pick is coming in, but while Scoops is getting us those trade details, the fifth man has finally arrived.
Oh,
Hey.
Finally, huh?
Now we can all go to sleep.
So it's be solo now?
Kurtz is Pizza Fridays, crumb cake Saturday and Sunday.
Oh, yeah.
And Michelle's saying she's going to go and love it. She's going to watch that episode. Kurt, the Kahlua pork, Kurt. Michelle lived in Hawaii 5.5 years and had 2 kids there. Mark's dad's homemade chicken soup. I remember that, Mark. I used to like Mark, good friend, 45 years. Used to go there for the chicken soup. Good topic, Dutchy. Give us the trade details, and then let's say hello to Trevor.
Yeah.
I'll say
the Eagles,
to Trevor. Go ahead.
The Eagles have traded selections 132 and 210 to the Detroit Lions. In exchange, they've received 164, 201, and a 2025 4th-round pick.
And Detroit, Kansas City just traded up again and are up next at 133.
Wow. Yeah.
Trevor is awake. Trevor, the audience, they've been getting on you, man, because when Troy Franklin was picked, we didn't have any info on him, and the chat was very upset because you were a wide receiver guy, my friend. So,
and
how are you doing, by the way? And then you got to defend yourself about Troy not being here for Troy Franklin.
Just really quick, when Troy Franklin came through, I didn't know who it was, so I ended up researching. I ended up researching the wrong guy. I was at Southeastern Kentucky State University offensive lineman. You made us look like a bunch of goofs on here, man. You gotta. Troy Franklin, man, you help us, man. You're supposed to be here. Come on, Trevor.
Well, unfortunately, it's a muddy mess here, so I ended up getting stuck in the mud this morning, and my phone was not on. So that was, I was stuck in the middle of nowhere. So it's awesome, you know. It's a great time to be living in Colorado. One day it's like 85 degrees and sunny. Next day it's like 72 and rainy. But sounds like I'm living in Florida right now. By the day today, it looks like it. Yeah, it is. It's tropical here today. No, but I mean, honestly, guys, I kind of warned you guys last night about maybe Denver might be aggressive and go up and get the wide receiver, and they certainly did that this morning. I got a chance to check out George Payton's presser last night, him and Sean Payton post-A2 presser, and it kind of pointed me in that direction that they may be aggressive and trade up. George Payton was saying words as, well, we need to, we might have more picks to be aggressive with, so it was pretty clear sign that they were possibly going to trade up. But no, Trey Franklin, this is a guy that they got, from Oregon. Again, this is Bo Nix's top target. So I'm not surprised that you go and get a guy like Trey Franklin, speedy outside X receiver, 6'2", 176. His hands are a big problem as well. 10% drop rate last year, 8% total in his career. I think that's the reason why he's fallen this far. I love his route tree, though. I think he's got a chance to be very, very talented as far as a deep ball threat as well for this team. So I really like the pick here for Denver. The value is great. You give him in the 4th round. In other words, you would have got him. I mean, I had him as a late 1st-round pick, possibly 2nd-round pick, and he ends up going here in the 4th, top of the 4th. I think that's great value for Trey Franklin. We shall see what happens with Cortland Sutton, but I think it's more of a security blanket for Tim Patrick. We don't know what we're going to get out of Tim Patrick going forward. So getting younger in the wide receiver room, this is what this team needs to do.
Couple safeties off the boards, fellas. Sione Vaki to the Lions. I like him. That was a solid pickup for the Lions. I had him as an early day 3 pick, safety out of Utah. And then the guy I've been preaching, Scoops, just went to your rival, guys, the Kansas City Chiefs, get Jaden Hicks in the 4th round. He's got speed. He's got size. He was one of my top 3 safeties, and to get him in day 3, unfortunately, I hope I'm wrong, guys, but I think they got a day 3 steal, the Chiefs here, and they traded up for him a couple spots to get him. So they saw something in him as well. But Sione Vaki, Jaden Hicks, next 2 safeties off the board as we speak. So that's going to put the Jets and San Francisco as the last 2 picks. And Trevor, no problem, because we switched on the restream. So don't, do what you can over there. It's not terrible, but if you can lower it just a notch, that'd be great.
Yeah, I have to go through these settings on here. This is completely
no problem. You're not terrible.
So Trevor, maybe you can answer this question too. What is your favorite meal to eat?
Oof. I don't know if I can answer that, Dutchy, because I don't know. I think I have a lot of variety of different meals to eat. Man, I don't know. I'm more of a steak guy, I would say. So I would say, probably good medium rare steak with mashed potatoes and gravy. That's where I'd probably go as far as overall meal wise. But honestly, I'm not overly. I would say I am picky to a degree, but there's other meals that I like to enjoy as well, probably just as much.
You and Phil
Speaking of Ireland, Jets, I was just saying the Jets pick is coming from Ireland. It's running back Braylon Allen, and the running backs keep going off the board for the Giants. So welcome from Michael. He's saying hello, Trevor. And Roy's saying it sounds like South Dakota. They're cold and rainy as well, Trevor. We got one more pick in the 4th round, fellas. For what are your thoughts on this 3rd round? I'll go how I see it on my screen, this one. Rapid fire, quick hitter style, 15 seconds or less. What do you like in this 3rd round? What were your thoughts on the 3rd round, Scoops?
The 4th round. There's
4th round. What were your thoughts on the 4th round? I should have said.
No, I think that, again, we saw some guys finally. I think Kansas City, like you said, I think that they made a great pick with Hicks. I like what Baltimore did, getting TJ Tampa at 130. I think there was a lot of really solid value on the board here, and I think a lot of teams took advantage of it. There wasn't really a ton of picks. I mean, the Chicago pick of the punter kind of surprised me a little bit, but there wasn't a lot of picks where I was like, man, they had these guys on the board and they went there. I think that there was a lot of teams this round that really capitalized on some of the value that had slipped.
Nice. Dutchy, your thoughts on this round?
Well, the Broncos did really well. They didn't reach, so they didn't do overly well or overly bad in this round. So I think the Broncos did. I'll give them an A+ in this round.
You know what, Dutchy? I'm with you because I preached it, and everybody knows he got Bo Nix, somebody he's familiar with now, and you moved up for him. So what? You gave up a 5th and a 6th round pick. So what? You're not giving the future away for it. This guy, they're going to be teammates for years. They know each other. This was a home run pick for the Broncos. Great way to start the 3rd round. 4th round. I keep saying 3rd round. 4th round, in my opinion, A lot of value in this round over the third round. A lot of reaches in the third round. A lot of value in this round. Keith.
Yeah, saw a lot of trades go down this round. Watch Philadelphia go up and down. I do like, obviously, our pick with Troy Franklin. And then got to be a little bit worried about what your competition is doing. You know, you see the Chiefs go out there and they pick up a couple of big players in the end of the fourth round. Also find it really, really odd, this relationship that the Chiefs and the Buffaloes have formed. They've been trading left, right, and otherwise, it seems. So other than that, yeah, excited for round 5 now.
Yep. And Trevor, I'll wrap this question up with you, and then our pick is in for the last pick in this round.
Yeah, I mean, just love what the Broncos are doing as far as being aggressive and going to get their guy. And again, I think that you have multiple fifth-round picks. You have the picks to go do it, be flexible. 2 of my top guys actually went top of the draft, Ja'Tavion Sanders and Troy Franklin. So I was pretty happy about that. I wanted one of those 2 guys, though. Playmakers, Broncos got one, and I'm glad they finally addressed the wide receiver room once and for all in this draft.
The pick is a speedster, wide receiver. Michael was just mentioning him as a sleeper not too long ago, so hats off to you, Michael. Jacob Cowing, wide receiver out of Arizona to San Fran, 5'8", 168 speedster. I'm going to step away for a couple minutes, guys. You guys can take over, whoever wants to take over, but rapid fire, one word, one letter answer. Start with myself, and then I'm going to step away. Myself, Scoops, Dutchy, how it is on the screen. Grade for your team. I love the Giants pick with the tight end. I'm going to go A- on my Giants. Scoops.
A- on the Eagles.
Dutchy.
B+ Broncos.
Yeah, I'll go solid straight B. B for the Broncos.
Yeah, I'll go B as well.
All right. I wanted to get your thoughts on this. I apologize because now Kenny ran out of the room, but you had tight ends, Trevor. Theo Johnson ended up going to the Giants here in the 4th round. I know that we had talked a lot about Theo Johnson. Theo Johnson was on a lot of lists, and maybe it was a steal here in the 4th round, but what are your evaluation there, bud?
Yeah, with Theo Johnson, I think Kenny's getting a heck of a athlete as far as wide receiver, tight end. 6'6", 259. I mean, it's 4.57. Vertical 39.5. I mean, this guy very athletic, has all the tools I think to be a great tight end. I think he's gonna need to be polished a little bit as far as his tools wise. I think this is a great upside pick for the Giants, and probably more of a security blanket for Darren Waller as a guy that has. We don't know where his future is at with Darren Waller. He might be a guy that ends up retiring here soon. There's still been speculation about that to this day. I don't think he's made his decision yet. So I think this is a nice security blanket for the Giants at tight end if Waller doesn't decide to retire. But something I like, getting another weapon for your quarterbacks. That's what I like the Giants doing. Not overthinking it, not taking a quarterback. Sticking with what you have with Daniel Jones and Drew Lock, and adding more weapons and Neighbors, and then Theo Johnson as well. So I actually really like the pick with Theo Johnson. He was a guy that I wanted for Denver as well. Might have taken Ja'Tavion Sanders over him, but you could have made that debate back and forth. But I really do like Theo Johnson overall, athletic wise, and his potential upside is definitely high.
I'm going to go one more question to you, and then if anybody else has any questions, feel free. But we talked about it a little bit before you got on. Here we are. We're starting off round 5. We're still waiting for, the next quarterback since the first round. When is it going to happen? Who do you think it goes to? Do you think it's Spencer Rattler?
Yeah, that's a tough question. I think the Rams could still be a team that's interested in a quarterback. I actually think that it's pretty close to Spencer Rattler and Michael Pratt. I think between those two, one of those two are going to be off the board. I don't know that teams love Rattler. I certainly didn't think so. I thought that he might fall. He's a day 3 pick in my opinion. I thought a round 3 pick for Spencer Rattler is a little too high for me. No, but I think the Rams make perfect sense. Team just looking to take a flyer on a quarterback. I don't think you're taking this pick for him to compete next year. I think with Rattler or with Pratt, these are guys that are probably going to be backups right now. Rattler has a little bit more upside to his game, so it depends on what teams are looking for. Pratt's probably more of a backup, and that's where he's at, and that's his role. His upside's probably not there as much, but Rattler, I mean, this guy had a ton of upside a couple years ago, talking about him being a top pick in the draft. So I still do think there's upside there, but he needs to go to an offensive-minded head coach like Sean McVay. I think the Rams make perfect sense for a guy like Spencer Rattler.
Mark Calderio's chiming in. I can't put your comment up on the screen, but he says running backs are going off the board. Little worried. Need to pick up next pick, Kenny. So he's hoping the Giants are able to pick up a running back here and maybe add to their running back room, as Saquon Barkley is now a Philadelphia Eagle. And man, I'm still enamored with that Will Shipley, Saquon Barkley backfield that you'll have. Again, rich just keep getting richer, but looks like Kenny's swooping back in here as well. Kenny, we're just going over your Theo Johnson pick, and Trevor was quite enamored with him. He was hoping that he could maybe fall to the Broncos, and thought you had a pretty dang good pick.
Yeah, Trevor, I got to give props to Mark, my good friend Mark Calderio, fellow Giant fan, fellow friend of mine, 45 years. He wanted him in the second round. Late second round, he was already preaching for him, maybe second, third round, like move up for him. He's been wanting this guy, and he's out here on the East Coast with me, so he follows Penn State, being a Michigan Wolverines fan. So I'm very excited about this pick for the Giants, and I think we're doing very well in this draft as well. Under the radar moves here for the Giants.
Can I just ask one more question? I promise I'll pass it off. I know this is something that Trevor talked about. What I want to ask Albert. Albert, we have the 10th pick in this round and the 12th pick in this round. What do you think we end up doing? Do we end up staying put? Do you end up trying to trade up here shortly and maybe get on the clock? Do you end up trying to trade out of one of those positions and pick up more draft picks this round, this year or next? What are your thoughts with us having 10 and 12 here?
We could trade back from the 12th pick. With the 10th pick, I would take one player that we really want, and then because we lost one pick, maybe we can pick another one up here. That would be awesome. And I think we need to shore up our defense a little bit. We have done a lot for our offense, and so let's get something done on the defense side.
I guess
real quick.
Go ahead, Mike.
No. Before I forget, Keith. Dutchy, who won the Justin Simmons giveaway?
That was Jody.
Jody did. All right. I forgot I had this. I'm gonna add this for Jody as well. I'll put that in a frame. It's a Justin Simmons card, so it'll be a nice little piece for him. That's right. Jody won that. Yep. Sorry, Keith.
No, absolutely, man. No, I'll ask one more question of Scoops. Scoops, you have back-to-back picks at the very end of this round, so the very similar situation. What do you think that you'll end up doing? As those picks come in, the compensatory picks, it looks like for you guys.
Right.
36 and 37th in this round to be exact. So.
Yeah. So we got you got those picks. We've got two others earlier in the.
Oh yeah.
In the round, I still think that linebacker is a position I would target. I'll be very curious if, because there was a lot of speculation about him being a fit for myriad reasons. I'll be very curious if Jeremiah Trotter Jr. is still on the board at 152. I think he's a serious consideration for the pick there. I would still add another wide receiver to the board. And then after that, I think you're just really going for depth at this point. So I could see that's, again, I keep saying this, but the Eagles are all about building from the inside out. So I could definitely see Trenches being the other two picks there.
Okay, last thing before I pass this off, and anybody else can take over. Kenny, you can pass it off to somebody if you like as well. But I want to go ahead and I want to get that Broncos figurine that we've been talking about. Pearl redonated this, guys, back in for a Broncos fan. So if you don't mind, Albert, to keep in track, let's go ahead and let's type in Broncos. Type in Broncos again. Keep track of those guys. I want to give this figurine to one of our Broncos fans or one of our Giants fans or one of our Philadelphia. Hey, Hall of Famer John Elway, guys. So why not have it in your collection? Go ahead and type in Broncos. I want to get that one given away as well. So appreciate everyone that's in here having a good time with us and continues to have good comments, have good questions. Appreciate you guys all so much.
Host is me. If you guys will allow me to play, I was going to play for Kurt because he liked that giveaway and he had to step away for a few minutes.
Whoever you give this to is
But
up
I
to
can
you,
play
Kenny.
along. I'm allowed to play in this giveaway. I love
Everyone can join in. I'm not keeping anybody out, man. I'm
going
not
to play
keeping
for my
anybody.
co-host and best friend there, Kurt Valenti. So we all know he's a diehard Elway guy. So
if you see two hosts, it's because one of them is me.
There you go. There you go. Everyone's getting in on the Broncos. I appreciate it, man. Appreciate Kenny that's been putting up all these giveaways. I hope everyone in the chat is loving the giveaways. We've given away some wonderful pieces and some wonderful products over 3 days. Appreciate Morgan Trinkets. I just got to say that. And you don't have to throw it up, Kenny, but up on the screen. But I just want to say thank you to Morgan Trinkets. You guys you're amazing sponsor. Check out Morgan Trinkets if you're looking for some Southwest jewelry, some silver, some estate gold. I'm telling you guys, they're wonderful. But yeah, thanks to everybody. Go ahead, let's get in there. Let's go ahead and get this sent out to somebody. I don't care where it's going, across the ocean, across the United States, into foreign countries, by pack mule. I'll get it there, guys. Don't worry about it.
And our good friend at K&K and now a good friend of Rocky Mountain Sports Network, that PA Scratcher guy on Kick, giving us the claps. He's a big follower of ours and going to help us build up Kick. Can't thank you enough, PA, for all you do for us. BA is a big Steelers fan, so I'd like to know how his thoughts on his Steelers so far this draft.
Oh, they're having I can't wait to hear his thoughts because they're having a heck of a draft.
Yeah, they are.
What's the team for you guys that's still in the draft up to this point?
Thank you, PA. Thanks, and Clayton saying thank you too. PA, get into the giveaway. We're doing a Bronco John Elway giveaway, so get into that giveaway, my friend. Love to give away something, and don't have to be a Bronco fan to appreciate John Elway. He's satisfied with his team so far. I'm going to give you a sleeper team, and Coach Breslin's going to enjoy this. The Commanders have had a nice draft. They're coming up early in this round here, but they stole it yesterday, in my opinion. Jazan Newton, Sinnott, offensive line help. They got everything they needed, in my opinion, and still got more. I think they got all day one starters in their draft. So I think Commanders are a sleeper team there, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see that. Scoops, how about you?
Well, I just talked about the Steelers for a second. I think they're definitely on the list. You mentioned the Commanders. I've been trying to keep this team out of my answers, but I mean, I got to go with my Eagles. I mean, it's just I really try to keep objective with these, but it's just the picks that they're picking up next year. The fact that they got two of the top players on at a major position of need. They just added a solid running back. They've still got 4 picks to make. I absolutely love what Philly's done. They started the draft off extending A.J. Brown for 3 years. I don't know how much happier I could be with this draft.
I agree. I can't disagree. I love to disagree with him, but I can't.
Albert, you got one?
I think the Vikings, with the couple first picks that they had, I think they did really well as well. JJ McCarthy, and I think they did well as well.
I would have to agree. That was my day one kind of winner as well, but I'm gonna have to be the third guy on this panel, man. I think the Eagles, not only the way the players that they picked, but the way they were able to deal and trade within the draft and pick up, draft capital this year, draft capital next year. They're just putting together a fantastic draft and really setting themselves up for the future at the same time. It's amazing.
Yeah, mine would have to be probably Pittsburgh. I think that they got a heck of a steal last night with Peyton Wilson going to them. He dropped as far as he did. Roman Wilson dropped as far as he did. I mean, and they got Troy Fontenot, the dress offensive line. They got that center Zach Frazier as well. So I think very solid draft from the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think if you're them, you're pretty hyped to what you got going into next year. A lot of depth and a lot of talent there that they got.
I know PA's out there in PA. He's giving you the Bronco claps.
Nice.
Yeah, I know he's going to be. He appreciates that. I know him. So waiting on Washington's pick. I mean, there's been a lot of teams that have done well. Man, I would have had the Bears up there, but they really swung and missed by picking a punter in the 4th round.
Oh my!
They were
amazing.
up there seriously, man. I was just like, man, what are they thinking? The team that is not Super Bowl worthy yet, picking a punter in the 4th round.
And the punter that's probably going to go undrafted.
In a city that's going to have wind, that he's not going to be able to punt the ball 60 yards every time. The windy city.
And I feel sorry for the announcers for the Steelers though, because what Wilson are they going to talk about?
Oh my God.
There's Ernie. He always throwing in the awesomeness from the Broncos. The Bronco picks are awesome only.
Yeah. He's a Bronco or nothing, man. He doesn't want to talk about nothing but Broncos, so it better be a Bronco show.
We need running back next pick, I hope. Me too, Mark. And Paul, I know, is probably listening and watching. And Jody, if he's out there, Audric Estime, man, they've been high on him, these Notre Dame fans. So that's still a name out there to keep an eye out for. The bigger Derrick Henry type running back in this draft.
What is the this I guess will be for Keith and Albert. What's Denver's next best need?
Who's first? Me?
Yeah,
Go ahead, sir.
Go ahead.
Defense. They need to do is shore up the defense. I think that is a big need. We have good running backs. Maybe pick up on running back free agency later on, but right now I think we need something in the defense.
Trevor Keith's PA scratchy guy about the Steeler announcers. He's saying they're used to having the same names on the team and bringing in repeat names. So I guess they've done that in the past.
There you go. If I was to say, I would go linebacker here. We've been talking. Yeah. It's that time. It's where you're seeing the best value. We've seen the great tight ends go. The corners are gone. Linebackers are going to be the best place. Maybe an interior offense or defensive lineman. This is where you start to see that value come out. So that's the place that I would go. But yeah, if I had to go any place, I would love to get a linebacker here. So.
Yeah, I agree. I think the linebackers definitely need for this team. I wish they would have picked one up last night because I think it really drops off after. I mean, especially going in the 5th round, it really drops off. You're taking flyers on guys. So, I wish they would have prioritized linebacker a little bit more. But yeah, linebacker. I wouldn't be surprised if they take a corner here. Either George Payton loves those 5th round corners, turn them into special teamers type. So running backs too. So I think those are 3 positions that I would be looking for. Probably realistically for the Broncos to go after.
Some linebackers from Clayton and Phil, and Phil's also saying defensive line, and so is Roy. Clayton maybe inside linebacker. So a lot of linebackers and defensive line. I agree. I think linebacker definitely would be. I think there's more value at linebacker right now than defensive end or tackle. So my top guy is still on that board. Go get him. Cedric Gray. My top linebacker is still on that board. So you can get him. What a steal. Guys, I wasn't expecting to be on our end today, but I want to do something fun for those who may have missed day one. I did something fun with the guys. You all know us how we do this on K&K. Keith, you got to hang around for about 30 seconds.
Yeah, go right ahead, bud.
We're going to play a game is what would Keith do? What would you like to see Keith do? For those who missed it on day one, we got 3 options for each of the guys on here. So would you guys like to see Keith play in a ZZ Top cover band? Would you like to see Keith on a future DBR show paint his face Bronco blue and beard orange? Or C, would you like to see Keith become the next DC Movies next super villain? So throw A, B, or C in the chat, and we'll see what they want Keith to do. Again, if you missed this on Thursday rather, there's a young Trevor Saltzman.
Oh.
What would you like to see Trevor do? We nicknamed him the Rocket Man. Keith nicknamed him that. Would you like to see him flip a bat at Scoops in the style of Rocket Clemens for having a Taylor Swift listening party?
Oh my God.
By the way, you got some A's coming, Keith, and a C from Phil. Would you like to see Trevor play nose tackle for the Denver Broncos? You guys are asking for defensive tackle. Could Trevor Saltzman be the pick for the Broncos, sacking Mahomes twice a game? Or would you like to see Trevor C, sing Rocket Man by Elton John in that outfit live on the air for the DBR Posse. Our next, would you like to see Dutchy star in a Ricola commercial? Give us the Ricola, Dutchy.
Ricola.
That was impressive.
All right. Would you like to see Dutchy become a member of the Four Horsemen, Ric Flair style? Go ahead, Dutchy. Combination of A and B, by the way, for Keith.
Woo! Ricola.
So, Keith, you got to face paint and be in the cut while you're singing Legs for ZZ Top.
Perfect.
And B for Trevor. PA's going Ricola. Or would he like to hang out with Alexander Madison, his best friend, who's now on the Las Vegas Raiders on the Strip in Las Vegas? And last but not least, Mr. Scoops. Would you like to see him sumo wrestle my co-host and friend Kurt Valenti on Let's Talk Broncos? Would you like to see Scoops, who's interviewed in the past, guys? Go check it out. Scoops got to post the videos maybe on K&K. Your interviews with Tim Tebow and Sam Bradford, internship there. Would you like to see him interview the Philly Fanatic? Or C, would host a 7-day-a-week Taylor Swift podcast called Swifty Scoops with Keith producing and Trevor as his special guest. Did that with the guys on Sunday. Glad I could do that with them again today. My co-host for the last 3 days. Give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you guys for letting me roast you. I appreciate and love you all. That's why I did it. Keith with the guitar. He's got legs. All right, let's do the giveaway before Keith goes away. One more thing before Keith goes away because he needs a little coffee break. Drum roll, please. Dutchy, last call. 15-second countdown. Elway or Broncos in the chat. Whatever you want to type in. Give us an Elway or Broncos. Anybody else eligible? All right, Dutchy, pick that name for us, my friend. Scoops, you're getting a lot of C's, by the way. They want to see that podcast.
Yeah, no kidding.
Phil is the lucky winner.
All
Congratulations,
right.
Phil. You know what? That rocks.
Congratulations, Phil.
Congrats, Phil. Thank you.
So, Keith, we got to set up that Swifty Scoops podcast. It's in the works.
Yeah, awesome, man. I'll play the intro. I'm just kidding. All right, gentlemen. I'll see you guys in just a second, okay?
Sounds good.
All right.
See you soon, buddy.
Top 5 Taylor Swift songs right now, Scoops. Got to get put on the spot for your Taylor Swift fans.
Top 5. I'm gonna get you back off the new record. Down bad off the new record. Teardrops on my guitar. Style and Fearless.
I don't know how many Taylor Swift fans we got out there. Roy, maybe you're a Taylor Swift fan. Phil, let's go, right? Dutchy, you a Taylor Swift fan? I'm kidding, guys. We're more ZZ Top guys, I think, in this group.
No, Keith. I think Keith low key likes Taylor Swift though. I can't lie.
Hey, how about this tweet from Bears punter I got from Caleb Williams? It says, "Hey, enjoy your time at the Bears, but you're not going to punt too much."
Oh boy.
PA wants to know if "Shake It Off" didn't make your top 5.
No, that song is very repetitive, and I find it kind of annoying, to be honest.
We might be coming out with this podcast, Trevor. I don't know. That might be the only song I know from Taylor.
That's probably a good thing. I mean, you don't listen.
Roy's giving a big no for Taylor Swift fans.
Hence the Leo face. What?
Oh yeah, and this is the Leo DiCaprio.
Oh, that's what that is. I looked too fast. I thought it was a devil mask.
Roy's a Metallica guy. Yeah, let's get the Metallica and ZZ Top.
I love Metallica.
Yeah, this is a Metallica group. All right, Dutchy, put you on the spot. Give me one band. If you can only listen to one band, and chat. A little fun chat for you while we're waiting for some of these picks to come in.
Nice.
One group or band you can, if you had to listen to one and only one for 24 hours, who would it be?
Ozzy Osbourne.
Nice.
Good choice.
Graham, we are on pick 142 on my stream. I'm watching it on stream here, so I'm a little behind. So we will be talking Denver in a couple seconds. Trevor, where are you going for 24-hour music? You can only listen to one artist.
It can be a band too.
Yeah.
Give me Kiss.
Kiss.
Good choice.
PA's going Black Sabbath. You know what? I'm going to be biased because I'm actually personal friends with these guys. Anybody who's fans of pop punk, I grew up in that late 90s era when pop punk was just coming over. Nirvana, Pearl Jam, right after them, Green Day, right? But I'm personal friends with Bowling for Soup, so I would be able to listen to them for 24 hours.
1985.
I'll tell Scoops the story off the air because we got some selections coming in. Yeah, Scoops, so is it Taylor or is it somebody else?
This is the easiest question for me. It's E Street Band, Bruce Springsteen. Easily my most played musician and band. It's got to be them.
Mike, Pearl, let's know what we missed. We're just talking. We just had a random question for everybody. By the way, Anthony Gould, Oregon State short receiver, 5'8", 174, going to the Colts.
Okay.
So they're adding a little slot receiver there. Graham is Beatles. Miss Pearl, 24 hours. You can only listen to one artist or band. Who would it be? So we had some Ozzy Osbourne, Black Sabbath, Beatles, Michael Jackson, Kiss, little Pump Pop, Bowling for Soup for me, personal friends, and Scoops was Bruce Springsteen. So Lizzie Hale from Hailstrom is from right down the road from me, from PA. Nice. The John Elway figure went to Phil McLaughlin. Buffalo Springfield from Phil McLaughlin. Going back. Buffalo Springfield. That's a nice one. Nice little topic there for everybody. Again, throw us questions and random stuff out today. It's an audience appreciation day for everybody. Dutchy, I'm in a mood. I feel like giving away something. All right. I got some cards here. I don't have much Broncos stuff, fans, but I got something I think everybody would like. Miss Pearl might like this. Mark may like this. Roy. I got something nice here, Dutchy. Type in the chat Broadway. A little Broadway Joe Namath card for someone in our special audience there. Type in Broadway, and I'll give away a Joe Namath for our lucky winner in around roughly 5 to 7 minutes before the Broncos are up. Or after the Broncos pick. Well, before the Broncos pick, I'll do this. We'll keep this giveaway going for a few minutes, but type in the word Broadway. I'll give a nice Broadway Joe Namath to one lucky special winner. I'll allow my co-host to be available in this one too. So if you got somebody who's a Jet fan, you want to give it away to somebody, that's fine. Phil's saying, grew up with them, Scoops. Awesome guys who I actually met back in the day.
That's so cool. I know a little bit about their history and their connection with CSNY. So
nice. Yeah, so we'll give away Broadway Joe, but Denver's coming up, guys. Really soon because I'm a little behind. So, Trevor, give me your one. If you had something, it's fifth round. So, give me something you'd be really happy with. If you had something that you don't want to do here, would it be? But if you don't have something you wouldn't be unhappy with, it's okay. But give me a pick you'd be really happy with here. Pick 145 for the Broncos.
Yeah, I think I think linebacker for me would have to be it. I honestly, there's no wrong answer here because it is the fifth round. So I would say, linebacker for me. Running back, I think our needs. Just don't know where exactly the value would be right here. They got to address linebacker. I'm a little surprised they didn't do it sooner because of the lack of them not doing it in free agency. So enough. So for me, it'd be linebacker. But after that, running back, corner. This is a team that likes to go after corners as well. So in the fifth round.
And there's Graham confirmed that they got the text from Caleb Williams. Hey, you're not going to punt too much here. Wow, I like that. That's pretty cool. Pearl, Broadway's Joe is her hero. Please enter, Miss Pearl. You know what? I'm gonna any of my co-hosts who enter, if they want to enter as well, if they could keep it themselves or if they want to give it to somebody. But if he's your hero, please enter. I'd love to give that to you. If I knew that off the air, I would have definitely sent that to you. Sorry, Miss Pearl. Enter it. Yeah, we give you a nice Pearl. I'll give you a nice Joe Namath there. Let me get some comments in. I want to catch up on these. Pearl saying her first job was a Neath girl at his temp agency. I hugged him, Broadway Joe. What else we got here? We got a lot of Broadways. Spice Girls for Kenny from Roy Osborne. I'm getting a little jab from Roy. I love it. Nice pickup here. Nice linebacker, but it's not the one, not Cedric Gray. J.D. Bertrand, linebacker, Notre Dame, off the board for the Falcons, Trevor. So you might see your linebackers go. Keith's not here. He's linebacker, but I'll look at inside linebacker on who I have here in Lindy's, who could be on the board yet. Cedric Gray. You got Tommy Eichenberg from Ohio State, and you got Jeremiah Trotter Jr. from Clemson still on the board, Trevor. These three guys may be in play.
Kenny, Cedric Gray went last round to the Tennessee Titans, so he.
You know what? I stepped away. I might have missed that one somehow. So he did go. We all missed that one. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, so those look like a couple guys that is Jalen Ford still on the board, or was he taken too?
I don't see him yet.
They compare him to Kyle Van Noy. I like that comparison. We're going to see we're at commercial. The Bears are in, but I'll let you guys take over because the Broncos are going to be coming up, guys. So I'll let you guys take over for Broncos. You got 2 picks coming in the next 4. So
yeah, I think they may take somebody here, but they also may trade the pick away too. I wouldn't be surprised if they traded down again.
Would it surprise you if you saw secondary?
The Broncos did trade the pick, by the way.
Which one? The first one or the second one?
Oh,
so they had 145 and 147.
The first one.
And the Bears are back. They traded up using a future pick to get on the clock at 144 in deal with the Broncos.
I've not seen that yet.
I got so they traded one spot. Is that what they traded one spot, it looks like, right?
Did they?
Yeah. They jumped up from 145 to 144. Well,
Yep,
the Bears did, yeah.
Okay.
I was just asking, would it surprise you if it was secondary, Trevor?
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at all. George Payton loves to go after the secondary. He loves to get special teamers. That's what he loves to see, and takes chances on corners. I wouldn't be surprised if they went corner here in the 5th round. That's probably a priority for them, I would say.
Yeah. I'm looking to see who's Josh Newton, I think, still on that board. He was a sleeper. Jarvis Brownlee from Louisville might still be there. There's some decent ones. Willie Drew is a small school stud. I like these small school choices here in the middle rounds here. Out of Virginia State, saying one to watch is a small school stud. He was invited to the Shrine game, and he competes, but he might be best at safety. So 5th round could be an option, if he was invited to the Shrine game. I'll have to go back and look at tapes of him at the Shrine game. But a little hybrid there could be a nice 2-for need for the Broncos and maybe some special teams help. What do you think, Trevor, Dutchy?
Yeah.
Willie Drew.
Yeah, I would not mind that at all. Actually, I think, to be clear, I think that Denver did not trade the pick yet. I think it was Chicago and Buffalo that had the deal.
Yeah, because I'm seeing Denver on the clock, 145 right now.
Yeah,
live. I mean, it might be a couple seconds behind, but you guys are up, guys. So take it over.
Dutchy, what do you think? There's Keith. Keith, what do you think? Denver's on the clock here at 145. Where do you think they go here?
Trade up with the Jets. It looks like for me. I go back to those linebackers. We're starting to see that run. It looks like as I'm joining back in, Jordan McGee off the board, J.D. Bertrand off the board. This is the place for the linebacker in my opinion. But Dutchy, what are your thoughts?
I think Ulufoshu is still on the board too, so that's also a linebacker. Mm-hmm. So Hunter Norzad, interior offensive line, is still on the board. Cedric from Prime, Granger, still on the board. I think that those would be pretty decent choices. I think there are some Tanner McLachlan. I think that would be offensive side. They're still on the board. That would be a steal. He's a tight end from Arizona.
There you go.
I would not be surprised if they went corner here. I ain't gonna lie. I would not be surprised if they went corner here. They love corners, and they love doing that in the 5th round. That's just something George Payton's always prioritized. If they're not going to play right away, the 5th rounders, you don't have high expectations, but there's at least special teamers, and I think he's always looking for that.
Yep, that you nailed it. Special teamers in these rounds here.
Mm. Well,
I
see
it is a corner, guys. I'm going to put it in for you guys right now. Okay. Let Keith or Trevor, whoever wants to read it. It is a corner secondary, like Trevor just said.
And I did not look at the pick, by the way. That was a complete guess. I did not look at the pick.
Butchering this.
It's all right. So with the pick, the Denver Broncos select cornerback Chris Abrams-Drain out of Missouri, 5'11", 179 product, 31-inch arms, and I'll let what is it, Mr. Kirkpatrick talk a little bit more about it. Yeah, just a little bit. Tell us a little bit. I mean, 4.44 in the 40-yard dash, 33.5-inch vertical. But yeah, tell us what you know about him.
You're getting an A for day 3, 12th ranked cornerback in the 5th round. That's great value in my opinion. That's off of Lindy's, but I had him top 15 as well. I had him one step lower at 13, so we're on the same page. 4'4", 5'11", 173. I'm not concerned about him being the number 2 corner, maybe a slot corner. My positives on him: he's explosive, all-around athlete, proven playmaker, multiple positions he could play. He could start, starting with he started at wide receiver, cornerback, and he played quarterback in high school. So interesting there. He's an experienced kickoff returner, guys, too. So there was some side notes I wrote on him. Excellent skills and anticipates what's coming. Capable nickel or safety is what I wrote as my final positives. Negatives: smaller, lighter framed than desired for the position would be my negative on him. Overall, pro comparison, they assigned him to Asante Samuel Jr. So applaud yourselves. I think you got a nice
wow. That's a good point.
Nice. I'll pass it around though. Dutchy, what are your thoughts on after you hear all that? Excited?
Absolutely. I'm looking at on one of the journalists on PFF. They had him in mid-second round. So this is, I think we have a steal here. He is maybe a little bit smaller, but guess what? Right now, I think we need more speed because the opposing offenses are going on speed, and I think we need that. It does look really good. He keeps his eye on the quarterback. His hip dexterity and footwork are really great. He possesses NFL ball skills and the production to prove it, because that's what is in his past. So I'm excited about this one. I give this indeed an A as well.
And Keith Graham's confirming, like Kliss, big Bronco in media, right? For those who don't know, on the East Coast, he's saying he should be a special teamer in 2024. So that's much undervalued, with a lot of teams undervalued. That PA scratcher guy taking Clayton's spot, saying, don't forget to hit that like button, guys. You're giving us all the thumbs up. Thanks, PA. We're going to have that giveaway. We had that giveaway while you we got the Joe Namath giveaway coming up, Keith. While you were away, I wanted to give away something nice. So for those who, again, type in Broadway, Miss Pearl's favorite hero growing up. This is there's the old cartoons on the old cards. I love that. So little Joe Namath Broadway, if someone hasn't done it yet, after the next Bronco pick, which is coming up soon, after Titans pick 146, we'll do the give. Let's do the giveaway now, guys. Last call on giveaway, because then we want Broncos got another pick coming up, so we want it to be Broncos talk. Dutchy, let's do the Broadway. We'll give a 10-second countdown. Last call for Broadway Joe. We're going back a ways for this one. So a nice giveaway for somebody there.
And but I also like on that card it is orange and blue.
Nicely done.
There we go. All right, Dutchy, pick that name for us, my friend.
I got it. And can you believe it? It is Phil again.
Oh my goodness. Phil, taking the load.
We don't have rules here.
Load.
We let people win multiple times. That's what our audience is about. Our supporters, we appreciate them. So congratulations, Phil. You get a Broadway Joe card.
Beautiful. Okay. And this all the winners. Text your price and your address to either Kenny or Keith, so that we can ship it to you guys.
I got them written down, Dutchy, but yeah, that's fine. They can write their prize down too. I got their names and prizes all aside, but that would be helpful, Dutchy. Thank you. Jody wants Trotter. Denver's on the clock. Go ahead, Keith. Take it away again, you guys.
Yeah, I'll go back to it. I think that the linebacker is the spot here. You know, I would personally. I know it's maybe a little bit early for some boards, but maybe Jeremiah Trotter Jr. for Jody. I would like Jalen Ford out of Texas. That's who I would go with here. Like what he did and what he brought on that causing disaster Texas defense. So if I went linebacker right now, I'd be looking at Jalen Ford.
Oh, I love Phil's comment there. I'm going to play the lottery tonight. I would, Phil. I would. Who do you want, Phil? Because you're on fire right now. Who does Phil McLaughlin want Broncos to take? Because that's who I would put my money on right now. Some congratulation claps from PA. Roy saying heck yeah. Mark saying tight end for you guys. So
yeah. I don't know that.
I'll pass it around. Trevor, why don't you go first on this one?
Yeah, I think they got to go linebacker. I mean, I don't even know what, because Wiley's off the board. Holker, I think maybe down the line could be a guy. The tight end out of CSU could be a guy they look at down the line. I think it's too early for him here. I gotta think they got to go linebacker. I mean, they just went corner, so linebackers got to be where they go, in my opinion, or running back. I wouldn't rule out running back here either.
Oh, that's true. That's very true. Audric Estime, can you imagine Adam hitting him right now? What do you think, Dutchy? Where did the Broncos go?
So it might be a surprise, but is there an offensive player that worked with Bo Nix still being able to get drafted? Because that
seems like we're making that run.
Yeah,
yeah, that's true. I'll make a quick a look around and see if I see anybody that's near the top of the board coming out of Oregon.
Pick is in, by the way.
It doesn't look like it's nobody that's just jumping out to me at the top of the board that would be taken for an Oregon prospect on the offensive line, at least. So we'll see what this pick is, guys. But having back-to-back like this is as close to back-to-back. You're getting your guys for the most part. So this is a guy that they should have liked in this round. They could have taken him either at that top spot or waited for him to drop here. They waited for him to drop. It'll be interesting to see who this is and who they add. I wouldn't even rule out another corner.
Yeah.
We're going to see. I think it's coming in right now.
I think, does Trevor have it?
Yeah.
Cody is ecstatic. And I'm upset, but you guys I'm okay if he goes to my adopted team. So
yeah,
go ahead,
well,
Trevor, take it away.
Yeah, Trevor, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not. Again, I do not look at these picks before they are selected. This is pure just what the Broncos do with the value-wise corner and running back here. I like the pick here. This is a guy that I had going in the 4th round. I ended up getting in the 5th round. So what a great day 3 for Denver. Round of applause for George Payton, Sean Payton, in my opinion. What?
You didn't announce who it was.
Oh, I thought okay. It's Audric Estime, running back out of Notre Dame. Sorry, I thought you were going to announce it. My bad. I was going through scouting reports already before even naming the guy. Maybe I should have let the suspense build up. No,
yeah, I was building. I was like, okay.
Yeah, no. Sorry, Kenny, go ahead.
No. You take it away. I was just saying, Paul texted me, said, you guys, your Broncos just broke his heart. But again, Jody, you deserve something. Go your way, my friend. You got Audric Estime. Congratulations.
Wow.
And Graham, go ahead, Keith.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, because Graham was like, oh, did you read my comments? No, I did not, Graham. I did not read the comments. Actually, I say it was pure guess of what they're going to take. I have the tracker right next to me so I can see when the pick is in, but I did not look and see quarterback or running back. I just thought that that's something they were going to do. And Jody's got a great, interesting comment right there.
Yeah, I bet P. Ryan is gone now.
Yep.
Yeah, that's certainly a possibility. You know, that room's getting a little bit too full, and I think you have to make that decision between a McLaughlin and a P. Ryan, and P. Ryan would probably be the one. I got to get Albert's thoughts on this, though. We got to get all the way around the horn on the DBR show, or the Denver Bronco Roundup, as we usually call it, if you're over on just our channel. So, Albert, what are your thoughts, man? Audric Estime.
Definitely, the door is closed for Alexander Madison, so that means that.
You need to find a new friend.
But here's the thing: we know where we are going now. We have pretty much our entire offensive area is on a rebuild. We have seen it now. We have three people in our offense now, 3 brand new people, and I think that's what is going on. And I think we will have a blast. It might be struggling this year, the first year, but I think the second year, I think we will be on fire with this new offense, because I think that's where we're going. And I starting to like it more and more. And I think I should start rethinking my thoughts of in Sean Payton, we must trust now. And I think we are going in the right direction. I start really to like it, and I think so far today the Denver's draft is an A for me.
Yeah. You know, it's a big focus on the offense. I see Pearl's comment. You know, how about our defense? But this is a guy that, again, don't go out there. Don't look at his, you know, combine or his pro day or. Excuse me, I had a cough there, or anything like that, because the numbers didn't seem to stack up. Go out there and watch the tape on this guy. This guy makes things happen on the field. He gets down the field. He takes contact. He bounces off contact. He finds the end zone. He doesn't need to get that contact, though. He's a guy that can also just make guys miss, make them look silly. And he's not that, you know, if you look at a 40 time or something like that, it's not going to blow you away. What's going to blow you away is the product that you get on the field. I'm excited for what he's going to be able to do and be able to pair up. Again, you go out and get Ben Powers. You go out and you get Mike McGlinchey last year. We started talking about these plans and how they were put into place. Albert, you were talking about the Oregon plan and how it's all coming together. We have Forsyth now on that line, not known as necessarily as a pass blocker, more as a run blocker, right? You start putting all these pieces together. Now you got a guy like Bo Nix, you got Estime, you got Javonte Williams, you got your blocking tight ends that maybe weren't utilized all the best last year. Now they have an opportunity to be able to flourish this year. Again, and then you go out and get Troy Franklin, and you get that extra receiving weapon that you can beat him deep, which, let's face it, Bo Nix can beat you deep too. So, man, I'm excited for what we did. Estime is a fantastic piece and a fantastic addition. I'm excited, guys. I'm excited. It's awesome.
And you should be. And great pick. 18 touchdowns for Estime last season. Let me throw Scoops is back. His Eagles are coming up soon. Let me throw a question out to the Bronco guys and the chat that are Bronco fans, strictly for you guys. Jody said Samaje P. Ryan got. Been hearing some minor rumbles that Dallas Cowboys are interested in Javonte Williams. We maybe see some talks now. Estimate a big guy. I compared him to Derrick Henry. The smaller guy in McLaughlin and the in-betweener in Samaje P. Ryan. Could Williams be the odd man out here, maybe in a trade with Dallas, player for player or a future draft pick? I'll start with Trevor.
Yeah, Kenny, I'm kind of on the same mindset as you right now. With Estime, he's not a great pass blocker, and so you're if you get rid of P Ryan, you're essentially getting rid of your pass blocking running back right there. So for me, I think I wouldn't be surprised if P Ryan's let go, but I think Javonte is more of a Javonte type of guy, in my opinion. If they were ever going to replace Javonte, this might be a guy that they end up doing that with. No, I don't want to over-evaluate and say that this guy's going to be, even second on the running back depth chart right now. This is again, remind ourselves, this is a day 3 running back, probably going to be a special teamer. I don't think it really means a ton for the running back room. I think Javonte's probably back. We'll see what they do with P Ryan. I don't think they're going to release him anytime soon. I think maybe it's more of a after a training camp type of thing. Maybe he's a cut then, but it could mean something for Javonte. I don't think he's got a ton of trade value right now either. So even if you did trade Javonte, I don't think you're getting a ton back for him anyways.
Graham's saying he'd be okay with Javonte gone. I'll go to Dutchy next, and then Keith, your thoughts, and then Kurt's in the chat, so I want to get Kurt's comment in, but Dutchy first.
I don't want Pookie to be gone. Pookie is, I think, a highlight of the Denver Broncos as a running back. He had a bad last year. No wonder. He's coming back from a triple tear in his knee. And who would not have struggles with that? And I think this year he will be coming back with a chip on his shoulders. Yeah, it would be a big loss for the Broncos if Pookie is gone. Pirine, yeah, he's a little bit older, but he already has given his knowledge to McLaughlin and to Pookie. They can pass it on. So I think Pirine is the odd man out. Let's go young and keep it young.
Keith, your thoughts on this, and then I'll get to the comments, and then Scoops will be up soon with another Eagle pick. Oh, the Saints just took Spencer Rattler breaking news.
Yeah, I saw that. I thought that was the comment you were talking about. Javonte, it could be on the move. There's been a little bit of a talk there. I wouldn't be surprised. You went out, you get an Estime now. You have McLaughlin if you wanted to do just kind of an AB, kind of a third down back type of pairing. It's certainly interesting. I think the big question would be now is who's more likely? Would it be more Javonte Williams or more Courtland Sutton? Because Courtland Sutton now is looking like a pretty good value now that a lot of these wide receivers are off the board. If you were trying to get a 5th round and maybe a future 4th round in 2025 for a Courtland Sutton and so on, pick it up. That still has got to be on the option as well. But I'll go over to, if you don't mind, I'll skip right over to Spencer Rattler because I've been on Spencer Rattler alert, it seems like forever. And, here the Saints, I think, are again, getting a great value. They got Derek Carr down there. He didn't necessarily perform up to the standards that they really had hoped. He was out injured. Even when he wasn't out injured, he wasn't playing that well for the New Orleans Saints. So they need an upgrade. And what better way to go out there and try to get what was once considered one of the top picks in the NFL draft, end up going to South Carolina after Caleb Williams beats him out, had to kind of resurrect his career and resurrect his image. And nothing's been said but great things about Spencer Rattler. Smaller guy, maybe is not the downside estimate, I guess, from a player standpoint. I'm just a little bit worried. He can be a scrambler, but he doesn't have the speed to necessarily be a scrambler outside the pocket, especially on the NFL level. So this guy will have to get it done inside the pocket, but I think he has the tools to do it. Has a great zip on the ball, especially on the outside of the numbers. So I think the Saints got a great pick there as well.
Let me catch up on the comments, Keith, and then we'll get ready for Scoops with his Eagles, who are soon. Some mixed reactions. Some want to keep Williams. Michael wants to keep Williams and let go of P. Ryan. Some of us want P. Ryan to stay. Williams, I think, look at the value you're getting today on day 3. If you get Dallas to give you a 4th round pick for Javonte Williams, I'm signing up for that tomorrow, guys. And then next year you go into next year's 4th round with an extra 4th round pick. Look at the value you're getting. I want to get this comment up. My co-host K&K Sports Show, Denver Bronco fans, go check out Kurt on Let's Talk Broncos. Excellent Bronco East Coast style with Jenny Hoops behind the scenes. Sean effing Payton gonna run it right down KC's soft ass defense. Knicks with these weapons. Absolutely love this draft. Knicks 1, Zach 2, Stidham cut, Let's go Broncos. Kurt is fired up. Hopefully we can get Kurt on live with us sometime today. I know he's had a busy weekend with his having some issues with his phone, so hopefully he's fixing that. So hopefully he can come on, but good to see him having a happy third day of the draft. Roy, say whatever you'd like to say. He was going to say something on Rattler, and he also thinks the Rams may take Pratt. But in the meantime, let's shift gears because the Eagles are back on real quick, Keith.
Yeah.
Phil wants to know, keeping 4 running backs?
Not on this roster. Not on this roster. I think it's going to be 3. Of course, you'll always have your practice squad that you can pull up from and expect, that this may not be the end as we have some late round picks. We could end up putting one more on our roster, or it could be something that we bring in undrafted free agent. I think if you go ahead and you'll end up releasing a guy like P. Ryan out onto the market, hoping that you can get him on on the practice squad, you're not going to be able to retain him. Someone's going to pick him up. Dallas would gladly pick up, I think, a Samaje P. Ryan if we let him go out on the market.
Philly's on the clock, Scoops. What do you like to do here? Well said, Keith. And thank you guys for the questions. Keep them coming, by the way, because today is flying and we still got a couple more rounds to go. So a lot of good players still on this board, and very excited to see where this draft heads the rest of the way here for all of us. So Scoops is on the clock. It's been a very successful draft for the Eagles. Pick is in, Scoops, but who would you like to see if you had to pick somebody?
You're on mute, sir.
That was great. Johnny Wilson was somebody that I could see out of Florida State, the receiver. Malik Washington out of Virginia, but I'm just seeing it. The board has just fallen too appropriately for it. How are you not going to go linebacker Jeremiah Trotter Jr. out of Clemson? He was been in Philly for so long. His father, obviously, his legacy. I think that, and obviously he fits a need. They haven't taken. Oh, never mind. I got the pick in. Should I wait?
No, go ahead. You're on. You go ahead and read it, everybody.
Okay. With the 152nd pick, the Eagles have selected wide receiver out of Texas A&M, Ainias Smith. So he's ranked, according to PFF, 23rd at wide receiver, 119th overall. So according to them, this is a bit of a value pick. But it is wide receiver, as I was alluding to before doing my little spiel on Jeremiah.
You got anything on him, Trevor? I know it's day 3.
Yeah, I got him. So 5'9", 190. With Ennis Smith, someone I guess he's just a slot guy for you. Probably a special teamer right now. Again, this is day 3, so not too high expectations. But he's got great hands. I mean, his route trees, I think, is really solid. Not much of a blocking wide receiver at all. This is right around probably where he should have went in the 5th round. I think again, like Scoop said, value pick here. 40 ran a 4.48. So not the most athletic slot wide receiver, but certainly think that it's a nice special teams player for you, Scoops. Little surprise though. You went wide receiver here, and with that guy, I should say. But I think this is more of a special teamer for you.
I have a question for Scoops. Who is your center going to be? Didn't Kelsey retire?
He did. So my guess is that Landon Dickerson, who's been playing guard for us the last couple of years, is going to shift over and play center. That's my expectation. Opeta would have been a fit, but he's no longer active on the roster. So that's my expectation right now is that it'll be Landon Dickerson.
Graham throwing some love for Aggie football, Texas A&M to the Eagles. Michael, I was just going to say Michael throwing in Arizona football. Tanner McLaughlin, I still want for the Broncos, guys.
Absolutely.
Michael's high on him, and hey, just like Mark follows Big Ten, Michael's a big Arizona guy. So
he is.
Yep.
By the way, I'm an Aggie too, but this is for Utah State Aggies.
Yeah, very good. Very good. So looking at the board here, Jody's boy, Michael Pratt, still on the board. You got the Rams coming up. He could be in play there. As I said that, I got to refresh the stream. Sometimes these streams that you get, they go off air. So
no worries.
So I got to find another one. Oh, let's see what we got here. So you guys want to take it away? I I lost track of who's on the clock and stuff like that. If we want to discuss anything,
Yeah.
Keith, but you were away when I asked this question.
Yeah.
One group or band, 24 hours you can listen. You'd have to listen to them for 24 hours. We got a bunch of action in the chat, but I'm going to throw a guess out for you, and I could see you as like something classic rock. I'm going to go in more in the lines of like for 24 hours, going to surprise you, like maybe like a Journey for 24 hours.
That.
Anybody else want to throw guesses out? Chat and guys.
Well, who do you think Keith listens to?
If he had to listen to one particular artist or band for 24 hours, who would it be?
A punk band.
Yeah.
Like
Punk band.
Yeah, like Sex Pistol or whatever.
I'm going to change my mind off the spot. I'm going AC/DC for Keith.
Any guesses, Trevor?
Taylor Swift.
Oh,
You should have asked.
T Swizzle. T Swizzle. No, I can get my Taylor Swift coloring book out if you wanted me to, but no.
Not New Kids on the Block, Keith.
Oh my goodness, no, that was
Boys.
Mark's throwing a ZZ Top guess in.
Yeah, of course. I was waiting.
Throwing Michael Jackson in there. Okay. Dutchy, you got a guess?
Sex Pistols.
Sex Pistols. Waiting on you, Scoops, before Keith gives us our answer. The Jonas Brothers from Roy. I like that one. That's all right. I got Spice Girls from Roy as well. So.
Oh, thanks.
So I appreciate it, Roy.
Let me out of the Spice Girls. I appreciate that.
He gave you Jonas. He gave me Spice Girls. So
no Milli Vanilli.
All right. So Scoops, if you don't have a guess, we're gonna get Keith's answer.
Yeah. I'll just throw out Bon Jovi. It's just the first name that came to my head.
Wow, man. If you would have caught me about 10, 15 years ago, that might have been right up there in the top, man. It's funny that you mentioned that one.
And we all get to learn something about Keith, his favorite artist or band.
Not 98 Degrees, Mark. Thank you. I could listen to 24 hours of Mad Season. And Mad Season is not one that a lot of people have heard of, but it was Lane Staley's band after Alice in Chains and before he passed. So rest in peace, Lane Staley, amazing vocalist. And Mad Season, go check out. They don't have a huge catalog, but check out what they have going on. I think most people would enjoy it, at least. So appreciate it, Mark. Yeah, no 98 Degrees. I appreciate that.
CCR.
That's good taking me back.
That was a nice guess, Phil.
Ooh, Creedence Clearwater Revival.
Yeah,
Nice
but
guess.
on a side note, if you haven't really listened to Bon Jovi's New Jersey album, then you're done yourself a disservice as well. By the way, so
I got a side story about Bon Jovi since we're getting into some personal stuff here. My cousin, good follower of our show, she's in transition of moving from one part of Florida to another, so she hasn't been able to hang out with us much during this draft, but she grew up in New Jersey like me, high school called Pequannock High School. She was a sophomore. Bon Jovi was John was a student there as well, junior. Went out of his way to try and get her to go to the junior prom.
Oh my goodness.
And she said he was the biggest geeky looking guy in high school. That she had the Pat Benatar look, the 80s pop punk look, and she said no to Bon Jovi. A few years ago, she goes to a concert and she has a sign. They had good seats. I say yes this time. She had a sign.
Oh,
Nice. A little side note there about Bon Jovi.
That's so
I want
funny.
to share with everybody. So
that's an awesome
Jerry
story.
likes to roast me, so I had to get that story out. And I'll let her know I shared that story with everybody. So
That's awesome.
Actually, Kenny, real quick, you talked about Pequannock for a second. A couple years ago, I was visiting some fraternity friends in New Jersey, and we stopped over and we saw Derek Jeter's house in Pequannock.
Nice. Scoops, you might want to get on the computer and figure out.
Yeah, we've just traded
Eagles
up.
just traded up. So Graham giving us that info. So a lot of trade backs, now trade up. They've been all over
using
the
some of
place
that
here.
capital. Using some of that
Colts
capital.
trade 155 to the Eagles.
Jumping all over the place.
And 164-201 go to the Colts. So that's what it is here. So, man, could this be Jeremiah Trotter here, Scoops?
If for the third time we get a player at a later pick that I would have taken earlier, I'll be ecstatic.
This could be Jeremiah Trotter, linebacker for the guy here.
I'm telling you what, if they get one more great player, I love Aeneas Smith. So, I'm going to end up being an Eagles fan. I'm going to have to change fandom if they keep this up, man. I'm just telling you, I love what they're doing. Not that I don't love what the Broncos have done. What Broncos have done masterfully, in my opinion, getting a great edge rusher, getting the quarterback, getting the running back. But yeah, absolutely. I would just, I think the Eagles are knocking it out of the park too.
Come on, give me another punter taken here. Let's go.
Do you want me to wait because I have the pick?
No, go ahead.
We just roll with it.
Day 3. We're rolling today. We're good.
The Eagles select linebacker Jeremiah Trotter Jr. out of Clemson.
Well, reaction, buddy. Reaction. I know that you've been talking about this, but what do you like about Jeremiah Trotter Jr. so much that you've been pounding the table now?
Yeah. Excuse me. So just looking at, first of all, the fact that this guy was considered a consensus top 100 player. Some people thought he could sneak into the late one, if not the second round. Getting him here is incredible to me. His instincts in zone coverage are very highly regarded. He's a very physical player. He'll help out on run defense, which is going to be a positive after they've had some issues with a couple of their players staying healthy, like Nakobe Dean. He's he's able to shoot the gap, and he's got good instincts with regard to those types of moves. He's a little bit of a disadvantage size-wise, and he could pardon me. And he could stand to improve on his wrap tackle tendencies against running backs. But there's so much projectability here, and he's got some really strong abilities, I think, to be at least a second linebacker, especially in a defense like Philadelphia's, and being coached by their new defensive coordinator. I'm so fired up for this to see what he does in a Vic Fangio defense.
6 foot, 228 pounds. 88 total tackles last year, 54 of those solo. And I always look at that ratio, right? Because guys that are going in there and being able to wrap it up and get it done all by themselves tell me something. 5.5 sacks, 2 interceptions. You're talking about his ability there in zone coverage. I think, like you said, other than his weight, he needs to put on a little bit of size. He needs to be able to take on those linemen a little bit better. And then, man coverage maybe is not his scheme. So if he gets set up in a man scheme, that might be a downfall. That's maybe why he fell to here. But man, I'm happy for you, buddy. That's a guy that obviously has some name recognition as well, right?
Yeah, that definitely, and that I think was a decent part of how he initially got the connections to Philadelphia, which makes sense. Philadelphia does have their sort of nostalgia factor. Howie Roseman loves bringing back former Eagles, loves keeping people who have Eagles ties connected to Philadelphia. But obviously, you're only taking a player in the draft if you have some belief in him as an on-field prospect. And the fact that they got somebody in the 5th round that I thought could have gone in the 2nd, I don't know how many better drafts you could have had than what Philly's done so far.
Keith, a couple comments, getting some Keith, or you're a Bronco fan only from Ernie.
Of course.
Michael's saying I'll never turn on the Broncos no matter what happens in the future of the Denver Broncos. Go Broncos. No, but you know what? Like, you guys adopted me as a Giant fan and hanging out with the Broncos. I think Keith could be an adopted Eagle fan. I think Scoops would welcome him and adopt. On the basketball side of things, we adopted Carson. Carson's a Pistons fan. He's coming over and rooting for the Knicks. So we're adopting Carson for the Knicks playoff season. Albert throwing, it's got to be DBL for life for sure. Michelle?
Kenny, if you don't mind me doing a quick
Yeah,
shout
I
out.
got two more, and then I'll get to you, Scoops. Michelle and my better half for
Yeah, my apologies.
eternity. Keith saying Bronco fan forever, and Graham throwing one out there. Let's get his question after Scoops' shout out.
Yeah, no, I got a comment on Facebook here. I think because of the way that different things were shared, I think maybe this got missed. But there was a message that our co-host Paul Rosen put up, and he just at the end of it, he just said Eagles are having a very good draft. So I want to say thank you to Paul, and I very much feel the same about your Giants. I can't wait for rivalry games this year.
Yeah, if Paul's watching on your stream, Scoops, you might want to keep an eye on the Facebook end of things over there. Keep it live on mute.
That's where I saw it.
That's
Yeah.
what happens there, because you are on your personal page as well. So that's where he probably found you.
Hey, just a really quick shout out to.
Go ahead, Keith. Shout out.
I just wanted to piggyback. Shout out to Paul for day one. Thank you so much for being there with us and bringing all your insight and analysis. It was so great. I don't get to hang out with Paul all that often. So great hanging out with Paul, and I appreciate him so much. So that's all I have, bud.
Maybe he may come on. I'll see if I can get him on after the Giants, maybe 6th, 7th round in an hour or so. Dutchy's going to be leaving us, but Paul wanted to come on so bad if the Giants took Estime, and he texted me that his heart was broken when you guys took him. But he's happy that you guys got him. At least he went to a friend and not a foe.
Love it.
And foe meaning team foe, so not foe that anybody else like. Paul loves everybody, so I don't want anybody in the chat getting confused there. Foe meaning defense, meaning team foe, and not the what is that? The Vietnamese dish foe.
All right.
But
yeah,
why don't we each take Graham's question, and then I'll let the Bronco guys go first. Broncos' next picks are 235 and 256. Could you see another trade upcoming, Keith?
I'll default over to Albert. I've had the mic for a little bit. What do you think, Albert?
I can see it happen if there's a player that they really like and they really want, and I think there are still some good players available. Then I don't see why not. Sean Payton wants to be aggressive a little bit, and Payton is helping him with that. I can see it happening, and I hope it's going to happen, but it has to be for a player that we really, really like.
Yeah. By the way, Jamari Thrash, Trevor's not here. He stepped away for a few minutes.
Okay.
One of my sleeper wide receivers. This was the guy I said yesterday was the Sun Belts. Before transferring to Louisville, he was their receiving yard leader, and he played a lot in the slot. So the Browns are getting a nice slot receiver here in the 5th round. That could be a contributor day one. We'll see.
Nice.
Congrats for my grandfather, who's a Cleveland
Absolutely.
fan.
Stacking it up at wide receiver now with Judy there as well, and bringing in
Graham wants to know
Thrash.
some names, Keith. Some names while you're up.
Some names?
Give me some names.
So
The Broncos could be interested in. Maybe Arizona, the tight end, McLaughlin still on the board. Could see that.
Yeah.
Maybe more special teams help. Maybe a wide receiver comes off the board, another wide receiver. Why not double up at wide receiver, get a late flyer here on one. Brendan Rice is still on the board. Just saying, we talk about pedigree. Greatest wide receiver in football. Son, still out there. Brendan, just throwing that out there as a name to look out for. But Keith, do you see them trading up?
It's certainly a possibility. I've been listening to a former GM talk a lot, and he said, hey, when you talk about 6th round, 7th round picks, you're talking about just really capital in order to try to trade up. So maybe you end up pairing this up. It really end up needing to pairing this up with probably a future pick to get anywhere of any substantial movement and really try to get up into maybe to this round, the top of this round or the middle of this round. But yeah, you absolutely try to do it. I still go back and you try to look at those guys that you really like that are in skill positions that you think they can help out in on special teams. So we need corner help. A guy like Kamei Hayden out of Tennessee, MJ Devonshire out of Pittsburgh. Ryan Watts out of Texas. These are names that I would probably maybe look at. These are cornerbacks that maybe can give you depth, and then at the same time, contribute right away, special teams. Did he need to step away as well? I'm sorry. What are your, are we on the right track here, Scoops? What are your thoughts? Where do you see the Broncos needing to go, and do you think they end up trading those 7th round picks in order to get anywhere?
I could certainly see them doing that. The only thing that I wouldn't rule out necessarily is that sometimes we see those when you've got like a clump of picks late in the draft. Sometimes we see those being moved in trades for current NFL players. So if they really want to start expediting their window a little bit, because Sean Payton's not really the long-term rebuild type of guy, as we've talked about ad nauseum. So he's kind of got a little bit of that Steinbrenner, and I shouldn't have tried to use his name as an adjective because that was awful. But mentality in terms of, you're always trying to win now, which I'm saying that as a positive. I like that mentality. I think that it wouldn't surprise me if they see somebody that they like out in on another team. Maybe they flip a couple of those picks to try and get somebody who they think can be more of a contributor than perhaps somebody who would still be left late in the 7th round.
Yeah, and we have our friends all chiming in. We have different picks coming in. Tanner McLaughlin, or Hunter Norazad, Edifon Olafshano, Makai Wingo, Drake Nugent are some names as far as Albert is concerned. I like those names. And actually, Makai Wingo, a great defensive help, I would think, Albert, on this line. That's a name that I've been looking at from pre-mock drafts, the whole 9 yards. I got Scoops with a really surprised look on his face, so I'm going to let him talk about his surprised look and why he has it.
No, I just want to express my prayers out to Roy Osborne for the message he just put in the chat.
My goodness. Oh, I thought it was. I'm sorry. I thought you were watching something. Yeah, absolutely, Roy. Your neighbor's house. Yeah, you absolutely leave. Roy, do whatever you need to do. Take care of you and take care of your family and take care of those whoever you can. So, Roy, I'm so sorry. We'll please catch up with us when you can if you catch us later.
Let us know. Everybody's prayers. Hope they are safe and get that fire out soon, please.
Absolutely.
And to be honest, Roy was already feeling sick. He's been under the weather for a couple of days. So this is not a good way to have an illness as well.
Michael Ronquillo has a little bit of, not to segue, but I don't know if this is true. New York Jets have traded defensive end John Franklin Myers to the Broncos for a 6th round pick in the 2026 NFL draft. Breaking news from ESPN.
That's one form of trading picks for an active player. It's not exactly what I had in mind, but that'll work.
Anybody? You guys are a little bit maybe more in tune with that New York market, obviously. Kenny, do you know anything about the player John Franklin Myers? I'm not as familiar. It's only a 6th round in 2026. So it's not like we gave up much.
Yeah, honestly, I don't. I'll do some research on him though for you, Keith. See if I can.
A lot of times these are guys that are, a guy that just was recently drafted, maybe a guy you missed out on as of recently, or a guy that you had on your board in the last few years, and you thought, man, I really think I can use that guy. He's being underutilized on somebody else's roster. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to bring him in the door because I want it. And to trade a 2026 6th round pick in the future, it's nothing. It's nothing that we have to worry about or be concern ourselves with. So the value is right. I can tell you that.
Absolutely. I'm looking him up now.
I can share a couple things.
Yeah, absolutely, Scoops.
Okay, yeah. So, excuse me. So this is an edge rusher. He played, like you said, he's coming over from the Jets. He was drafted in the 4th round by the Rams in 2018. Went to college at Stephen F. Austin. Is 6'4", 288. Ran a 4.75. He had. You just talked about the ratio of solo to assist tackles. He had about almost a 1-to-1 ratio. Had 16 assists and 15 solo tackles this season. was graded a little bit more solidly on pass rush than run defense, but his grades were pretty consistent between the two. Although his snaps that he took were heavily slated toward pass rush as opposed to run
Keith,
defense.
I'll add one more thing here. Scoops, that's awesome job. I'm looking at some intangibles here. He came to the Jets in 2020, but from 2021 to 2023, he hasn't missed a game. He started every single game for the Jets, guys, at left defensive end and defensive line. He's had 6 sacks, 5 sacks, 3.5 sacks. So he looks like he's more of an interior lineman, which you guys need. So this could be a sneaky little pickup here. You got a guy who's never hurt, plays all the time. So it could be a nice little pickup there for the Broncos, and maybe a day one starter.
Hey, if nothing else, I'll take the depth. We need the depth on the defensive line. The Broncos know this. Albert, you've been looking at the defensive line and all the help that we need. This helps, right?
Absolutely, it helps a lot, and we need it. And so, yeah, and if he is one of those guys that is always on the field, what is the best feasibility? Is availability, right?
Yeah. Yep.
And we have missed that quite some time. So if he can stay on the field, I'm thrilled with this, and I think this is definitely a B+ for the Broncos, because it is what we needed, and we got a veteran in the defensive lineman. I think that is excellent, and he can go after the quarterback too. 3.5 sacks, that's not bad at all.
I'm surprised you didn't give him an A. Oh, go ahead, buddy.
I was just going to say, to me, know what it says, and Miss Pearl's saying sounds like depth, but I think it sounds like they didn't like anybody else in this draft at that position. And whoever it is, just put their phone on vibrate, or that's okay.
Yeah, my apologies.
That's okay. I'll just sounds like depth, she said, and yeah, I think it's more of a position that they didn't see any value in the upcoming rounds. So this guy was higher ranked than that, and giving up only a 6th rounder next year, I think it's a good move by the Broncos. So it's is it the wow pick? No, you're not going to get that in day 3, but it's a good pick. So
yeah,
that's
absolutely.
what I want to say about that.
Well, I mean, again, you start looking at your draft board and you start going, who on here is still valuable? Who will I go ahead and put in there and say, I think they have the potential to go in there and be a starter and be on the field. And heck, for a future pick in the 6th round, you've got a guy that can come in there and, if nothing else, be a rotational piece to add a little bit of depth. Maybe he ends up being a starter on the field. We'll just have to see. I still think it's probably more of a depth type of piece, but we needed that. We needed that badly. So I still like the pickup. And like I said, cost you not very much. Cost me talking about a pick one in the future. That's about it. So
got a couple. Casey took a center from Phil. Michael saying Tanner McLaughlin. He's been watching him because he's an Arizona football season ticket holder. And question from Graham, and then I just want to bring back in Trevor. Trevor's back with us. Welcome back, Trevor. Question from Graham. I'll give it to quarterback guy, Keith. Is Sam Hartman going to go undrafted?
I think that's certainly I'll say yes. I think that possibility is so high that I'll go ahead and if I have to give a yes or no answer, I'm going to go ahead and I'll give a yes. You just got to start looking at, where quarterbacks needed. And, again, if you let these guys go undrafted and you bring them in, you could be, he gets to pick up wherever he wants to go, at the same time too. So it's almost a blessing for that quarterback as well. They can maybe have a few different offers and pick the best fit for them compared to a lot of these other athletes. But yeah, I just don't see a whole lot of needs across the NFL for Sam Hartman to make sure that he gets in these last couple of rounds.
Michael Ronquillo bringing up a good point. Joe Milton is still there in the NFL draft. Michael, I'm watching closely for my Giants coming up in a couple picks. Joe Milton, Michael Pratt still on the board.
Mm-hmm.
The Giants don't take one of these guys coming up in this round. I gotta believe that they like Daniel Jones and or Drew Lock. I gotta believe it, and that's the direction they're going to go. I'm going to trust my GM and head coach. but if I was to guess, I'm going to say the Giants are going to pick one of these guys as insurance to try and develop in this next pick coming up. So I think it could be Joe Milton as a sneaky fit Brian Dable's system. Poor man's Josh Allen, I've been calling him. So
you look at these quarterbacks, and just talking about this as far as Sam Hartman, you still have Michael Pratt out there. You still have Joe Milton out there. You still have Jordan Travis out there. And before his injury, I think he would have been, in the conversation right up there with at least Spencer Rattler. Some people really like Devin Leary. Devin Leary fell off in 2023, but if you look at his 2022 stats, University of Kentucky quarterback, he has a potential of being picked in this. Caden Slovis out of BYU, some people are really like him. Started off at USC and then gets kicked over to BYU. So again, a USC product at one point. You know how they are, kind of quarterback university. So a lot of competition before a Sam Hartman necessarily gets picked. So do we fill all those spots? It'll be tough to see. It'll be depending on where they actually, each individual team values each one of these quarterbacks.
I got a random question from somebody from Graham. Raise your hand if you want to answer it before you even look. Okay, we got our contestant. Go ahead, Dutchy. Read Graham's comment on the board.
Washington linebacker Edefwan Ulufosio to the Bills. He just wanted to hear the pronunciation.
I think you're the only one that would have got it, Dutchy, because I would have butchered it. I put you on the spot. You passed with flying colors, my friend.
It always sounds right in my head.
Yeah, exactly.
It's when my lips try to make it all work.
So I have a question for Kenny.
Sure.
Do you think that Drew Lock can outplay Daniels?
Jones? I do, but I think that's a better question for your Denver Bronco roundup guys. I do think he could play and come in, but you guys saw more of Drew Lock than me, so I think that's a great question for Trevor and Keith, Dutchy, and yourself. I do think he can outperform Daniel Jones.
I think so too. If I be honest, Drew Lock never got a real shot at it. He had 5 games with Skanks, and I think those 5 games turned out really well. And then Fangio came in, and I think that's when it went down the drain. He needs a supporting cast behind him, coaching cast, and if that works, he could indeed outplay Jones.
What do you guys think, Trevor, Keith? Do you think Drew Lock can be day one starter?
I mean, again, for me, I just think the guys need to build around Daniel Jones. I think you need to worry about, because he has shown flashes of being pretty decent starter. I mean, you're already paying him all that money. I mean, as much as we want to continue to go back to Drew Lock, I think he's fine, safety blanket for them. But I think I would try to, I would try to just have Daniel Jones try to build around him as much as possible. I think that would be where I would go. I think continue to add weapons around your quarterback position. Pratt would be a guy that I would try to look to be adding here pretty soon. So, but yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they go a quarterback here, later in the draft. I think that would be something that they should be doing.
Graham's putting up the details of the trade, guys. Trevor, you were out. We were talking about the John Franklin Mayers trade to the Broncos, from Jets to the Broncos. It looks like it's a 2-year, $15 million deal as part of the trade. It'll pay a total of $10 million guaranteed, including $8 million fully guaranteed. And he's saying $4 million sign-in bonus. They got some high hopes for this guy. I said he played every game for 3 years for the Jets, started every game. And everybody looks at sacks, but if you're on for a run stopper, you're not going to get sacks. So 6'5" and 3.5. I don't look at the sacks. I look at how he stops the run. That's what I would look on tape. So you might have something here. So we'll see. Going to be interesting. Buffalo's on the clock at 163. Giants are 3 picks away. We're going to see. No, Trevor, I got the setting on my end. You're good now. I got a setting on my end. So
yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why it's messing up because it was just fine on Thursday night. I don't understand. So I apologize to you guys and to everybody having to hear my loud
again,
voice.
We're switching from StreamYard to Restream. There's settings. My end, because we're doing it on Restream, Trevor, even going forward, I got a volume setting that I can change for everybody on here.
Okay.
So it's on my end. So anybody to blame me.
No, it's all right.
Actually, the Packers pick is in 163.
Very good.
So we'll see what happens. So
you know what? Getting back to the question that we started around with just a little bit, Drew Lock, I think, has been on a little bit of an ascension. It's an ascension of maturity. It's an ascension of getting to know the NFL a little bit better. And I don't know if necessarily all that would have happened in Denver, but it seems like when he got traded, maybe that adversity of being traded, maybe that being in a different situation and having to grow up a little bit helped him out a lot. It'll be interesting to see the competition that he brings to the New York Giants. You got to be worried a little bit. You got to be worried if you're the Giants on the investment that you put into Daniel Jones. I'll be one. I know that you guys over on the K&K Sports Show, you went rounds and rounds on this, and I said, well, what else do you have? What else are you going to do? What else are you going to go get? And so I was in favor of paying the man, but he certainly needs to start earning his pay, I guess is the best way to put it. So Drew Lock, I think, will come in and he'll have a little bit of intensity. If he sees a crack, watch out. He could expose it.
And I bring this up, guys, only because brought it up. We're talking about Drew Lock and Giants right now. Daniel Jones, unlike Russell Wilson's contract, now Daniel Jones, if he was to get hurt this year, that contract becomes fully guaranteed. We're tied up with Daniel Jones. But if he was to, sit out this year or not get hurt, as opposed to the Russell Wilson dead cap, it's only costing us $22 million. $22 million, in my opinion, is a lot more manageable than what you guys are dealing with in Denver.
Oh, yeah.
I would not want to risk getting him hurt unless he is definitely my future. But Scoops, you saw it firsthand. What do you think of Drew Lock? I mean, he came back and beat the Eagles that night on Monday Night Football or Sunday Night Football, whatever night it was, after Geno got hurt. So what are your thoughts on Drew Lock real quick?
Thanks for that reminder, by the way. But in all seriousness, I was definitely impressed with some of his development. And I also think that there's just a certain level of lack of patience that we have now with QBs and that people have now with QBs. And I think that sometimes because we see guys like CJ Stroud and guys like that pop so soon, I think it makes us expect that we're going to see those things from other quarterbacks. And if we don't, then they're automatically busts. Plenty of quarterbacks the last few years have taken their second, their third year to really pop. Josh Allen didn't pop until his third year. I still have my issues with Josh Allen, but there's I think that Drew Lock should be given the fair shot to start at quarterback for the New York Giants. And I'm not, when they picked him up, again, and I'm not saying this as an Eagles fan, I'm saying this as a football fan, I'm not sure that he's not your best quarterback right now.
Don't disagree with Scoops. We're going to find out in a couple of minutes because Mark's saying the Giants pick is coming up. If it's not, and this, I know we're talking in the 5th round, so this is crazy, right? But if it's not Joe Milton or Michael Pratt, then I think the Giants are invested in either Drew Lock or Daniel Jones. I do. There's no way around it. You pick a quarterback here and you let him sit. You maybe you get a diamond in the rough and a developmental guy, and he can sit behind the veterans, but go look next year if it doesn't work out. But if there's no quarterback picked in this draft, guys, it's either Daniel Jones or Drew Lock. So Mark's saying running back or DT. His pick for me, Mark, is quarterback. And out of the two, I'm getting high on Joe Milton. So Keith, if you were the Giants and you were picking quarterback because you analyzed the quarterbacks, is it Michael Pratt, Joe Milton, or somebody else who you would have higher ranked on here for the Giants?
Yeah, no, just depends on what you want, right? Because I think you got a couple of different products, but Joe Milton it would have to be your pick here. I would go with Joe Milton all day long. He has that ability to be wild outside the pocket, but I think he does have the ability to be inside the pocket. If you're looking for just an in the pocket type of guy, Pratt's your guy. But Joe Milton is the athlete, I think. And people, again, Tennessee is no longer the product that they used to be in football. They've been having some down years, and their talent is around a guy like Joe Milton is kind of exposed things like that. So Joe Milton, great pick here would be my suggestion.
A guy that can throw 70 yards in the air to Jalen Hyatt, a speedster. I would take that.
Yep.
I would take that. We're going to see that pick in a couple minutes. Jalen Simpson, safety out of Auburn, goes off the board. Dutchy, you're leaving us in about a half hour. You feel like doing a random giveaway, my friend?
Sure.
All right. There's some people hanging out with us, and we appreciate you all hanging out with us. A recently retired player, arguably this generation's best player, Mr. Aaron Donald. I'm going to throw a 2-4 out there. Mr. Aaron Donald. Dutchy, you guys are – I know Scoops is a big fan, so he's eligible. Just type in L.A. L.A. would be the one there. So a little Aaron Donald 2-4 for our audience. That's appreciation for everybody.
Love it.
Throw
Love
some
it,
random
man.
players out there today for people, and glad I can give this away to a bunch of people. I think host is Scoops, so throw Scoops in there. Mark, get in that LA. Graham's throwing LA. Ravens pick is in. They're right before the Giants. There's Phil. Phil's been on fire. Phil, who the Giants taking? I'd like to know, because I'm going to go put my money on FanDuel right now on the Giants' next pick. No, Graham, we just appreciate you and everybody else joining us. Trust me, the appreciation for everybody is that's what it's all about. It's all about all of you in the audience, and spending all this time with us and making this successful and enjoyable for all of us is the kind words I could say about everybody, and everybody hanging out with us for 3 days. Give yourselves a round of applause in the process.
Absolutely, man.
Thank you so much. And quite a few different winners here on my board here. And I know Keith's got some at his house too. So Michael throwing out a Jonah Ellis in 2024, had the same RAS score as Von Miller at 9.96.
That's raw athletic score. It's an analytics thing. And that's really impressive.
Nice. Michael, you got to check out What's the Scoop. I'm sure you've been there before, but What's the Scoop? A lot of analytics on What's the Scoop, and Settle the Scores as well on Rocky Mountain Sports Network. Scoops is a big analytic guy, so go check him out on both his shows. Love to see you in the chat, my friend.
I was just going to check out. We still got a little bit of time for that Giants pick.
Yeah, Ravens pick is in, but they're at commercial. It's Rasheen Ali from Marshall, running back. As I was speaking, it came up. So Giants are up next. They are on commercial, but they're just throwing picks up as they come in. It's day 3. I remember us last year, Keith, doing it, and we were looking at our TVs and looking at them. It was coming hot and heavy. It was just the two of us. So let me personally thank Scoops, Dutchy, Trevor, and like you said, Paul, and everybody else who come in, Kurt, Carson on day 1, because you guys are making it easier for myself and Keith, man, because we were back and forth, just the two of us last year, and the two days of coverage.
Absolutely.
Go ahead, Keith.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, is there a chance that the Giants go out and sign Ryan Tannehill if they don't get a quarterback in this class? He's still in the open market. I mean, with Dayball and Sochain and kind of being on the hot seat a little bit, it makes you wonder if they're not going to go out and try to get Tannehill. He's just sitting on the market, and I don't think Denver's going to get him anymore, so might be a destination for the Giants.
Well, Graham, I think, gave us the pick, and I'm sure it's correct, but I'm going to wait a couple seconds. And in the meantime, Dutchy, why don't we do a countdown? We'll do a 20-second countdown for the Aaron Donald giveaway. Type in LA in the chat if you'd like an Aaron Donald 2-4 there. We got a nice Nice card there of Aaron Donald. And a second one as well. I'll put this together for somebody. One lucky winner. Give us that lucky winner now, Dutchy, and we'll talk about the Giants for a couple minutes.
And the lucky winner is Graham.
Nice.
Nice, Graham. Congratulations, man.
First time winner on here today. We've been having repeat winners, so I'd like to see Graham get one.
Absolutely,
I'll be in touch
Graham.
with you, Graham. I'll get your address. You can DM that to me. I'll get these out this week. So towards the end of the week, you guys should be seeing your giveaways. PA Scratcher giving the claps. Graham going a woo. Thank you. Appreciate you, Graham. Always been a supporter of both our shows, so we appreciate you a lot, my friend. Just still waiting officially for the pick, but if it is correct, Scoops, I'll make the announcement. Did the Giants pick come in? I think Scoops is checking out.
I mean, no, I can hear you. I was just waiting for someone else to say because I'm on an early, like my thing comes in early. But
all right, we'll wait. Yeah, we'll wait a couple seconds. So, if it is what Graham's saying, hey, wanted one last round. So you know what? If it is accurate, which I'm going to trust Graham. So
excited about your punter, huh?
Graham, I'm coming after you if this pick is wrong. I'm joking, of course. Tyrone Tracy, Purdue running back, 5'11", 208. I'm going to let Scoops go in a second, but said worth watching here in the book I'm looking at, Lindy's draft guide, which I'm a big fan of. He's been a receiver for the first 5 years of his college career. So 6-year college guy turned into a running back. So it's like I'm a running back, wide receiver guy. So maybe a little third down back here. Maybe some special teams as well. He turned into running back with Purdue in offense and got him on the map as a versatile offensive prospect. So interesting little possibly sneaky weapon there for the Giants in the 5th round. I'll give that pick in B. Quarterback's still on the board. Maybe they think they're going to go in the 6th or 7th round. Who knows? We'll see. But that being said, Scoops, you got anything on Tyrone Tracy?
Yeah, I love this pick for y'all. There was a lot of belief that he was catching some helium recently. A lot of people thought he could go to the Chargers last round. That obviously didn't happen. He falls here to New York. He has to, improve his ability to see blocks, and in order to build up his consistency as a rotational player. But he's got great athleticism for his own blocking scheme. Love his of explosiveness and his agility. Like you said, he's a redshirt senior, 6'1", 210. Is 24 years old. I think that there's a decent amount to work with here if you're a coach like Brian Dable, and if you run the scheme like he does. I think if you're going to take a project type of guy to try and build up an eventual Saquon Barkley replacement, I think you'd be hard-pressed to find a better one at this time in the draft than him.
Yeah, Mark has been on fire today with his predictions. He said, I told you, Kenny, running back. Hey, Mark, you know what? It sounds like Scoops has just said in his analysis. It looks like we got a receiving back here. He was a receiver for 5 years. So, hey, bring him in on third and longs, right? Third down situations, passing situations. You bring him in, he's an extra weapon in the backfield. So, am I excited about this pick? No, it's probably the first one I'm not excited about, but I hope he changes my mind come start of the season. So, I've been wrong plenty of times, and I hope I'm wrong about this one. So, Jody chiming in, saying Pirine or Williams is trade bait. I think it's more Williams, Jody. We'll go around the horn one more time again, Jody, in case you missed it. Williams for me. I heard the Cowboys are interested. This was little news earlier, and basically, I say earlier, like weeks ago, that Williams has been on the Dallas Cowboys radar. Get a 4th round pick for him. Hey, look, the Broncos stole the show today in 4th round this year, so why not again next year? Pirine used as, like I just said, a third down back, what the Giants may have had. Use Pirine as that receiving blocking back, and then you got your big guy in Estime, and your little in between guy, Jaleel McLaughlin. Those are the 3 I would go with. Again, I'll ask the Denver guys this one, rapid fire, quick hitter style. Dutchy, who would you keep, Pirine or Williams?
Pirine. Yeah, no questions.
And Trevor?
Yeah, I think they cut P Ryan just because also this John Franklin Myers contract that they just had to take on. So I think they need to save a little cap. Probably cut P Ryan.
And Keith.
Yeah, I'll say cut on P Ryan as well. 28 years old. I know that he didn't get a whole lot of wear when he was in Cincinnati, but getting up in age, running back is just a position you can replace.
Gotcha. Mark giving our running back some props. I watched him during the championship, Big Ten championship against Michigan. He is pretty good. I like. Mark, you've been on fire today, so you're the Big Ten guy, man. So we've been sticking in the Big Ten with our picks. So I'm going to trust you on this one, Mark. I think hopefully you're right. You like him. I'm going to go watch some tape on him for sure for our New York Giants football talk Monday.
There you go. Hey, that was what I was going to get at when you were saying, do we have enough time before you announced your Giants pick? We've had fantastic followers, subscribers, likers throughout 3 full days. But, hey, this wouldn't be possible without K&K. No way in the world. You talked about it a little bit, and you have every right. And I just wanted to do this really quick. Tell us a little bit about K&K. I'll tell everyone about Rocky Mountain Sports Network, and then we'll get right back into it. How's that, bud?
Let's do it. Kalen Robinson, by the way, last pick, another running back. So might see a second run of running backs now, guys.
There you go.
Running back out of the other running back out of Texas, I believe. K&K Sports Show. Kurt Valenti's not on right now, and I started this a couple of years before when COVID was high. We wanted to do something fun, and Michael, I got to thank you again, Michael. He's just sent Facebook stars for the K&K Sports Show and Denver Bronco Roundup hosts and Scoop for bringing the NFL draft to all of us. So I'm going to cut off myself with K&K Sports Show and give Michael a big round of applause.
Absolutely.
So he has been amazing, and glad we can be there for you, Michael, these 3 days, and you be there with us because you are family, my friend, and a good friend. So, yeah, we started a couple years ago during COVID. We're on Wednesday nights. We'll talk all sports, anything you guys want to talk about. We bring East Coast. We got Carson, who lives in Michigan. We got everybody on there, NFL, NBA, MLB, NHL going on right now. Anything you guys want to talk about. And then right now, we're going to shift to Sunday. Sunday, What's the Scoop? Is going to be temporarily on 9 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Mountain. Scoop's bringing all the analytics, bringing his Colin Cowherd style of show. You may see me say hello once in a while. I'll be behind the scenes with him, hanging out with him as well. And then our special shows are Monday night, New York Giants football talk for NFL fans and Giants fans. Paul Rosen and I bring you all Giants. Unique style. We're going to be working on getting some guests, whether it's a fan, whether it's a player, whether if it's a media member. We're working on getting some guests during the off season now that the draft is over. We're very excited about where we're taking that. And then we got a little side show for baseball fans called New York, New York. It's a unique, fun twist on baseball, New York Yankees, New York Mets, etc. We got fun, unique topics there as well. And we're going to be bringing on co-hosts of ours, and you guys as well, been guests of ours, co-hosts, Scoops, baseball fan. We're going to get everybody on, hanging out with us on the baseball show. And then last but not least, I saved the best for last for your Bronco fans, Keith, for everybody who's been hanging out with us, Kurt Valenti, the one and only, 10 p.m. Eastern time, 8 p.m. Mountain time, brings his unique East Coast New York style Bronco show with his wife, Jenny Hoops, talking Let's Talk Broncos on the K&K Sports Show. You don't want to miss it. He brings that fire, that attitude, that comedy to it. You'll have fun with it. Go check him out if you haven't already. Thank you, Keith. And now I'm going to pass it to you for Rocky Mountain Sports Network's awesome shows that you guys have, including Denver Bronco Roundup for our fans out there that may not know about Rocky Mountain Sports Network.
Absolutely. Well, first, I'm going to be just like you, and I'm going to interrupt what I'm saying to say thank you to Phil, because now Phil's coming in here dropping stars for all of us as well, dropping another 200 stars. Michael with 5,000 stars. Thank you guys so much. Again, to be here in day 3, to be here in the 6th and 7th round, we're out ready to start to kick off here, and to be receiving the love, the support, the stars, whatever have you. We appreciate you. Just the viewership alone. We appreciate you guys so much. Rocky Mountain Sports Network, I'll just start off right there. They're our headquarters for all your Colorado sports needs. So whether it's be Broncos or Rockies or Nuggets or Avalanche, hey, we're going to get you guys covered. Really keying in on those first two right now, with the Broncos being right in the draft and the Rockies as well. By the way, if you haven't been over to Rocky Mountain Sports Network's website, check that out. You can check out the latest from Mr. Trevor Saltzman. He had a fantastic article of what that Zach Wilson trade meant for the Broncos as we headed into the draft. And I think it's still very, very, very relevant as well. That being said, we have the fantastic Denver Bronco Roundup podcast. That's me, that's Trevor, that's Albert, and that's Jody when we can get him back on there. That's the 4 horsemen of the DBR, and we'd love to bring it to you every Tuesday, every Friday night, 7 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, so do your math around the globe if you don't mind. Also, we have a fantastic show with our friend right up over here, Mr. Scoops. It's called Settle the Scores. It's our Colorado Rockies podcast that we cover everything Colorado Rockies. Scoops, I've been, my brain's mush. Its regular time is, you're on mute too.
Hello. Regular time on Friday nights is 10:30 p.m. Eastern, 8:30 p.m. Mountain. Different time tonight because of obvious reasons. So Trevor, just confirming, we said 9 p.m. tonight Eastern, correct?
Yep.
Great.
Doing the math, that's 7 p.m. Mountain Standard
Time.
Time.
At
So
7 p.m. Mountain Time.
very good. So yeah, check out Settle the Scores as well, guys. Check out the Rocky Mountain Sports Network. We're on Facebook, we're on YouTube, we're on Twitter. We're going to be back out on podcasts and Apple Podcasts and Spotify very, very shortly. So we'll be able to take you on the go once again. But please like, share, subscribe. We love being able to be in touch with fans with you. We love to be doing all these giveaways, having fantastic shows like this over 3 full days, mashing up with the K&K Sports Show, just having a great old time. And you guys are what makes it all happen, what makes it all tick. And we love you guys so much. So much appreciation. Thank you all for the stars. Thanks for the watches. Thanks for the views. Thanks for all the subscribing and sharing. We again can't thank you guys enough so much.
Thank you. And I want to bring this up from Mark because rightfully so. He's saying, don't forget about Michael Briggs. He was with us too. Michael Briggs did start this out with Kurt, guys, show called Briggsy on Sports. And it was Kurt and Mike talking sports. And Michael Briggs, huge Denver Bronco fan. We lost him too soon. One of my best friends growing up in high school. He passed away a couple of years ago. Rest in peace, Mike. I know you're watching up above, and I think you're enjoying what the Broncos have been doing this offseason. I wish the Bronco fans and Denver Bronco Roundup Rocky Mountain guys could have hung out with you, but I know you're watching up above with all those Bronco fans and Denver Broncos in general. So rest in peace, my friend, and enjoy, because it's been a good Bronco offseason draft so far. So thank you, Mark, for addressing that. Definitely wanted to say hello to Mike.
We should get over to Mr. Scoops, man, because it looks like he has a back-to-back picks getting it back over to the draft coverage, and see if who he thinks we go with, or it looks like there's a trade now, isn't there?
That's not the case. The Eagles have traded this first pick to the New York Jets.
I thought he was going to say Giants, and I was going to fall off the chair. Kurt saying Briggsy is loving this draft, so
absolutely.
Kurt believes Briggsy's loving it. I got a question I wanted to get, Chief, while we're waiting, since the Eagles did trade this pick. We can get this to you guys from Jody. He wants to know, when do we address tight end? Albert, how about you? Because you're leaving us soon.
I think I hope soon, because there's still a good player on there, and we need one, because if we want to give Bo Nix all the opportunities, we just got rid of 2, I believe, of the tight ends. So it's not just we cannot just rely on Greg Dulcich, even although he is a great receiving tight end. or we need one who can do some blocking for the Broncos.
Kurt wants a receiving tight end. You guys, Trevor and Keith, do you want to rapid fire it? Because then the Eagles are back to back, so we can let Scoops take the mic for a little bit.
I'll go quick then. A late 7th round or undrafted free agent. I think we have other needs, and I think there'll be some value on the undrafted free agent market.
Yeah, I think Denver has two picks left. They have 235 and 256 in the 7th round. So I wouldn't be surprised if Dalvin Hooker, if he fell to Denver in the 7th round from the tight end from CSU, might be another guy they're looking at. Tanner McClellan from the tight end from Arizona might be another guy they're looking at. But again, I'm not sure. 7th round, you don't know. You don't expect too much of these guys. So we shall see what Denver does. But they could absolutely go in that direction.
And Scoops, I'm going to pass it to you, but Miss Pearl saying everyone's a star in her book. Thank you, Miss Pearl. And PA also throwing those stars emojis out for all of us. But thank you guys so much. Really, really from the bottom of our hearts. Thank you. Scoops, all right. So the Jets pick is in, and then you're up for 2, my friend.
All right. So the Jets pick, can I announce that?
You can announce it. Yeah.
Yeah, so the Jets have taken Florida State quarterback Jordan Travis. So he'll be kind of there as sort of in the waiting for Aaron Rodgers. When I named the 3 teams earlier, I completely forgot about the fact that they don't have a young QB behind Rodgers now, so that makes a lot of sense. And I think that's a really solid pick for them. I really like that for New York. Also, as far as the trade that the Eagles and the Jets made, the Jets traded up to 171. Philadelphia gets back 185 and 190. So once again, more maneuvering of the draft board by Howie Roseman and company. Let's
do this. Okay, real quick. Yeah, go ahead. Because the Eagles are on the clock, but just wanted Keith to get a quick thoughts on Jordan Travis because I know he's probably on his board too. So go ahead and announce that what the details were real quick.
Yeah, go ahead, Keith.
Oh, very good. Jordan Travis, obviously, like I said, really carried a Florida State team for the entire year. A lot of people that thought that Florida State team got the snub when it came to the playoffs, when it came to college football because of his injury. That's how important he is to that team. Just a fantastic leader. 2023 ACC Offensive Player of the Year, 2023 ACC Player of the Year, 63.9% completion. 2,756 yards, 20 TDs, and only 2 interceptions. So guy really has a lot of tools, a great prospect that was really dropped down because of an injury. And I think, the Jets have something to work with and see, is this the guy this late in the draft? They can always go back to the well if he's not. So,
yep. Back to you, Scoops. So Eagles got a couple picks coming up.
Yeah, the Eagles are picking here at 172, and then, like I mentioned, they just picked up a couple more in the 6th, and the selection is in. Let me know if you want me to read it or wait.
No, you can read it, but man, have you seen a team? This is like a real mock draft, because when we do our mock drafts, we see always trying to make trades, trade ups, trade backs, trade ups, trade backs. This has been a real mock draft here for the Eagles, so they've been all over the board, up, down, up, down, up, down. So go ahead, Scoops, take it away.
Now, and once again, I love this pick. The Eagles are selecting at 172 interior offensive lineman from the champion Michigan Wolverines, Trevor Keegan. He was projected to go a round or so earlier. Interior offensive line, I mentioned earlier that line depth and trenches depth is where I would go after we got a linebacker solidified. That's exactly what they did, getting Trotter Jr. and now Keegan. Eagles, in my opinion, are winning this draft, or at least are certainly up there.
Scoops, I'll tell you this much. I don't want to take too much time away from you because I analyzed the offensive lineman. My late round sleeper of the draft, in my opinion. I watched him. I watched a lot of tape on this guy, and this guy's huge. And he's fast for his size, man. So I think you're going to be very happy from him. He was a 37-game starter, Scoops, for Michigan. That tells you a lot right there. He was team captain.
Especially on a championship team, that's incredibly impressive.
Exactly. And team captain, Senior Bowl participant. Watch him in the Senior Bowl if you get a chance. He got a pretty good Senior Bowl. It would be a surprise. This is what I'm watching here, worth watching. Surprise if his resume went undrafted, even in a deep class. So I think he got a chance to be a day one starter in round 6. At the very least, you develop him, and he's depth at that position for you guys.
Right.
0 sacks allowed on 372 blocks and block snaps in 2023.
Holy moly!
Yeah. Mark's saying,
it's like you and I talk.
Yep, I'm sorry. Yeah,
it's like
Mark's a Michigan fan. I'll throw that up for you.
No, sorry, the connection's really spotty. But
you're fine.
No, I was gonna say it's like we talk about with baseball. You can never have enough pitching. You can never have enough line depth. So I'm really happy with this pick, and that's been Howie Roseman's modus operandi since he took over in 2010, with the exception of the Chip Kelly era, was really beefing up those offensive and defensive lines, and this is a Howie Roseman masterclass right here.
I can't disagree as a foe and as a Giant fan. You guys have hit everything in this draft. I'm afraid to see what's left in the next couple of rounds where they go, because they got more picks. I mean, this has been a home run, A+ draft. You usually don't give A+s out. I'm giving the Eagles an A+, guys.
Yeah. If you want to go ahead and you want to get a great offensive line, why not go out and get the national championships, who are known for just being a decimating offensive line. They held the line for J.J. McCarthy. They opened up all those, holes for Estime. This is what you're looking for. You know what I mean? This is why you go there. It's why I was so high on like a Zinter, for instance. I thought that we were up there looking at him. These guys are fantastic athletes, and I think you got a great steal here late in the draft. Once again, great steal for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Real quick, I'll say I'm having shades of when Georgia was that dynasty on defense, and they went and took Carter. They took Nakobe Dean. They took I'm blanking on one other player, but when they went and they took basically half of that vaunted Georgia defense, it kind of reminds me of that similar type of vibe here.
Keith, why don't we do this? I'm sure you guys will be okay with that. Dutchy's going to be leaving us for real soon, so why don't we give him the floor for a couple minutes? Whatever you want to do, Dutchy. You want to acknowledge the people in the chat? You want to ask anybody questions? The floor is yours, my friend, until you have to go. And I want to thank you personally for the amazing 3 days I got to spend with you, my friend. It's been an honor.
Yeah, it was really a blast to be here and to this to do.
You know what? I'm going to change the view, my friend. You're going to be.
Whoa.
Give me a second.
Nobody needs my head to be that big, buddy.
There we go. You get the floor, my friend. I'm going to move you, Scoops, for a second. Go ahead, bud.
So it was a really blast to be here. I'm glad that I could do this, and I have to give a special shout out to Michelle, that she was able to let me share my time with you guys, because it was also difficult for the people who are we are sharing our lives with and sharing the time with, and to be on the show for 3 days. Thank you, Michelle, for letting me do this. I really appreciate it, and I know the guys do too. It was a true blast. It's always a blast to be on these shows, and I will have some fun time with Scoops as well on this show. And thanks, Keith. And guys in the posse, you guys make our lives so much easier. And those giveaways that we did, it is our biggest pleasure to do so, because we get so much back, and we cannot repay you enough for it, because this is really, really fun. I want to thank Kurt, Roy, Ernie, Graham, Michael, Mark, Clayton, Michelle, Pearl, Victor, Phil, Paul, Ed, Jody, Ebeb, Nicole, and PA and David. Thank you guys for being there with us for the last 3 days. I hope you had a blast, because I sure did. And I will see you guys all again with the next show, Tuesday at 7 Mountain Time. We will be there again. And then we will have our more in-depth thoughts about this, because right now it is all, quick reactions, gut reactions, or whatever you want to call it. But we have a couple nights to sleep about it, and then we can really make our decisions on how it all went. And I truly believe that everybody is doing the same thing. And for all the people who sent the stars this weekend, thank you.
Dutchy, thank you so much. You're getting so much love in the chat from everybody. I want to put this one up from Michelle before you go, Dutchy. Guys, just want to say you've kicked it the last 3 days. It's hard to be on as long as you have been. You've done next level. Thanks for keeping it fun, exciting, and informative. And also from your wife, Dutchy, no letting babes, you deserve this. So thank you, Dutchy. Give you a round of applause, my friend. It's been an honor the last 3 days to spend with you. And we
love you, buddy. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Dutchy.
I love you too. And I will stay on Facebook and listening to what is coming up, but I really have to go. Thank you.
Appreciate you, my friend.
Dutchy.
Goodbye, buddy. Goodbye. Take care.
The one and only Dutchy Dutchy Knoppers. What an amazing 3 days to spend with him, you guys. It truly has been an honor hanging out with Dutchy. That's all I can't say. Too many good things. I can't say enough good things about Dutchy. Man, he's one of a kind and such a kind-hearted guy, and so blessed to have him in my life. So thank you, Dutchy.
I was so fired up to see that he won. I was so fired up that he won that giveaway.
Yeah,
I agree.
Awesome.
I agree. I was going to say, if you think it's such an honor and a privilege to hang out with Dutchy, just imagine how we feel. We get him all that. We give him a lot more than you do. So, man, we feel that much more honored and privileged. Honestly, love the guys over that we have on our podcast. Love the guys that you guys have over on K&K. What a great mashup this has been. But thank you, Albert, for joining us. For as much time as you did. This is a marathon. This is an absolute marathon. We've kept our voices. We kept our sanity. I once had a full head of hair when we started this podcast, but other than that, we're all good.
Yep. So again, more thank yous coming out from Ernie and Pearl, and then Keith. Of course, we're all thanking you, Michelle, as well as Keith. Well said in there, Michelle. Thank you for letting us borrow Dutchy for sure. Some info from Michael. Yeah. John Franklin Myers agreed to 2-year, $15 million deal. I was also mentioned by Graham. So thank you guys for the updates on this. So again, that's a move. I think the Broncos, I got to do my homework. I'm going to ask Mr. Joey Clams a little bit if he knows a little bit about John Franklin Myers. He's a Jets fan. So he might be the guy to ask on this. And Joey Clams knows his New York Jets. So, and there's Michelle Scoop saying she can't wait to hear you two play on What's the Scoop. So you have to come together with a nice agenda for Scoops. Remember, he's big football guy, so we don't want to overwhelm him with too much. So we'll come up. I know you'll come up with a nice agenda for him.
Absolutely. Especially in the wake of the draft, we're going to have plenty of things to cover.
Yeah, can't wait to hear that one too. It's going to be fun. Jordan Travis to the Jets by Graham. Yeah, we did cover that, Graham. You probably stepped away for a second. But, yeah, it's a good move, I think, by the Jets. Why don't we get into Jordan Travis? Because we were talking about the Eagles. Keith, you mentioned him. Career injury. Now he gets to sit behind Aaron Rodgers, right?
Yep.
We were talking about that a few picks ago. Maybe Aaron Rodgers get the quarterback here, Spencer Rattler. But I totally forgot about Jordan Travis. This could be the guy. You let him sit for a year or two. That leg gets fully healed. It's a win-win situation. Low risk, high reward here for the Jets, man.
It's a Favre Rodgers situation with a better reason for Jordan Travis now sitting on the bench, in my opinion. But I'll let somebody else talk about it. Scoops, what do you think? Jordan Travis, backing up Aaron Rodgers in New York. Do you like Jordan Travis, the athlete? Does he translate to the NFL?
Yeah. So and again, you see these guys at different positions, not just QB, go and, their stock kind of is never really clear as to what they're going to see in terms of how much they're going to fall based on a certain injury or whatnot. He obviously missed part of the season this past year, which is people were talking about how that was going to impact Florida State and hit their implication of what happened with the CFP. He's very mobile, which, I like mobile quarterbacks, but he's still able to keep his eyes downfield when he takes off. He's not afraid to go over the middle, even though he's not the biggest guy on the field. Manages to still be to be light on his feet, but he also plays good down the intermediate level of the field. He's definitely a developmental guy, but he's described as being a fan favorite no matter where he goes. He needs to improve his fundamentals follow through wise, and needs to add some power, but definitely a good athlete and a strong toolbox, I would say, for out of structure plays and developmental.
Right on.
Well said. Trevor, you got anything you want to add on that?
No, I'm just surprised that. I'm not surprised, but I'm just a little surprised that Pratt was still on the board. I thought that Pratt would be a guy that would go off the board before Jordan Travis did, but I understand the pick. I think he's got upside to his game. Maybe Pratt doesn't have as much upside, but I think Pratt's got a higher floor, in my opinion. So I still think a team like the Rams or the Raiders would be, I think, a fit for Pratt. I think Pratt still goes before this draft's over and done with. But yeah, that John Franklin Myers trade. So Denver ended up giving a 6th-round pick in 2026 for it. I think that's great value for a guy that can stop the run and can get after the quarterback. That's great to have for Denver on their defensive line. Now that gives you more flexibility with DJ Jones and Malcolm Roach to kind of sub in and out on nose tackle. Denver definitely solved the hole there. I think that's what Pearl was wanting to know. And then they got a chance to renegotiate his contract, $8 million fully guaranteed. That's a steal for him. And the fact that they were able to restructure his deal with the value that they gave up for him, yeah, that's a definite upgrade on their defensive line and a situation and something we've talked about on Denver Bronco Roundup before. So Denver has really solved most of their issues in this draft, and I'm glad to see them being aggressive.
And Graham's confirming, I've got it here too. Kalen Carson, Jerry Jones, and the gang seem pretty happy about this pick. They need some secondary help besides Trayvon Diggs. Probably give you a special teamer. I got my homework on him. Nickel type back for him. Back end, maybe we give them some help in guarding some slot wide receivers and some special teams. So I see why they're excited about him. I had him, in the 20 range for Kalen Carson, 20, little over 20 for him. And go ahead, we got time right now, so let's send it back to you for some Eagle news.
Yeah, so just got this update, and it seems like every few minutes I'm chiming in with a Howie Roseman trade update. The Eagles now have the record for the most trades made during the NFL draft with 8, which ties them with the 2018 Patriots and the 2023 Texans.
I wonder if he knows that and wants to break the record. Maybe
that's what I'm saying. He's going to make one more trade just to have the record.
Yeah, he seems like the type of guy that would want the record. Not saying anything bad about him. He's having a heck of a draft. I mean, A+ draft, and I hate that from a rival. So, you got to look at it. They covered in their first 2 picks. They covered their secondary. And then just alone there, Cooper DeJean going back to the first and second rounds, 2 first-round corners on a lot of people board, and the best one on the board, Quinyon Mitchell, and then Cooper DeJean.
The one thing I'm surprised by is the fact that they didn't address safety, which makes me wonder if they think that one of those 2 guys is going to transition to safety.
Well, Cooper DeJean is a hybrid, so you might see that. That's a good point. Yeah. My homework on him, I'll go back to it. And we got time, so I'll go back and pull that page up where I had Cooper DeJean circled.
Very good. And then you
read
can
to you what it says on Lindy's about him, Scoops. But go ahead, Keith, take it away.
I was going to just say when you look for that, I just want this question in the back of your mind. All right, buddy? Because there's been a lot of questions about your GM and your coach and the hot seat that they might be on. And I want you to think about this draft and whether this draft solve those problems, helped them, hurt them. What are your thoughts as far as the hot seat that possibly could be there in New York?
I'm going to say it helped them. and I'll say this, and this is the reason why. Joe Shane paid Daniel Jones.
Mm-hmm.
He did not say, I'm not paying him. And so paying him and then looking for a quarterback as early as a lot of Giant fans wanted in round one, how's that make Joe Shane look? Okay,
Yeah.
Daniel Jones is hurt now. Brought in Drew Lock, reliable backup. Maybe he outperforms Daniel Jones and he becomes the starter. But you get your star receiver. Now, if it fails, then quarterback failed. Then they're on their way out anyway. So, you move on. Belichick's waiting in the wings. He would love to come in as a giant head coach. But I think we did the right moves. We got rid of Xavier McKinney. Tyler Nubin comes in. My top ranked safety. We had that big run of corners. Do I want the 6th best cornerback or the top ranked safety? I'm going top ranked safety. So I think that was a no-brainer move. And then we got a nickel type corner in the 3rd round. So I think we did address. Mark is saying he has to go now. It's been a blast for 3 days. Take care. Be safe. Giants talk, Mark. Yeah, let's work on it. You want to come on Monday? I'll talk to Paul. We'll work on it. Get in touch with me.
Love to have you on. Clap up to Mark.
Yeah.
Mark,
clap up to Mark. Appreciate you being here, buddy.
Mark's awesome fan. Awesome friend and fan. So
great supporter, Mark. Appreciate you.
Mark, we'll see you on Monday. Oh, Mark, I hope you're still there. I'll text you. 7 p.m. Sunday this week. We're doing tomorrow night, Sunday. Paul has things to do on Monday. So join us tomorrow, 7. I'll get in touch with Paul. I'm sure he'll be okay with you coming on. PA giving you claps too, Mark. Thank you. Jalen Ford finally off the board, linebacker guy.
Yep.
Keith, and I'll just answer Giants. Yes, they did what they needed to do, in my opinion. I still think we could still take one of these quarterbacks. Joe Milton's still on the board, just to have his insurance. But I think we addressed the positions we needed to fill, and Daniel Jones paying him shows that they do still have confidence in Daniel Jones. So don't reach for J.J. McCarthy, as Trevor was preaching day one.
You were talking about Jalen Ford going to the Saints. Like I said, I thought this was a pick that could have went a lot earlier. It's a guy I think I really like. I think he had a great junior year. Maybe his senior year wasn't as impressive, but guy out of Texas linebackers, that most people fall in love with him. Again, when a guy out of UTEP ended up going before a guy in Texas, that was the guy that I didn't think as T. Rice Knight went earlier. But Jalen Ford, great pickup for the New Orleans Saints. They might be putting something together there, man. They might be, just to kind of give you an idea. Talk about another guy, 101 tackles total in 2023, 47 solo tackles, 1 sack, 2 interceptions. He's a box linebacker, kind of like a Jeremiah Trotter Jr. I would maybe talk about him in that mindset. So great pick by the Saints.
Keith, if you don't mind, I'd like to read scoops what Lindy's wrote about overview about Cooper DeJean. I definitely like this. Recruited as a safety, DeJean was a swift Army knife in the defensive backfield for the Hawkeyes as one of the best playmakers on the field in all 23 games that he started at Iowa. He converted from strong safety in 2021 to primarily corner in 2022. All-American with 75 tackles, 5 interceptions. Capable kick returner, but fast and physical. DeJean has the natural athleticism to continue serving in the hybrid role in the NFL. So you may see him at some safety or eventually safety over there. So I think that's, like I said, excellent pick by the Eagles, and going to be interesting to see where he plays in their defense.
I am interested with the new rules on returns. I am interested if they will incorporate him on special teams as well.
There you go, buddy. There you go. Exactly what I was going after, man. And not only that, I think of, hey, Iowa cornerbacks, Iowa safeties. We were just in this position just last year as we went up and we traded up in the 3rd round in order to try to get the cornerback. And Cooper DeJean was already being heralded as the better version of a Riley Moss. We went up and got Riley Moss. He came out, Cooper DeJean there, and said, well, just wait for Cooper DeJean. That's the star in this secondary. You end up getting them. Now, don't get me wrong, 2nd versus 3rd, but hey, that's where the talent is at, and you got him good.
Yeah, you know what? You got him. And, I applaud Howie Roseman and any GM that don't look at injuries and say, "Oh, he got injured, so I'm taking him out of the equation." He had a leg
Yes,
injury,
thank you.
so he missed the Citrus Bowl last year. But before that, he was highly ranked, and Lindy's has him ranked as the fourth best corner in this draft. I had him even higher. I had him as high as number 2.
There you go.
Yeah,
There you go.
I think it gets really easy for certain players or certain GMs, like you said, to overthink it and take a guy off of a board. If it's one thing where he's like, this guy's taken 5 injuries to the same leg and he's playing an athleticism position like corner, that I could understand. But pardon me, but no, I'm glad, like you said, I'm glad that they haven't been overthinking that type of thing, and I think that was a pick I'm really excited about.
Absolutely. So let's see who we got coming up. We got the Jets. Giants are a few picks away, so I'll be the next one up unless Scoops moves ahead of us with 2 picks behind us. And then Denver's off there in the distance. So that's what's coming up.
We'll be moving on to the 6th and 7th round, boys. The 5th round's about ready to be in the books.
Actually, the 6th has already started according to what I've got here.
Wow, listen to this pick. Quantez Stiggers from Toronto. Graham, you're still out there. You're our Canadian guy, man, and our insider. Let's get a corner out of Toronto. 5'11", 203, ran a 4.45 40. So Canadians are getting in there, Graham. If you have any info on him, love to hear it, Graham.
I'm watching over on NFL Network. They don't even have anything listed. They're just like, here's the player, but we don't even get to tell you where he's from.
Well, I'm the corner guy, so I'm going to hope Graham has something for me, because I don't have anything on him either.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
This feels like
off the radar pick. That's all I got to say.
This feels like that game that NFL Network plays. I think it's called like Stump the Truck or something, where they tried to see like what players the media people don't have any film on.
I never seen that one. That'd be awesome.
I might have the name wrong, but I definitely remember seeing that segment.
That's awesome. I like it.
And hats off to this DOFU app, man. I've been getting this. Excuse me. All draft. I've been getting the stream. So hats off to them. Been stealing the stream off them. Not stealing. Been following.
Stealing?
I don't want to say that word.
You're stealing?
One second.
Oh no, I was gonna say, what you guys' thoughts on Joe Milton? He continues to fall. I mean, there's been talk of him possibly being converted over to a tight end. Would the team take him to be a tight end? He's athletic as can be, so he's got perfect size to be a tight end. I think if somebody wanted to convert him over, so someone's not in love with him at quarterback, why not move him to tight end? I think that's something to keep an eye on. I think as we go forward to the end of the draft, I think he'll get picked.
It sounds like the perfect opportunity for Sean Payton, so he doesn't have to go after Taysom Hill.
Do they trade up for him though? Because I don't know that he slides to the 7th round. And as far as whatever's at, yeah,
it'll be interesting. There's not that many picks though. There's not that many opportunities. We're talking now, getting into these final rounds. What we're like, maybe 70 players that we're going to see go off the board. You really got to make your picks. You really got to make your decisions. So. Do you take a quarterback who's a flyer? Is it worth it? There's so many other positions. You could look at all those skill positions. Again, you go back to those cornerbacks, those wide receivers, those safeties, heck, so many these linebackers, as fast as they are, and how they can help you out on special teams and give you depth in these positions. Quarterback becomes a little bit risky. A guy at the end of the 7th round, it seems like you always get those. Look at Brock Purdy. So who knows? And maybe it's Joe Milton this year.
I think you're looking for athletes too. I mean, like I said, just go off what you said about special teams. I think you're looking for athletes at this point in time. The skill sets are not going to be as polished, but the upside possibility that's there, plus just the athlete itself. I think Joe Milton would definitely fit a Sean Payton top offense, because I think you can move him to tight end, and I would take a chance on that. I would probably give up my 2 7th round picks just to move up to get him and be aggressive. Honestly,
sure.
Throw a chance out there, because all the linebackers now, there's a huge drop off. I'm just not sure you're going to get a starter in there. Milton, maybe there's an opportunity. Yeah, there's an opportunity with him where heck, if he performs well, maybe he could be a starter. I mean, just his athletic traits are just off the board. Maybe not because a quarterback, got a big arm, but convert him tied in. I think there's a difference maker there with Joe Milton.
Guys, I'm back. I got a special guest, but he's on audio for 5 minutes with us. In the background, Mr. Kurt Valenti is joining us, boys, on the audio. Kurt, can you hear me?
I hear you. You guys hear me?
Yep, perfectly.
You got the floor, my friend, and then we'll throw some questions at you.
All right. Well, this is pretty hard. This is the first time I'm ever going on a show trying to iron a shirt before we go to dinner. So this is pretty good. I'm actually ironing while I'm on the show. So this is talent right now. I'm trying.
That's because you don't use that's because you don't use the dryer, right?
Hell no, we don't use the. I don't use the dryer. No way. Shrinks your clothes. Why would you use it? No way. Doesn't make sense. All right, but real quick, guys. First off, you guys again have done a tremendous job. Kenny, Keith, all you guys, Scoops, Albert, Trevor. I know Jody's been commenting, Eddie, and you know what? I love that you guys gave a shout out to Briggsy too, because you know what, Kenny? Like I know on the K&K side, none of it would be possible if it wasn't for Briggsy. You know, he's the one that got me into it. So I love that you gave a shout out to Briggsy, Kenny.
No, thank Mark Calderio because
and Mark,
so we got to give Mark credit for that for sure.
But guys, listen, I'm ecstatic with this draft. I really am. The trade with the Jets, we got our beast running back. We got another receiver, a guy for Patrick Nix. This is the only thing I'm going to say. And I love to hear Trevor and Albert and Trevor and Keats. All you guys, but definitely Trevor and Keith, since we're Bronco fans. But I think starting now, the media, obviously the media and the fans are the problem, but the media, especially in Denver, this is Bo Nix's job. There's no more competition. There's no more that. We got to get behind them. We can't start. We're going to have a competition. We can't do it. This is Sean Payton's. We're paying Sean Payton $18 million a year, not to have competitions, to get his quarterback, to have him for a couple of years and to win Super Bowls. And the only way we're going to do it now is he said, hey, I'm putting my Bronco career with Bo Nix. And I'm all with that, but it's got to be Bo Nix from day one. I don't want to hear Jarrett Stidham. I'm going to be honest. I'm not trying to be funny. I don't want Bo Nix to learn anything from Jarrett Stidham. Why would he? The guy's a career backup. What am I going to learn from him? You want to learn? And I heard somebody, RG3, you got to watch the interview with Bo Nix yesterday. He said, I would tell Sean Payton one thing. For 2 months, get Drew Brees in Denver, and you work with Drew Brees, and that's who you learn from. You're not going to learn from Zach Wilson. You're not going to learn from Jarrett Stidham. So put him with Drew Brees, let him work, and give this kid the keys, and say, you know what? Go win us a Super Bowl. So I don't know how you guys feel about it, but there can't be any competition, and there's no talk about it. This is Bo Nix's job. That's it. I don't know what you guys think, Kenny. You got to go around the panel.
I'll go around the panel for you because you're on audio. Kurt, thank you for hanging out with us for a few minutes. A couple of hellos from Pearl and Michael. Kurt, your followers.
What's up, Pearl, Michael?
Roundup, fellow Bronco fans. Pearl agreeing with you 100%. I'll go to Keith first. Your thoughts of what anything you want to add to what Kurt said? Do you agree, disagree with anything he said?
I'm gonna be in an agreement, and I'm gonna bring in former Denver Bronco player Nick Ferguson, who came on and said, you know what, Broncos fans, enough is enough. Basically, half of us are out there saying we need to go out there, we need to get that franchise quarterback. We go out there, we get Bo Nix with the number 12 pick, right? And now some of you are all out there saying, well, I didn't like that one. That's not the guy I wanted. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Get behind Bo Nix, Broncos country. Get behind this team. Get behind Sean Payton, the team that he's putting together. Get Bo Nix all the starter reps. Let's go out there. Let's start winning some games. Let's be dominant. Let's be a force. I'm done getting walked over, and now we're set up. We're ready to go. Let's do it. Bo Nix, Estime, you name it, Franklin. Let's go out there. Let's make some magic happen in Mile High. I'm on board, 100%, buddy.
Love it.
Let's go, Trevor. Give Kurt some thoughts. What he said. Add, subtract, agree, disagree.
Yeah, I mean, I believe I said this when they got Zach Wilson. That's not going to affect what they do in the draft, and this is what you're seeing right here. Bo Nix is 24 years old. There's no reason to sit him. You took him at 12 with the 12th pick overall in the draft. you're taking your chance on him. Ride with him. I mean, he's got to learn. You're not learning sitting the bench. Enough with these rookies sitting the bench. They got to play. That's how they're going to learn. Bo Nix needs to play. We went out there and got his number one wide receiver for the last 2 years at Oregon with Troy Franklin. I was a fan of that, being aggressive to go get him. No, Bo Nix has got to start day one. The Zach Wilson trade never, ever, ever impacted what the Broncos were going to do with Bo Nix. They were in love with Bo Nix for about a month now. Bo Nix is their guy. Just where Sean Payton, who he wants to ride with as his next franchise quarterback at this team. I like what Denver's doing. They're being aggressive. They're addressing needs throughout this whole draft. I love the John Franklin Myers trade, and they're able to get that contract restructured. And Jared Stidham, I don't even know that Jared Stidham's going to be on this roster. I think it's a competition between Jared Stidham, Zach Wilson, and Ben DiNucci for that backup quarterback position. They can cut Jared Stidham and save $5 million in cap space this year. I'm not sure Jared Stidham even makes this roster week one.
Kurt,
Love it.
You know you're going to get going in a couple minutes, but I want to do it with the guys. We're going to give you K&K style. We'll give you rapid fire, quick hitter questions. I'm going to put the guys on the spot and myself. We're each going to give you a question, and that could be anything. But a couple more hellos. Clayton saying hello.
What's up,
Albert
Clayton?
saying, way to go, Kurt. And Michael's one comment was Bo Nix is the one that needs to play day one and not wait. Kurt, I'm going to go first. Besides Bo Nix, who was your favorite pick so far in this draft for the Broncos?
Oh, Estime, the running back. I think he's a beast, man. I like all the picks, but Estime, I just think, the combination of him and Javonte, whether Javante's here or not, but I think this kid is a beast, man. And I don't care about the 40 time. Like, we don't need him to run 80 yards. We just need him to run, 6 and 7 yards. So I love that move.
You got to get Paul and or Jody on your show because they're the big Notre Dame.
Yeah, big Notre Dame. Yep.
I'll tell you a few minutes about Estime for sure. Scoops, quick rapid fire question for Kurt before he's got to go.
Okay, I'll kind of go with the antithesis of what you were just asked. What do you think is the biggest remaining position that y'all have to address, and do you think you can do it in the draft, or is there someone you would target after the fact?
Scoops, great question. I'm going to go tight end. I think we need multiple tight ends. Dulcich is like, Dulcich is the $9 million question now, right? Can he stay healthy? Because he really is the guy that we need. But I'm going to try to get as many tight ends, receiving tight ends, like receiving threats, not blocking tight ends, receiving tight ends. I'm going to go tight end. I think that's a major need. And I think we need more than one guy because we just can't count on Dulcich.
And Kurt, hang around with me. One more. We got 2 more questions, but hang on because the Giants pick is coming in on my stream right here. So I want to announce it over the air. And then I'll talk about it after you leave. But they're showing scoops as we talk because the Dolphins are on the clock. And there's Mikey.
There's scoops. There's scoops.
There you go. There you go.
Darius Masau, linebacker out of UCLA. So we addressed linebacker. Still not addressing quarterback. So I'm starting to worry that this may be Daniel Jones' team, but that's not Giants talk right now.
It's going to be Drew Lock's. It's Drew Lock's team.
I'll take that, Kurt. I'll take that. Yep, I will take that. But let's get back into the Broncos, Kirk. I know you're going out to dinner with Jen. I got two more guys to give you questions. We'll go to Keith Brugman, Kurt.
Hey, Kurt, I'm going to ask the question that Broncos country wants to know, needs to know. Last year, we fell a little bit short of our expectations, but with the new drafted, players that we have, are we going to have more wins, same wins, or less wins than we had last year?
I'm going more wins. Why not? Why not? Everybody said it's going to be regardless of who it is, it's going to be an upgrade over Russ, right? We lose Jerry Jeudy, but really, what did Jerry Jeudy do for us? Simmons is going to hurt, but we lose Josie Jewell, but I don't know. I think this team is going to be a lot better than people predict. I really do. I'm going to go more wins.
I like it, buddy.
Kurt,
Thank you.
Give you one more question from Trevor.
Okay.
Kurt, what's your overall grade for the early grade for the Denver Broncos as far as when they close this draft together? No, we're not complete with the draft yet, but so far, what's your overall grade? What do you give Sean Payton and George Payton?
Listen, I don't want to be a homer and saying A, but I'm going to give a very, very high B+, right? I think they're hitting a lot. They didn't mess around. What I really love is that they didn't play around and trade down and try to get Bo Nix. Hey, Bo Nix is there. That's who we love. Take him at 12. We don't care what people say. Go get that's our guy. We want our guy. Go get him. I'm going to say a high B plus. I mean, and listen, now we're adding the trade with the Jets. I'm going to say high B plus. I don't know if that's crazy. I don't want to be a homer and say an A, but I'm going to give a high B plus to both of them.
Gotcha, Kurt. And you're getting a lot of 10s, Kurt, 10 wins, and you're getting a B from Pearl and Clayton A. Kurt, you want to give us any final thoughts? I know you and Jen are going out to dinner. I hope you guys enjoy. Great Saturday night dinner. You guys always go out on Saturday nights usually. So give us your final thoughts, Kurt.
My final thoughts is, listen, I just cannot wait to hit that button that says a small Bo Nix jersey. I don't know. I definitely want the blue, but I might buy the orange, and I'm ready to roll. And I can't wait for Wednesday for K&K, Wednesday for Let's Talk Broncos. And listen, we finally got our guy. Let's get behind him. I don't want to hear that. We're going to ban people from the Broncos shows if they say competition. Let's ban them. And all our Broncos shows, we ban them. But let's go. It's the Bo Nix era, and I'm pumped up.
The one and only Kurt Valenti. Enjoy your dinner tonight, my friend. It's been a fun draft for you guys for sure. I'm happy for you guys. I'm happy for my Giants. I'm happy Scoops is having a good draft, but I hope, my rival, when we play them, they don't show up. So, Kurt, enjoy yourselves. It's been fun. We'll chat later. Have a great night. Say hello to Jen from all of us.
Will do. Thank you, guys. Have a great one. Go Broncos.
Have a good dinner, Kurt and Jen.
The one and only Kurt Valenti. Gotta love his attitude and excitement and the passion he brings, man. There's none like it. So Scoops is up, but Dolphins in the meantime, I'll pick the receiver. Trevor, I thought would have went way earlier, and that's Malik Washington. Slot receiver goes to Scoops is Mike McDaniels, and now he's right back on the clock with Harry Roseman. So
Scoops, I didn't know you had back-to-back picks.
Never let him know your next move, brother.
You got a little bit of intel, huh?
Pick is in for the Eagles. Let's let Scoops go, and then later on we'll talk about Malik Washington because I had him higher ranked. One of the sleeper picks here. Mm-hmm. Let Scoops throw out his pick, which is probably going to be another A plus. So I'm ready to hear it.
It's getting Joe Milton now.
I don't have I don't have 185 up in terms of like the pick, the player that's been picked yet. But no, I think that, like I said before, I think this is just going to be depth at this point. I don't know how, but they've addressed every single need I thought that they had. So at this point, I'm thinking you're just building up depth on. My guess would be the defensive line since they already just went offensive line. But excuse me. They could go really anywhere at this point, and I think that you're just, like I said, you're just adding, I think, additional to your depth chart at this point, which is why I'm very curious to see not only this pick, but then again at 190. I'm not really looking at the roster and saying, "Oh wow, they really need to go here." I think.
Ernie, I agree. No more Eagles picks.
Must be so nice, man, when you're like, I don't even see a need on my roster anymore. Just whoever falls into my lap is perfect, man. Yeah. It must be nice to be an Eagle these days.
Yeah. Scoops, I'll get you that pick in a second. It's just the NFL Network aggravating me right now. They said the pick is in. They went to it. Johnny Wilson, another, Johnny Wilson to the Eagles.
You're kidding? What?
Yep.
I wanted him 2 rounds
Johnny Wilson, and then we'll let Trevor go because he's the wide receiver guy.
Fly, Eagles,
get his
fly.
thoughts on Johnny Wilson.
I think that's the fourth player that we got that I could have taken a round or two earlier. My God. But no, he's a huge player. He's got a very strong catch radius. He's able to catch the ball without having to, have it be tucked. His agility may be a little bit lacking due to size, but he's got the ability to accelerate out of the break. He drops a little bit more at times than you'd like to see, and he needs to improve his hands when it comes to blocking. But a lot of people had this guy going potentially yesterday, including myself. So to get him here at whatever it is, 185, that's all I can say.
Yeah, Trevor, let's send it to you. Johnny Wilson and then Malik Washington. Let's go back a couple because a couple sneaky sixth-round wide receivers going here early. In the sixth round, a couple of sleeper picks.
Yeah, a couple of picks that I had a little bit higher than they actually went to. Johnny Wilson, I think he's a heck of an athlete, 6'6", 231. He's a long, lengthy wide receiver on the outside. I think they're going to really like this pick. Probably a guy that, again, doesn't get a ton of playing time in this season, but, again, drops are a huge concern with him. His route tree could be a little bit better, in my opinion, as well. But it's a guy that will block. He's a blocking wide receiver. I really like this pick for the Eagles. I think this is a great special teams pick for them right now, but a guy that could definitely turn into a wide receiver down the line, just probably not just this year.
Ernie's grounding Eagles, and I'm going to ground you as well, Scoops. So you guys are grounded.
See, I told you had intel. You just took two wide receivers back to back.
Give us your thoughts on the opposite end of the height here. Malik Washington, probably one of the smallest wide receivers in this draft.
Yeah, this is a guy I was eyeing for the Broncos if they didn't have Marvin Mims. Of course, Marvin Mims kind of rules this out just because I think Denver wants to get him more involved. But 5'8", 191, 4.47, vertical 42.5. I mean, this is a guy that I think has some upside to him for sure. Love his route tree, love his hands too. I mean, this is a guy that's I had him in the third round, and he ends up going here in the sixth. I mean, this is great value here for Miami. I mean, another team that you can continue to add weapons to this team. The better the offense will be. But I really like this pick for Miami and for Scoops. I just think this is a heck of a player. So probably more again special teams start out, but a guy that I think could rise up the board as far as on the depth chart of the Miami Dolphins relatively quickly, possibly.
And real quick, Keith, Ernie, if you need to take a bathroom break, I'm going to join you, I think, in a few minutes because the Eagles are up in 2 more picks again. So we might want to step away for a couple minutes there. I'm joking, of course. But, yes, so Texans are back-to-back on the clock just to keep everybody up to date. And then it's the Eagles. And then I don't see any of our teams for a little bit, guys. So
yeah,
we're going to have a little break before our teams come up again, unless one of us moves up. But somebody else want to have anybody else have a topic? There's our good friend. Hold on, Keith. Get the hello in and aloha for all of us.
Oh, yes. Mr. Patrick Wiltsey, man. And speaking of which, you're talking about those breaks and that break. I'm empty. I'm empty. So I'm going to be taking one of those breaks. And Patrick Wiltsey has been providing me with some amazing Lion coffee. Check out Lion Coffee, guys. It'll keep you motivated. And the decaf's wonderful as well, man. I'll tell you what, check out Lion Coffee. And thank you very much for coming in and saying aloha, gents. Thoughts so far? Thoughts so far from me, Patrick? What a draft. Sometimes you go into these years, you don't know what you're going to get. You end up getting a lot of, depth players and defensive linemen, offensive linemen. It's tough to get excited about. But I'll tell you what, you go out there, you get your quarterback, you get your edge rusher, you get a running back. I mean, talk about the Broncos just putting excitement in the fan base. We just all got new uniforms. We got new owners just as of recently. Hey, we're getting going and we're going. We're going to be somebody, I think, once again. So I'm very, very, very excited. How about you, Trevor? What are your thoughts so far for our good Bronco fan and friend Patrick Wiltsey?
Yeah, I just want to appreciate Patrick for joining us. Really appreciate you being here, Patrick. It means a lot to us. But no, I mean, overall wise, I think the Broncos did a very solid job in this class. I would agree with Kurt, probably B+ right now. I can't give it an A. Just early analysis, we got to see these guys play out. So, next in 3 years, we can really truly grade this draft class out. But no, they got their guy on Bo Nix, and they didn't really have a ton of leeway to move back. I think they would have risked. There's a great risk of them possibly losing Bo Nix if they would have moved back in round 1. I like what they've done with Troy Franklin. Again, I talked about him yesterday as a guy that I really wanted Denver to go up and get. Would help Bo Nix out. I think he was one of the talented wide receivers still on the board. Really like that pick. Getting a corner with upside, getting an edge with upside, and a running back that I think will push definitely for special teams this year, and will probably push Javonte Williams a little bit more this year. And then, I mean, John Franklin Myers, I think that will be something we'll be talking about a lot as well. They address defensive line. I said this for a while now. They got to address that defensive line, and they absolutely did. They got him at a reduced rate as far as on his contract. So really solid draft, I think, overall wise for the Broncos. Early analysis, of course, will truly get evaluated a little bit more on Tuesday for DBR. But, I really solid draft from Sean Payton and George Payton, being aggressive when they need to, but not being overly aggressive, not giving up a ton of picks in the future, but getting their guys. And that's something I really enjoy and I really like seeing this team do, address needs.
Keith, let me get to some comments. And I probably confused Phil, and I apologize. We have an inside joke that Scoops looks like Miami head coach Mike McDaniel, and they picked back-to-back wide receivers. So I think that's where the Johnny Wilson Washington got confused. So I apologize for confusing you there. And guys, thoughts on this real quick before Keith takes a break. Michael breaking it. Bo Nix's new Bronco jersey number is 1 officially.
Yeah, if you can't get the 10, I guess you go down to 1, right? But honestly, it makes sense. Everything that we just got done talking about. Kurt came on here talking about getting behind Bo Nix. Me talking about Nick Ferguson and saying we need to get behind our players and we need to get behind our Broncos and support them. What better way to do it? You put the number 1 on the back of his jersey and let's go. That's our number 1 guy. Let's go. End of discussion. I love it, man. Bo Nix, number 1. Let's do it, baby.
You like it, Trevor?
I'm not sure if that's complete. I'm not ready to finalize that yet. I've seen there's some stuff that's fake news, so I'm not sure. I will when we confirm it, though. I don't know if they'll choose numbers yet. I think that'll be something down the line, probably after the draft. So I'm not sure. I will confirm it first before I give my thoughts. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind it. Number one, first round draft pick. I wouldn't mind it at all. But yeah, I will confirm it for sure before we make it official.
No worries, Michael. We'll get that out when we get that official. But I thank you for sharing that with us. Hopefully it's not fake news, and he takes number 1. But Keith, I know you want to take a short little break.
Just a quick one. I'll be right back, gentlemen.
Scoops' Eagles are coming back up after the Lions pick, so I'm trying to see who else is on this board that I don't want them to take because I'm sure they will.
Well, I tell you what, in a lot of ways, I was going to say this before I left.
Maybe Joe Milton's safe. Maybe he's safe for me. I don't know. There's everybody else. They're hitting home runs here, even in the 6th round. Brendan Rice still on the board, guys. Maybe Scoops takes them. Mekhi Wingo, nice defensive tackle, just goes to the Lions in the 6th round. So nice little pickup there. Scoops, I'm going to pass it off to you. You can talk about your Eagles, and when you get information on the pick, you could let us know.
Yeah, I'll let you know. This was a little bit messy just now because there was some confusion as to exactly how everything was orchestrated. But I've got multiple people now saying that this trade did just go through. I'm just waiting on the details. In terms of what I would do, I'll be like, a couple of years ago, they used the term quarterback factory. If they want to go Michael Pratt here, he's the best player left on the board for me. So I could see them doing that. If they really want to bulk up at offensive line, maybe Christian Mahogany out of Boston. Like you said, Brendan Rice is an option. If it were me, I would probably go Michael Pratt, but we'll see how it goes.
This is a round where I look for the small schools, Trevor. I bring this up because 3rd round, you guys got a good one to Jalix Hunt, edge rusher, Houston Christian. Scoops. The kid from Virginia State, corner, is still up. And being I mentioned his name, I wouldn't be surprised if the Eagles go and take him. Willie Drew from Virginia State. Again, he played. He could play. It's saying the reason why I bring this name up, Scoops, is because you said safety not too long ago.
Right.
They're saying he may be best as a safety in the NFL. So why not take a shot in the 6th round if you're the Eagles and see if he can pan out to be that guy?
Quickly, Kenny.
A few nights ago, sorry.
Go ahead, Scoops.
No, I was just gonna say a few nights ago when Trevor and I were talking edge rushers, one of the guys that I mentioned who ended up going to Dallas that I really liked was I think a good part of the reason why he got marked down was because of the fact that he went to Western Michigan or something. But yeah, no, I'm a big fan of looking at the small school guys and some of the FCS guys and such, who didn't have a ton of eyes on them, but they just want to just want a chance basically.
Just waiting on the pick. Says it's in, but Maurice Jones-Drew in the studio, they're all talking. So
I want to comment on Michael's Bo Nix born number 1. Tremont Smith currently has number 1 for the Denver Broncos right now, so I don't think that's that news of Bo Nix getting and wearing number 1 is completely true right now. But it could be down the line, but as of right now, I don't think it is.
I'll give you a good number for Bo Nix. It's not retired. It's half of a 0. Go with the 6. 16.
Yeah.
Dylan McMahon, Scoops. I don't know. I didn't mean to steal your thunder there. I meant to put it in the chat, and I just announced it out loud. Center.
Okay. It didn't even show up on here for me.
It's the Dylan McMahon, Scoops. You've got a center out of Iowa. Center out of NC State center. I'm going to see if I got him listed here, so I can get you some info on him, my friend.
Okay, yeah, because I'm
next. Travis Kelce.
I don't know, something must be.
It's Dylan McMahon.
Yeah, Dylan McMahon, Watson, center out of North Carolina State. Say again.
They say he's going to be a backup type of player, so some depth on the offensive line is the pick.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking. Yeah, it's just Trench's depth at this point is very much the way that they do things. And this is about where he was projected to go as well.
Yeah. It's the first one I'm okay with them taking. Roy Osborne's back. Hey, how is are your neighbors okay, Roy?
How's everything going, Mr. Osborne?
Check in with you. He says he's got a story for sure, but first and foremost, hope your neighbors are okay.
Absolutely. Did you guys see Mekhi Wingo just went to Detroit? That's a heck of a pick for Detroit.
A heck of a pick, yeah. Defensive tackle.
Yeah, there's a guy that I had going in the 4th round. I mean, just a very good. Another great athlete. I think he's a great run stopper for Detroit. That's a nice depth upgrade on their defensive line. That I was still a little surprised to still see him on the board, honestly. But quietly, the Lions, Carson's Lions, having a really nice draft. I really like what they've done.
I like the 2-corner route like Scoops' Eagles did. The Lions did the same thing. Mm-hmm. Terrion Arnold and Ennis Rickstraw.
Yeah,
I like that at the top there because that was a need for them. And why not get 2? Double dip. I'm all about double dip positions for sure. So yeah, another sneaky team there. I got a random one for you guys in the audience. Obviously, this is towards Trevor, Bo Nix, but out of the 6 quarterbacks in the first round, and Keith Brugman's back with us. Welcome back, Keith.
Thank you.
Just about to ask a question to Trevor and everybody, so we'll start with Trevor. Roy's got a story for us, but I said first and foremost, hope his neighbors are okay.
Yes.
So Roy's going to have a little story for us. My question, out of the 6 quarterbacks taken in the first round, with their current teams with their teams that drafted them, who's best to succeed and who do you think is going to fail? Because all 6 probably won't be stars year 1. Who do you think has the best chance to be franchise? Who do you think's got the best chance to be the bust?
Oh, that's a good one. I'm going to say Jaden Daniels of Washington has a chance to be a franchise quarterback. I will say I think Michael Penix Jr. has a chance to fail just because of what the situation he's in. One of the more older quarterbacks in the NFL. Makes no sense to take him that high if you have Kirk Cousins. If they're going to take a quarterback that high, you don't sign Kirk Cousins. I'm still scratching my head at that one to this day.
Mine's going to be Drake May. I mean, I know they got a couple receivers, but they got no veteran wide receivers over there for this guy. And Patriots were a bad team last year. I could see this being another rush him in and get him into the starting lineup and failed miserably like Mac Jones. Franchise, I'm going to go, could be Jaden Daniels, like you said. I mean, am I going crazy if I say Caleb Williams. I mean, I think they did enough over there with Roma Dunze, Keenan Allen. They're giving this guy enough weapons. Keenan Allen, DJ Moore, Roma Dunze, and DeAndre Swift running back that catches the ball. So I'll say Caleb Williams. I'll take the easy one, the popular one there. I'll get to Roy's story in a second after I get Scoops and Keith's picks.
Yeah, I'm kind of very polarized. There's 3 that I really like and 3 I really don't like. And I'll be honest, my favorite fit is probably Bo Nix going to Denver. I think that he fits what Peyton wants like a glove. And I think that, you get to start to develop something over the next few years, and you're not just trying to throw everything, at the sink this year. So I really like his game fitting there. And I think that my choice of who I think is going to be set up to not succeed, I hate to say it, but probably just for the level of expectations, I think it's Caleb Williams. I don't think that Caleb Williams is going to have the career that people are expecting. I don't think it's going to happen in Chicago. I know that people were, drooling over this guy for the past couple years, but I think that the expectations are put so high on somebody who I don't think is the quarterback that some people are like making him out to be. I can see this guy having a decent career in the NFL, and he'll probably turn out to be good. But I think people are looking at him as being like, Mahomes 1A. I don't see it. I think that you're looking at a guy who's maybe a top 10, 12 quarterback in the NFL.
Keith, if you don't mind, I want to put Roy's comment up first before I go to you, because he put it in the chat, so I know he's okay with me putting this up. For those who don't know, Roy's neighbor's house was on fire, so we asked him if everything was okay. He said, yes, everyone got out but Allie, the Labrador. He kicked the back door open and found her. Now we are playing host. He did get some smoke inhalation. I was treated with oxygen and all, coughing a little, but the EMTs are still on the scene. And a vet is here to take care of Allie, but they will be taking her. Our prayers are with you, Roy, and your neighbors for sure. And, again, thank goodness you got out, and hopefully you're feeling better real soon, my friend.
Yeah, way to be the hero too, man, going in there, saving the dog, a family member that would have been lost for a family. So, wow, way to be a hero, and I hope you're doing better, Roy.
Yes.
Yeah. And everybody's given they saved their vehicles. More important, you saved a life there, Roy. PA's throwing, some love out to you, Roy. And
absolutely.
But yeah, Keith, who would be your bust in franchise out of these 6?
I'm going.
Tanner McLaughlin. Sorry, Keith. Tanner McLaughlin finally off the board to the Bengals.
There you go.
Wow.
There you go.
Did you get the pick? Did you get the pick before that as well?
No, I was talking about some other stuff. Yes.
Go ahead and throw it out there, Scoops. I can wait a second.
Yeah, Joe Milton, quarterback, went to the New England Patriots. They double dipped to QB.
There you go.
I just said
that's funny.
Made bust, right?
Right, and that's where I was going to go. I was going to say, kind of going last on this one. I think I was going to double. I'm going to double up my bus. A couple of names already mentioned. One, Penix, because of the situation. Trevor, I think you nailed it right out of the gate. It's going to be rough for him to try to find the field, and when he does, he's going to be 27 years old. So what kind of future does he have there in Atlanta? That's got to be that's a rough one. And I was going to double up with Drake May. Drake May, like you said, Kenny, I don't think he's going into a very good situation. Coaching, ownership, everything has been in flux. They don't have weapons. Everything's got to be put together around a Drake May in order to try to make it work. So not a great situation there. As far as the best situation, the one that could work out the best, I didn't want to be a homer since Scoops mentioned it, though. I'll go ahead and I'll say, Bo Nix, going to Sean Payton, and a lot of people have been linking those two together, and the perfect fit, and the quote unquote Drew Brees of today, so gotta like that. And then I said it on here many a times, Kevin O'Connell is a coach that I really liked. I was hoping that the Broncos were able to be able to get him rather than Nathaniel Hackett. Who knows what that future would have looked like for the Broncos. JJ McCarthy going to Kevin O'Connell. I think that's still a potential beautiful fit and a great situation, and could be could be the success story everyone was hoping for JJ McCarthy. Let's put it that way.
Real quick, guys, I think you guys will be happy and I think the posse will too. I've been saying I think Bo Nix is going to be the bust of the first round. I'd be a fraud if I say he'd be the franchise guy, but I'm taking him off the bust route because of coming into this draft, and when you drafted Bo Nix 12, I did not think on day 3 you would hit home runs. And you did. You got yourself a future running back, and you teamed him up with Troy Franklin, which is the best thing, in my opinion, could have done. And you got him in the first in the 4th round. It shows you that Bronco paid because they got him in the 4th round. So teammates in college, teammates in the pros. I think Bo Nix, you're not my bust anymore. You're not my franchise. You're that guy in the middle right now. Prove me wrong, because you went to a team that I root for, and I don't root for the Giants. So I want you to succeed. You're no longer my bust. You're right there in the middle as being a good, solid quarterback right now. I want to be able to say franchise. I can't go from bust to franchise. I'd be a fraud. But you're right there in the middle now. You got off that bust. You got off the bust. My bust now is Drake May. So I don't like the situation there in the Patriots. So don't prove me wrong, Bo Nix. Good luck, Bronco country.
You better say that, stepfather. Jeez.
Well, what do you think of this Patriots pick of Milton? They got May, Brissett, and Zappi. Transitioning to tight end for Joe Milton? I think that's got to be where that.
Yeah, they did say he was transitioning the tight end.
Yeah,
that's a good point there, Trevor. Very good point. And I got it right here because let me go to my quarterback thing. They actually wrote that in Lindy's, and they compare him to Logan Thomas, tight end. You don't see that often, right? Let me find Joey boy. Where's Joe? Excuse me 1 second, everybody, while I'm making some noise. Joe Milton. Biggest arm in college football, pro comparison, Logan Thomas.
That makes sense about the tight end thing.
Yeah, they think it took 2 years for him to transition at tight end. Logan Thomas, who was a quarterback at Virginia Tech. They see the same thing happening with Joe Milton.
Yeah,
interesting. I still think really Jacoby Brissett is a very short-term answer. You have Zappi, which you're not investing into Zappi. So I still think that Joe Milton has a possibility of being a quarterback on this roster.
No, but you're investing in Drake May. So that's not, you think he's your franchise guy. I just don't see how. Currently I know that with Brissett, it's a 1-year deal. When Zappi, you're not invested there. But that's a lot of quarterbacks, and Joe Milton just to be sitting there. Just add him to your tight end room. He's got all the traits athletically to do it. Why not try him out?
I'm going to look real quick, guys, while you guys are chatting. I'm going to see what the Patriots tight end room looks like.
Yeah, who knows what the Patriots tight end room looks like. But yeah, I guess I just look at it again. Zappi out the door, Brissett as a 1-year project and a holdover, and then all of a sudden you have Drake May and Joe Milton as your number 1 and your number 2. And I think I actually bring a couple of different skill sets to the table. Maybe they end up doing a New Orleans Saints, Drew Brees, Taysom Hill type of situation.
Yeah, that's very true.
Could be. Hunter Henry, Jonnu Smith.
I like the little Johnny Smith, and Hunter Henry's is a good tight end, but he's getting up there in age, in my opinion. I think he's lost 1.5 steps.
You might see Patriots try and ship Bailey Zapp to somebody.
That's what I was going to say that too.
Don't they have Austin Hooper too? Patriots too?
Do they still got Austin Hooper? That's a good question.
I think they do. He's the guy that I was high on for the Broncos pick. I liked Hooper.
Hooper is still a Patriot, yes.
They got decent tight ends.
Speaking of, I'll throw this over to Trevor. Trevor, did you see Tony Scheffler when he announced his pick? What'd you think, buddy?
Loved it. Talk about a guy though. It was a rocky road when he left Denver, though, because that was during the McDaniels era when he left. He got traded. So talk about a rocky ship before, but now it seems like he's all Broncos. I love the tuxedo and everything, dressed, all dressed out and everything. That was awesome. That was probably the best introduction you could have to a pick in the draft from a Broncos perspective we've seen in a long time. Just all nothing but love for the Broncos. You can tell that with Tony Scheffler. That's it's a name that we haven't talked about a lot either.
Yeah, absolutely. I love Tony Scheffler up there, man. He brought the passion, man. Yeah. He was up there, man. I tell you what, reminded me of what's the guy that's I'm not never bringing up names I can't think of right off the top of my head again. So then we'll just move along from that. So
you'll think about it later.
I'm gonna ask the other two guys on this panel a question. Scoops, I'll go to you first. Scoops, based on this draft, what jersey would you get from a drafted player out of this draft?
Oh boy, let me think. Okay, so here's what I'll do. I would get a Cooper DeJean jersey, but because it's Philadelphia, I would change it and I would have JAWN at the end instead of JEAN.
Nice. I like it. How about you, Kenny? You getting if you were gonna get a New York Giants drafted 2024 rookie jersey, it would be?
You're gonna be surprised, but I'm a defensive guy, so I'm going with our second round pick, Tyler Nubin.
There you go.
That is a surprise. I'm the defensive guy, so I like the defensive jerseys. I like the big guys, and on offense, I like tight ends. But Nubin's going to be my first one.
Nice. Well, might as well get Trevor in here, man. Anything other than Knicks, or are you even willing to put that next one on?
Yeah, I think we would be willing to put a next one on. I have always liked Knicks, and I've mocked him to Denver we can ask Kenny for multiple mock drafts now. Yeah, I just had them taking him a little later than 12, but I understand why they did. I'd probably get a Bo Nix jersey. He's the type of guy that I think just quiet. You're not going to – say with Russell Wilson, we always he was always kind of be out there, personality-wise, as far as all about himself, me. Bo Nix, he's a team guy. I love that about Bo Nix. Puts the team first. Anything he even said he would hold a clipboard if he had to, and he ain't gonna complain about it. So I just love that from Bo Nix, just a team guy. Him and Sean Payton they're gonna spend hours together. Hours upon hours. That's gonna be Sean Payton's new best friend. So yeah, I would not mind getting a Bo Nix jersey. I think that'd be a heck of a jersey to invest in, because I do think that he will be here for the long haul.
Yeah.
Keith, do I get a vote here for Broncos since I'm adopted? I'm the stepfather.
Yeah.
Well, of course, I got to get one that says stepfather, but in this draft, I got to go Audric Estime, man. I think this kid could be the Derrick Henry type running back that you guys are going to fall in love with. Get those hard yards that you need. When you're at the goal line and you need 2 yards, you're going to get him in the end zone because of his size. So he's going to be a guy that Bronco fans fall in love with for years to come. So I would go Audric Estime because Bo Nix, everybody's going to have Bo Nix. I want to be different. Get me Audric Estime.
I like it, buddy. I like it. Hey, you made me think, Kenny, really quick. I just want you to tell me this, because I know that you have a little bit of a history and a little bit of a background. And I don't even know if I know it all, but you said you're a big defensive guy. Did you do some coaching in your past as well, if I remember right?
I did in a lot of scouting I did, but
there you go.
In the Pee-wee levels, I fell in love with defense when I had the scout team or the second team, and then we created, which was awesome. We were Pee-wee levels. I'm saying the intermediate levels, which was 10 to 12-year-olds.
Mm-hmm.
We created a B squad team and a B squad league. So during the week, we'd have our games on Sundays. And then I think it was Tuesday nights, we'd have a B squad game. We got together with a few of the other neighboring towns, and we created the B squad teams, the kids that were backups or didn't play with a lot in the regular games. We gave them their own game, and I was in charge of that defense. And we were good. We had some of those kids turn into A players, and I just fell in love with defense ever after that. My friend Coach Breslin, he's a big defensive coordinator in high school football. So we always have some nice conversations on the defensive end. So always been defense. And growing up Giant fan, how can you not love defense, with LT and Carson in those days with the defense. So we were always a defense first team. And that's why I fell in love with defense. Those were the reasons why.
Very good. I'll pass that around as a few different questions if you guys just have a few minutes. Scoops, what got you the love for football?
I'll be very honest. I don't remember exactly how I started getting into football itself. The earliest game that I can remember watching was Super Bowl. I want to say it was Super Bowl 46. But it was the game where the Colts played the New Orleans Saints. Actually, it was Coach Peyton who ended up winning that Super Bowl with the Saints because Peyton Manning, my favorite player at the time, threw a pick late. And all of that. And I remember texting with a buddy of mine who was a Saints fan because I was obviously rooting for the Colts. And yes, I saw your message. And I, just after that, I just was following the Colts for a while. But then the fundraising that I was doing with Alex's Lemonade Stand for Childhood Cancer Research is that whole story is how I got into the Philadelphia Eagles. And I've been an Eagles fan since I was like 11. So, but football itself, the earliest game that I can remember was that Super Bowl.
Nice. Trevor, might as well get it from you too. How did you get into football? Where'd you get your love from?
Yeah, I mean, again, this is gonna make sense. It's probably back in the day. Again, I watched Jake Plummer and those days. I unfortunately don't remember too much of the John Elway era, but I was obviously I go back and watch some of that stuff. But probably played in a lot of the old Madden games. Honestly, that was a big thing with me and my friends. We would always play against each other. We played baseball together. We traveled all around to play baseball together, basketball. So that was my two sports back in the day. I didn't get into football until high school. But I mean, just playing old Madden games and learning all the rosters and doing different franchises and stuff together, trades and stuff together. Now you can kind of see where that, my general manager kind of head at times comes from. So that's where that comes from, is Madden. I mean, and they just whooping my friends' butts at Madden is definitely something I enjoyed, and that's probably where I first got introduced to football and just all the knowledge, just doing that. And then I used to go to school and stuff like that, and propose trades and tell my friends about it and do all the research about it back in the day. And so that's where I got my start of it at, and then continuing on and growing from there.
Shout out to all those friends of Trevor's who got a butt whooping on Madden and continue to be his friend.
We don't play Madden anymore, though.
Just to tell my story really quick, I was the friendless kid who rolled into town, new state, new city, and got one, and he was a Broncos fan. He was a huge Broncos fan. So after that, man, I wanted something to talk to my best friend about. I started getting into the Broncos, and lo and behold, that just happened to be the year that the Broncos end up picking up John Elway. So 1983 is when I became a fan, and what a great time to become a fan and just follow that trajectory for a while. So it got me hooked, and then Little League football, and then just really loving the back end of things. Like Trevor said, the draft, the off season, stuff like that. Even I'm not as big into it as Scoops and all of his statistics and everything like that, but just knowing the back end, I really fell in love with that as well.
Follow-up question for Keith and Scoops. I know Scoops' story a little bit, most of it, but Trevor, you and I are out of this one because I'm from New Jersey. I grew up 10 minutes from Giant Stadium, so I'm a New York fan. You're in Colorado. You're a Colorado sports fan. Keith, I'll go to you first. You're from Montana. Why Broncos?
Yeah, I kind of just let it out of the bag there, man. Best friend, that was my relationship because I didn't have that at home. I remember asking my dad all the time. I'm like, "Hey, Dad, what's your favorite football team? Football will be on Sundays. It's always on the weekends. You're a kid. You got weekends off. Be flipping through." And he's like, "Oh, I really never really had a football team." And that blew my mind. You know what I mean? He's like, "Maybe the Vikings. I'm not really sure." But here I had this friend that was just, showing up in his orange and blue, seemed like every other day, dressed to the hilt. And, hey, that was my buddy. And I was going to learn in order to figure it out. But I'll tell you what, I I don't know if the friend lasted through the end of the year, but the Broncos have lasted for 30 plus. So love it, man.
That friend is still reason.
40.
So that's a, yeah.
40 years now. Wow. Oh. All right. Anyway,
Scoops has an interesting story about why he's an Eagle fan, and I'd like him to share that with everybody because he is a Yankee fan, and he used to be a Nets fan. So the brothers' teams he roots for is New York. So Eagles, why Eagles, Scoops?
Yeah, so I started to allude to this a little bit, but when I was growing up, I did a lot of fundraising for an organization called Alex's Lemonade Stand Foundation, which fundraised for childhood cancer research, which is based out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And then I want to say it was 2011, they began doing an annual event at Lincoln Financial Field with the Eagles that was called Camp Out for Kids Cancer. And the top organization or the top group affiliated with Alex's Lemonade Stand that raised the most money for their cause in a specific period of time was invited to spend a weekend with the Eagles at Lincoln Financial Field, and we went into the concourse, slept on the field, played Xbox Madden with the players, a couple players in the locker room, met coaches and did drills on the field with players, all that type of stuff. And we were fortunate, very grateful that the group that I helped start for each of the 3 years that they did it was the top group each of the 3 years. So we got to do that 3 separate times. Guys from Jamar Chaney to Emmanuel Akko to Evan Mathis, one of our all-time great interior linemen. Clay Harbor was a tight end who I actually still was in touch with years later. So just had a lot of wonderful experiences there, doing all of that each of the 3 years. And then the second part of it is in 2014, when I was 14, I was trying to get my break into sports media, and I wrote to all 32 NFL teams trying to get, just kind of explaining who I was and trying to get my break in. The Eagles were the only team that reached out to me offering something. And that was the first internship that I did. That was interviewing Mark Sanchez and Marcus Smith II, our first rounder that year. And then that parlayed into the following year, which was the Bradford and Tebow thing. So the Eagles have just, ever since I can remember, it's way more than rooting for a team for me. There's a special part of my life for that organization. And I can't say enough about the people that I know who work there behind the scenes and just first class from top down.
I know I give Scoops a hard time. Paul gives Scoops a hard time because we're Giants fans, but that's hats off to the Eagles for giving Scoops that opportunity. And Scoops, we'll get that posted on K&K because it's fun seeing a young Scoops get all serious interviewing Tim Tebow and Sam Bradford. I know you would probably be a little nervous too, and starstruck, but just watching how tight you held that microphone and putting it up to not putting it up to their face, but doing a great job. But I could see how nervous you were. And
14, 15-year-old kid, and all of a sudden I'm face to face with one of my all-time heroes. It was just like, holy shit. Sorry.
No, you're all good. No worries. All I got to say about that is I'm glad my story didn't have to follow Scoops. Great story, buddy. Great story.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Right. I got a fun one to share because, like I said, we're in between picks here. I still don't see any of our teams in the next 10 to 12 picks. So
that's fair.
A couple comments. We'll get new attendance record from Detroit. And Carson said there was going to be 500,000, 700,000 throughout the 3 days.
Wow.
Hats off for Carson to trying to go to that draft, but his one friend went, and it took him 9 hours to get home for a 1 hour ride home. 9 hours.
Wow.
And Carson told me some side reasons why he didn't go, but I get it. So thanks for trying, Carson. Maybe next year, Lambeau guys. Maybe just throwing that out there. We'll see. But do draft show live from Lambeau Field on the second or third day. We could find a location and do it live from Green Bay somewhere. And let's throw that thought out there. Day 1, we're at the draft live, and then day 2, 3, we do it at a specific location. Ernie Mays, John Elway, 1983. I really started liking my Broncos. Thanks for sharing that, Ernie. Fun little story I'll share is I grew up Giants fan. My dad, New York Giants sports fan. My cousin Tommy worked in the World Trade Center. This is way before 9/11. So we're talking late 80s. Mark, I wish I would have told the story when Mark was there, because Mark joined us at the game. So my cousin got us tickets from late great Giant New York Giant that he worked for. Dick Lynch played secondary for the Giants in the 60s. Really good player. My cousin became friends with him, worked in the same firm as him in the World Trade Center, got us tickets for Giants Cardinals. And again, I was maybe 10 years old at the time. So we're talking almost 40 years ago, guys. A 10-year-old, we had box seats. So we were getting food all day long and up in the mezzanine level. But beforehand, we had special tickets to the event beforehand, which was Dick Lynch and Carl Nelson, former New York Giant, offensive lineman, Super Bowl winner, 86, who had cancer. He pretty much gave us tickets, and it was a radio show. And he said, anybody can go on the show, but I want you to give Carl Nelson, one of you two, meaning me or Mark, I want you to go up there and ask about Neil Lomax. Do you think he'll ever play again? And give him a really hard question. This is the question I want you to give him when you go on the air. And so everybody's asking questions, bunch of adults. I said, I'll do it. I go up there and I ask the question, hi, Mr. Nelson, do you think, what are your thoughts on Neil Lomax? And do you think he'll be the starter when he comes back from his injury? Or should they, and I forget who the other quarterback was at the time, or is it going to be the other quarterback? And Carl Nelson's face was like, a 10-year-old's answering me this question? But it was Dick Lynch who gave me the question, and he had to think a little bit, and he's like, that's an excellent question. But yeah, I got on the radio with them.
Nice.
At the Giants radio show.
Nice. Very nice, Kenny. That's awesome, man.
You guys got any fun stories to share?
It's not a story, but I, as a Bama fan, I would like to mention this pick if I could.
Yeah.
So we've got a kicker off the board, and the selection is Vikings taking Alabama's kicker Will Reichard as the 203rd overall pick.
There you go.
Just as somebody just as somebody who is a big time, Bama fan and actually, that's probably, if I thought about it, that's probably where I really started getting my football, because I started following Bama before I started following Indy. But he's the all-time NCAA Division I scoring leader from the FBS. He set, the record for points scored over Daniel Carlson, who had kicked for Auburn. So to do that, but not only do it over a rival. And then he had 9 points against Auburn in the Iron Bowl as well. So he's come up in big moments for him or for Bama, and is very special in Alabama history for what he's done the last few years, and really excited to see what he does in Minnesota.
Keith, I want to get this well said, Scoops. This comment up from one of your followers, Keith, and I think he's been on RK&K Kurt's show a couple times, but he's just joining in, and I want to give him some props. So go ahead and read that one, Keith.
Yeah, there's our good friend Jeremy Dressler, actually right in the same state as me. I've always was a fan of the Broncos, but when I really started keeping up with them was in 1996 when I watched them win the Super Bowl with my good friend Keith Brugman. That's why we were able to do it. Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's awesome, buddy. I didn't realize the fandom was maybe a little bit more waning at that point until we started hanging out. But that's awesome. But man, good friends on screen, good friends in the chat, man. It's been a fantastic 3 days, and thanks for making me feel just even that much more special, Jeremy. Appreciate it very much, man. That's awesome. So go Broncos, go Avs.
Been a lot of fun for sure. As fast as these 3 days have gone, it's like, man, it's over already. It's like, got to get back to real life tomorrow, fellas. So ladies and gentlemen in the chat too, back to real life tomorrow.
Tomorrow I've got WTS tomorrow night. Monday is going to be my first time not on air in almost a week. I'm not going to know what to do with myself.
All right. Speaking
Albert.
of which,
I was
go
just going
ahead,
to say,
buddy.
Albert in the chat wanting to know if there's any news on the Broncos. Not yet, Albert. We still got a bunch of picks before any of our teams are up, unless there's a trade. So
Yeah,
got some
keep in
time.
mind, seventh round picks up as far as the time on the clock too, so that it should go pretty fast. We'll pour through that seventh round at record pace.
Sounds good.
Scoops?
It's not urgent. It's not urgent, but I do have a trivia question. If people want to do it once, there's a little bit of dead air.
Yeah, feel free. Why don't you just throw it out now, man? Go with it.
All right, sounds good. Here, I'm just gonna actually, give me a second because I want to access it real quick because I had written it down.
Oh yeah, not a problem. Not a problem,
As
man.
long as it's not Taylor Swift trivia, I'm good with it.
It's sports related.
He's getting
Oh,
mad.
I'm not getting mad. Don't worry.
Never over Taylor Swift. Never getting mad over Taylor Swift.
Yeah, let's shake it off.
Shake it off.
That was great.
Song he doesn't like, by the way. For those who missed earlier, we had Scoops' top 5 Taylor Swift songs. Shake It Off is one that, on the opposite end, that he dislikes, surprisingly.
Well, it got the radio play a little bit too much. I can understand that. I always love those B-sides. I back in the day when I used to buy music, I'd go down and I get my trusty cassette, and my favorite thing to do was to actually listen to the B-side rather than the A-side. The A-side, I had all the big hits and everything that was on the radio, but I always felt like, hey, if listening to the B-side, that's when you got, a little bit more closer to what the artist was really about sometimes, rather than the, hey, we need a number one hit for the radio. So, yeah, absolutely, man. I like those backside cuts.
Scoops, before you go, a couple more comments. One more, how we became a Bronco fan. Michael, because of Terrell Davis and John Elway in 1995. Go Broncos. Miss Pearl saying, been a fun 3 days. Thank you. But you know what? She's not a Taylor Swift fan.
Definitely not
Miss
now.
Pearl, thank you for hanging out with us. And love that we can bring not only knowledge and our draft analysis, but some fun and comedy to it as well. And I woke up Nicole. Nicole said, "Did somebody say Taylor Swift?"
She's been watching the whole time. It's just as soon as she heard Taylor Swift, then she chimed in again.
I love it.
Go ahead, Scoops. Whenever you got that trivia question, you could roll it at us.
Yeah. Okay. So y'all know for a little while I was living in Kansas City.
Okay.
So my question is, who are the 3 Hall of Famers drafted by the Kansas City Royals?
Boy.
Oh, we're going baseball. Okay.
Baseball.
Touching it up for us. Oh, by the
I'm
way,
going to go George Brett.
that's a great segue to promote your show tonight while we think, Scoops.
Yeah.
Sounds great. 9 p.m. Eastern time tonight, 7 p.m. Mountain time over on Rocky Mountain Sports Network. And my buddy Trevor is going to be on with me. We've got Settle the Scores, Colorado Rockies show once again. We've got a week to recap. Going to talk about you okay, Keith?
Yeah, I'm good. Sorry.
Okay.
I was pointing out these great hosts that are going to be doing the show, man.
Oh, okay. We're gonna recap a little bit of the series against the Padres, talk a little bit about the start to the season, and just catch up a little bit on where things are at after the first month. And and then my Nicole's in the chat reminding me to say that What's the Scoop will be back tomorrow night. It's going to be on Sundays now, henceforth at 9 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Mountain.
It will give a little preview of that, Scoops. If you got anything you want to do later, we'll get that in later. So give everybody an idea of what that's going to be about on Sunday. One more from Jeremy. Here's a question from Jeremy. Guess what my Taylor Swift song is? None of them.
Love you, Jeremy.
That was good. All right, so why don't we do this, Keith? Why don't you see if you can get? Why don't we, instead of answering all 3, throw one name out, and then Trevor and I will try and get a name as well. We'll see if we can get them.
Now say again. I'm sorry.
I was going to say instead of you said there's 3 Scoops.
Yes.
So why don't Keith answer one, and then we'll go around to see if we can get all 3 before we go back.
Oh, gotcha.
Go ahead,
gotcha.
Keith.
So mine was, and I'm hoping he was, brought in originally, but George Brett.
Yep, that's one of them.
Took the easy
on.
one.
Yeah,
Took the easy one, Trevor.
Now,
Gosh, something thinking here. I think as a pitcher, they're
I'll
in the
ask the
Hall of
question.
Fame was the question?
I'll ask the question one more time. Who are the 3 Hall of Famers drafted by the Kansas City Royals?
Jeez.
Yeah, on my mind was on football.
Kansas City
Oh! I got one.
Who is it?
If you guys don't mind.
I don't mind.
No.
Is Bo Jackson
Yep.
a Hall of Famer? All right.
Keith's got the baseball knowledge in here. I mean, I'm focused on football, and Keith's got the baseball credit. Keith, I mean,
They've been.
These are all guys from my era.
Hall of Fame.
Man.
Hall of Fame. I'm gonna throw a name out there. Maybe he was drafted by the Royals. Because I think this one's gonna be tricky, guys. I don't think he stayed with the Royals long, but he originally played for them. Maybe Gaylord Perry?
No.
All right.
Oh boy. I was not expecting this. On the draft, not baseball, not yet. Anyways,
since we're doing trivia after this one, I got a fun, I think, easier one for people.
Oh man,
I think we might be at the end unless I have no more guesses. I can't think of anything else.
Hold on. Roy's back again. He needed more oxygen, and they encouraged me to go in. I'll be okay. Roy, please go take care of everything, man. You've been great with us. Go take care of yourself. More important than hanging out with us, make sure you're doing okay, my friend. Yeah. We'll get in touch with you, and we'll see you again soon. But if go do what those doctors tell you. I work in a hospital. Go do what the EMTs tell you, my friend. I'm gonna put you on the spot now. I don't want to block you, my friend. I work in a hospital. Go get checked if they want you to go get checked. Okay. Throw some love at you, Roy.
Jeremy's coming in with a guess. He says Killebrew and Brett. He says I'm not sure of the third.
That's incorrect.
No harm in Killebrew. All right.
Any hints you want to give, Scoop? Like, is it a pitcher? That would be my question to you.
I'll put it this way. He was best known for his arm.
Who? I think it's a relief. No, who played? Who? The third one's tough because I know it's not going to be easy. Be shocked if it's easy.
And actually, I'll clarify with one thing. Bo Jackson wasn't one of the 3 answers, but it technically is true, so I gave you that one.
Okay. Oh, okay. Very good. Yeah, I'm
because
still
he was
out,
drafted
though,
multiple. Because he was drafted multiple times.
That's fair. That's fair.
Oh man.
I don't not see if you're seeing Rosie in our chat there, buddy.
Am I deleting that, or am I? Jeremy, is this a deletion? Just let me know, guys. Or if it's legit, just let me know.
I seriously doubt it's legit.
I haven't had a chance to read it. I'm going to block that user.
Hopefully, you don't take out our whole chat again, there, Kenny.
Let me know if you see my hello.
Oop! Yeah, we just lost the whole chat again there, buddy.
Are you serious? Why is this happening?
Don't worry about it. We got so many fewer picks. We'll just watch off on our phones off on the side. We'll just talk about it. That way we can keep the stream going, okay? I don't want to reboot it this late. So
that's fine. And I'll read the chat as it comes in. Roy saying bam. And that was Roy was saying bam, and he's back again. So I think we're caught up on it now.
Sounds good, buddy. Yeah.
All right, Scoops. I don't have anything. You want to give us the answer?
Okay, so the question, I'll just restate the question one time. Who were the 3 Hall of Famers drafted by the Kansas City Royals? The other 2 answers that fit what I was saying were, I'm going to pull it back up again, Dan Marino and John Elway. They were Hall of Famers drafted by the Kansas City Royals. I never said.
Oh, wow.
I never said Baseball Hall of Fame.
I would have never in a million years guessed that.
That's good, man. That's good. I like it. I like it.
Scoops. Sneaky scoops.
Sneaky scoops, yeah.
Kenny,
I
if
got
you
an
remember, like,
easier one that I think guys will get or
Sorry.
ladies will get. So, one city's professional sports teams. Okay, that's a little tricky too. So it doesn't necessarily mean they have 4 teams. Okay, that's the only hint I'm going to throw out. One city's. Thanks, PA. I know they're everywhere, so I know. I apologize. PA's keeping an eye on the kick. He saw a troll over here earlier. They're everywhere online. I've been hitting the wrong button and knocking the chat out for my co-host, so I'm gonna keep reading the chat to them as it comes up, and I'll post it on the screen when somebody puts something up so you guys can see it.
Fair enough.
All right, so professional sports. This city's team, and again, it doesn't have to necessarily mean there's 4 of them. This city's teams all have the same color scheme.
I think I already know it.
All right, we'll give the chat a couple minutes to answer. I said it's an easy one. I don't want to, give everybody the headache, brain freeze at the end of the draft here.
Sorry.
No, I'm kidding.
Sorry.
Speaking of which,
nobody's on the clock yet.
I just wanted to say a little rest in peace. I don't know if you guys remember the show, but Howie Schwab passed away recently. Stump the Schwab.
Really?
Longtime ESPN show or longtime ESPN contributor and had his own show there for a while. He just recently passed away, and doing this little bit of trivia that we're doing right now, this would have been right up Schwabi's alley. He would have had it in about half a second. He would have had a scoop. So, I know that might not be a name that a lot of people are familiar with, but a name that certainly I was just always enamored with whenever he came on. It was just right on. Amazing guy.
Yeah, I always
Keith,
watch that show.
I'm going to do this, Keith. Trevor and Scoops, Keith said you have an idea. Trevor, Scoops, do you have an idea?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I know the answer.
Wait, can you repeat the question again? You wouldn't mind?
This city's sports teams all represent the same color scheme. And they necessarily don't have to. I gave a hint that gave it away, I guess, but they don't have to have 4 teams.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I know the answer.
Jeremy wants to know, wasn't Elway drafted by the Yankees?
I'm sorry, you cut out. Wasn't Elway what?
Drafted by the Yankees. And I'm going to let PA answer it after you guys all have one in your head.
He was drafted originally in 1979 out of high school by the Royals.
Oh, and then when his end of his college career, he had the opportunity of going to the Yankees, and that was that was the threat, of not, if he was forced to be a Colt. Yep, very good. Yeah, good. Hey, Jeremy, my good buddy over there. Good memory though. Good memory. I thought you almost had Scoops there for a second.
Real quick, guys. Kamal Haddon, corner out of Tennessee to the Chiefs.
I have no idea who that is.
Give you guys an update on your division there.
Yeah, absolutely. Chiefs have went
to the well
a couple of times.
Trevor, I'm going to let PA answer it. We'll see if PA answers it. If not, I'll give the answer in about 30 seconds.
Yeah, I don't got it.
Oh, I can't answer?
Well, PA knows the answer. You guys keep it in your head. I'm sure you got it. Jeremy's putting it out there. Jeremy's the first one. I'll let Jeremy get the honors. It is the Pittsburgh. I should have. And PA's throwing Pittsburgh out there too. I might have been a little harder if I said this city sports teams, meaning they don't have a basketball team. But I gave you guys the hint. Kept it easy.
Yeah, you
like it though, Kenny.
Yeah. By the way, Dutchy's requested a Sports Jeopardy future Broncos show. So I'm going to be in the works with that with you guys, putting a little Jeopardy trivia show.
I thought you meant that's what he wanted to do for when he comes on What's the Scoop.
Oh, no. Yeah, for Denver Bronco Roundup on an off week when things are slow, we'll put together a nice little Jeopardy style show for everybody. We did Around the Horn, but Dutchy wants and it'll be questions revolved around Denver Bronco Roundup, current Broncos, the history of the Broncos. I'll have some fun little topics for everybody. We'll work on that in the future.
That'd be fun, man. Good
Yeah.
suggestion.
Yeah.
Not
Kenny-
just from our host, not just because it's our host. We take all your suggestions from all our friends and fans. So,
Kenny, I don't know if you remember, like 4 or 5 months ago, I told you that I had a trivia question. That was the question.
Was it really?
Yeah.
That's wild.
kept that one in the bank. Holy cow!
Yeah, it's wild. They got the same black and yellow scheme: the Steelers, the Penguins, and the Pirates.
For a second, I thought it might have been Toronto, but the Maple Leafs don't have any red in them. Which is very odd to me because I would have thought of all teams that would have been the one that did.
Yeah.
I'm running on fumes. That's why I never guessed Pittsburgh. I don't know.
Denver's way off. Blue and orange, yellow and blue, purple. And the Avalanche are what? Like, what would you call that? Coast colors? Maroon and blue?
Yeah.
Hey, since we brought up the Colts just recently, we were talking about those guys with John Elway, and then recently in the news, of course, the Coyotes have now moved their hockey franchise to Utah. If you had to choose one team to move back to a former destination, what team would you move back to its former destination? I'll start off with Trevor. Hey, this isn't a trivia. This should be easier. What do you got, buddy?
Yeah, I would say the Sonics probably move back to Seattle. I think that would be a really nice destination for them, and Seattle deserves another professional sports team there.
I like it. That is a good pick. Scoops, what do you got, buddy? Might be on mute.
No, I'm not on mute. The connection.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. I was watching something else, so I just didn't hear you.
No. Since you said Supersonics, which was one of the two that I was going to go with, but I'll go with the baseball version of that. Got to bring me back the Montreal Expos. I think when Nashville gets a team, I know that they're probably going to go West Coast with the other team, but I would love to see the other team be bringing back the Montreal Expos.
Nice. Good choice. Kenny Kirkpatrick, the guy with the most amount of age, he might be taking us back to the way far back.
Here come the chat. Raiders for Albert. Nicole has one of mine. Hartford Whalers. Yay hockey. There was one more in here. Nope, there was no more in there. And I got a comment from Michelle I want to share. Love the Expos, won by Scoops. Hartford Whalers. I guess I'm going to go. I had to pick between those two. I'm going to agree with my friend Scoops. Expos to Montreal. It was fun having them there.
If we want to stick with Canada, we can go also the Quebec Nordiques.
Not taking away my
no, he ain't taking away the
Avalanche.
Guys.
Don't move them out.
I'm not saying you have to move that same team back. I'm just saying bring back a team that existed before.
That's funny.
I think I would like to see the St. Louis get their football team back again, man.
Oh yeah.
That would be a good one as well. It's a sad that they've had a few attempts to hold an NFL team there, and they haven't had it. But I'd like to see them get their team back.
The Colts throwing the Atlanta Thrashers in there too.
Yeah. When I said Nordiques, I was between those two.
By the way, a run on kickers. Cam Little just went to the Jaguars.
There you go.
Here's Michelle's comment I want to share with everybody. She's nicknamed us the War Room. Powerful combination of everyone together and all of the mega sports brains. Michelle, thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Ms. Knoppers.
Very nice of you. Very nice compliment. Arizona deserves to have their hockey team back. Not too happy about the relocation.
Yeah, Nicole's a New Jersey Devils fan, but she's been pissed about the fact that that relocation's been happening and the way that it's been handled.
That's fair. I can agree.
The way it's been done, I agree. But all joking aside, Utah could deserve a hockey team and the other side of things if you want to look at it. So I know it's shitty. Again, excuse the language. Again, it's crappy the way it was done. But Utah deserves that. That up north, you guys deserve hockey towns. So Utah, I like that they're getting a franchise. Seattle got one a couple of years ago. Now Utah, that end of the United States is big on hockey. So Arizona, is it a big hockey town? I'm taking the football and the Phoenix Suns, Cardinals, and
Diamondbacks.
Diamondbacks. I mean, all joking aside, Coyotes are far number 4 in my opinion.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, just for whatever reason, the Kraken doesn't seem to be the issue, but don't get her started on the Las Vegas Golden Knights. I don't know what her hatred is with them, but just don't get her started.
I opened up the can of worms, and Nicole, it's fine. You could talk hockey. It's open agenda. I opened up a can of worms with Nicole. If Utah wanted a team, they should have done it from scratch instead of stealing an existing fan base's team. Ton of Coyote fans will not root for Utah. They're going Vegas.
Oh, I agree, man. Yeah, I tell you what, I was they were my dark horse team. I'll just put it that way. I used to love to watch the Coyotes back in the day, and when they would have their whiteout, and everyone would get in there and just that arena and the electricity. When they first had that team, I loved myself some Coyotes. They were so fun, and everyone complaining about having to go to the desert to play hockey. It just made it even more fun for me. I'm going to miss the Coyotes being down there in Arizona, Phoenix, whatever you want to call it. So,
Roy's throwing "Let's go Avs." Pearl saying
yes.
Arizona is upset about losing hockey. I'm going to open up the can of worms here. You don't relocate unless you look at Oakland's relocating because they don't have the fans, right? Don't relocate if people are going to the arena to watch the Coyotes. You're not relocating. You have to have a certain amount, I believe, in a year to be able to be even in consideration for relocation. So Coyotes must not be making any money to be moving. So I know it stinks for the fans that are there, but I know he wants to say something. Good. Everybody point to him in your direction that you are. Good, Trevor. Point up there.
No.
Hey, we want you. You're ready to say something.
Oh my God. No,
right, go ahead. Tell.
I don't disagree with the fact that I do understand why the Oakland Athletics are relocating, but I can't think of a more DE way. I'm not going to say the word, but blanky way to handle it than John Fisher has done. He has been, just lying through his teeth. He's, does not seem like he's been handling negotiations with Oakland in any sort of an honorable way. He's alienated so many of the fans that, it's just, I think that it's never fun, obviously, and it's never happy for a fan base to have their team relocate. But this may be the most shady and dishonorable way to handle a relocation that we've seen since the Baltimore Colts moved to Indianapolis.
Yeah, the Athletics, that's a tough situation. I feel bad for Oakland, honestly. I really do. They just lost the Raiders a couple years ago. Now you're losing the Athletics again. I mean, just in general, another team losing again. So, and that's a team that's been rebuilding for a long time, and they never keep their stars around. How can you have hope for if you're Oakland Athletic fans, have hope for that team when you trade away your stars all the time? You never resign your stars.
Well, let me, just as an example, you ever have you were talking about tech issues the other day. I promise this is relevant. But the other day, you talked about how, you were having tech issues. Whenever you replace a hard drive in a computer, or if you bring over a new computer and you put the buggy hard drive in, all you're doing is bringing over the same problem to a new thing. Yeah. You're bringing John Fisher over to the Las Vegas Athletics. You're bringing over the poison in your organization to a new place. Nothing. I don't see how anything is going to get much better as long as he's still running the show over there. I don't care if you put him in the Bronx.
Yeah,
I'm making a suggestion right now because I got 2 comments from Nicole. Nicole needs to go on What's the Scoop and get some hockey. And Nicole's saying,
I won't get a
Coyotes owner. Coyotes owner and the Arizona government are at fault. They didn't want to give them the renovations for the arena or new one.
That's what I've heard too.
And she's also saying City of Glendale kicking them out from the start was the beginning of the Coyotes' downfall, unfortunately. Well, Nicole, I will say this. Karma does bite. I know I was saying Utah, a northern state, but how much fan base are they going to get in Utah? I mean, seriously, the only Utah team they got are the Jazz. And, Kraken are probably going to take a lot of that Utah fan base. So there'll be some fans there. So karma's going to bite them in the you-know-what, because I don't see this as being a big market team, Utah, in my opinion. I think a move somewhere else, if it was going to be a move, would have been more profitable in their relocation.
I will say this. Have they announced a name for the team yet?
I
No,
think
not that I've
Yetis
heard.
is in consideration. I like that name, Yetis.
If they don't go with, and maybe I'm just speaking culturally here, if they don't go with the two Utes, that's a major, major miss.
And not to mention, Utah might be getting a baseball team here pretty soon. So that's a team that that's a state that's really trying
Yeah,
to
it's
grow.
when they expand to Nashville, I expect it to either be Portland or Salt Lake City that gets the other team.
Talk about altitude.
Montreal.
Man, this went away from the NFL draft, guys. I hope I know there's open agenda, man, but we went way off the rails here. We're all into baseball and hockey now.
Some picks are coming in. I've been keeping an eye over here, so nothing.
No.
to talk about.
I
I
agree.
know what you're saying, Keith. No, I appreciate Nicole hanging out with us and something besides Scoop said Taylor Swift. So glad we got something. So now I know when we talk hockey, we bring Nicole on as a guest on KK or any of our hockey shows.
Seriously, I've talked to so many people about sports throughout my life. I don't know if I know somebody who knows more about a specific sport than Nicole knows about hockey. It's insane.
Wow. That says a lot, bud. That says a lot.
No,
man. So.
she knows so much about that sport. It's unbelievable. She's really a big part of the reason why I got back into hockey after so long of not following it.
That's
Nicole.
awesome.
It's my fourth favorite sport, but in the chat, Nicole, give me a percentage on the Rangers' chance of winning the Stanley Cup and Avalanche for those Denver fans out there. Give us your expert opinion on percentage for those two teams. Back to the draft, guys. Go ahead, Scoops.
Sorry.
No,
as long as the Rangers have Matt Rempe, they become my favorite team to root against.
There you go, then.
I don't
know that much about Matt Rempe. Obviously, he's not a good guy, I guess. So.
4 picks left in the
Flyers
6th round, and then we're into the 7th round.
I'm a Flyers fan, and he basically just gets penalized for fighting every single game, and it just gets annoying.
Nicole's not a Ranger fan.
Fair enough.
Personally hopes 0, but after the way they've been destroying the Caps, I think they'll make it to the Cup final. I'll take that, Nicole. Thank you.
Oh,
How about the Avalanche?
I forgot you were a Rangers fan. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to throw shade. I didn't know you were a Rangers fan. I forgot.
It's my fourth sport. It's all good. All good. Back to football. Bo Limmer, center Arkansas to the Rams. We're at the end of the 6th round here, guys, and then I still don't see us on the board. So I don't even know if we got any more picks. But
yeah, Broncos.
All right. How about the surprises right now? Who's still left on the board? Pratt, Jody Moncrief's guy, quarterback analyst there. Keith, why is he still on the board?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you go down, a lot of people got enamored with, a lot of his Senior Bowl type of stuff that he ended up doing. But if you go back and you look at the tape, not overly impressive all the way across the board. He's got that big arm. He's that prototypical type of quarterback. But let me just pull my notes here real quick because I had it here just 2 seconds ago. Oh, geez, where did they all go? Well, now I've lost my notes. But honestly, just overall, nothing overly impressive for a career in college. I might have found my notes. How about that? Let's see if I found it. Oh, sure, still don't have it. I swear. Okay. No, here we go. We talked about, like guys like Bo Nix completing over 75% of his passes. Michael Pratt comes in with 65%, 22 TDs, 5 interceptions. He was the 2023 American Conference Offensive Player of the Year. But yeah, he's that kind of that prototypical quarterback. He's not going to bring you anything, dynamic or anything outside the pocket, and sometimes struggles just overall with things outside of the deep ball, I would say.
Gotcha. And some more hockey comments, and then we'll get back to the football. So Nicole was answering my Avalanche question. She thinks she has them going against Dallas. She got them going to Dallas next round. They have her former Devils, Miles Wood, and Zach Parisi.
Love it.
Good.
Jeremy, he wants the Avs to win the Cup. If not, I want the Cup in Canada. And Pearl saying if Georgie plays like he has last 2 games, it will be Rangers versus Avalanche. That'll be fun, Miss Pearl.
Yep.
And we'll see if we can get somebody on, a couple people on, talk about some hockey. Maybe we'll put something together for everybody. But yeah, so yeah, Michael
Speaking of which,
Pratt.
we would love to get some Avalanche hosts over on the Rocky Mountain Sports Network. So if you get anybody out there is interested in talking some hockey, want to do some podcasts, hey, if they even want to do a little bit of writing for the Rocky Mountain Sports Network, we would love to have you bring on. We do specialize over in Colorado sports, Rocky Mountain Sports Network. But I find a lot of hockey fans, well, they're knowledgeable all the way across the league. So let's talk if you have any interest in that. Really quickly, I'm still shocked. I'm still showing Brendan Rice on the draft board, guys, and kind of surprised as we get to the 7th round that a guy that really helped make Caleb Williams, a guy that was on the receiving end of a lot of the passes that we saw from Caleb Williams, a guy that has the pedigree of Jerry Rice in his background, that we still see USC wide receiver and product Brendan Rice still on the clock. Kind of a shock to me.
Keith, I'm going to bring it right back to you because this is a little shocker to me. The Ravens just went to, and Trevor just pointed out too, the Ravens just selected quarterback out of NC State, Devin Leary. So not Michael Pratt, not Sam Hartman, not any of these other guys, Slovis. It's Devin Leary, Keith, to the Ravens of all teams.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, Ravens aren't looking to necessarily replace Lamar Jackson anytime soon, but do need some competent backup help, in Baltimore. Like I said, Devin Leary was a guy in 2022. You look at his stats, that's probably when he should have, quote unquote, came out for the NFL draft. He probably would have been taken a round or two higher. He ends up going back, doesn't have to end up having the season that he really wanted to. But a lot of people, even if you go back to the very beginning of the year, had Devin Leary up near the top. So here's a guy that, again, just a year too late. It's amazing how things can happen that way. Devin Leary ends up falling here all the way into the late 6th round, and the Baltimore Ravens pick him up. Yeah, it's maybe surprising, and maybe over some other talent that are out there, but I think they're getting a great quarterback. Like I said, it would have been a lot higher if he would have came out last year.
Why don't I go to Trevor? Keith just brought up Braylon Rice is still out there. Braylon Rice, why is he still out there?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm with Keith. I don't know why he's still falling. We kind of seen a little bit of a wave of wide receivers starting to fall in this draft class. I'm a little speechless. We see Leary go off the board, and some of these other guys that are projected to be undrafted free agents, and but we still see Brendan Rice drop, and he's a 4th round projected wide receiver in my opinion. My guess is that it's the drops. That's why I'm going to guess it's the hands. He does, doesn't have the greatest hands in the world. Athletically, doesn't really stand out per se, but just for his pedigree and where he comes from, though, I would at this point in time in the draft, I would take a chance on him, and I do expect him to get drafted before everything's all said and done.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, out of the pedigree alone, at this point of the draft, I mean, you need a wide receiver. Take a shot. You got Jerry as your dad. You say the pedigree, right? Harrison Jr. went 4th. Brendan Rice, like Trevor said, Caleb Williams was a lot of success because of this kid last year. I'm in shock. Scoops, any running backs you think that could still be a factor that's left on the board?
Sorry, I had a pick coming in. I wanted to make sure it wasn't a running back while you were asking me about running backs. Yeah, I think the 3 that I'm still looking at right now, I mentioned Blake Watson before. Don't know how he's still on the board. I think Monmouth's Jaden Sheridan, I think, is getting overlooked a little bit because, again, Monmouth is just not the most well-known school in terms of, or most talked about school in terms of this type of thing. And then I talked about Cody Schrader a couple rounds ago. I remember saying I thought he would go a little bit higher than this. Those are the 3 that I would really look at to potentially go in the final round. And if not, I think you're going to see them become pretty high priority undrafted free agents.
Michael Valchio with a great question. Who is going to be the 199th 6th round Tom Brady pick? Anybody want to take first guess at that? I'm going to think of this one for a couple seconds.
Yeah, trying to guess a pick is a little more difficult, but
I'm gonna
Let's
say,
think here.
you ready? I'm gonna just throw something wild and crazy. Who has the one? Who has that? Oh, that pick is already gone, right? We're at pick 219.
That pick's already been made. That's why I'm confused.
Oh, there you go.
The Saints already made that pick.
Let's just say he's gonna be
maybe
the Brock Purdy-ish type pick here.
yeah, I think he's
Oh,
talking about that
okay, like
late round Hall
Got
of
it.
Fame potential. Maybe we're talking that right. Wow.
I'm gonna look. I'm gonna do a little cheat, and I'm gonna look at quarterbacks that are still up here, if you don't mind.
Maybe Jordan Travis, if I had to name out somebody.
He was picked already, Trev.
No, I'm saying around that pick.
Oh,
being
okay.
a late round pick. Yeah.
Got a name.
Yeah, like late round. It could be, obviously we just got done talking about oh gosh, now I'm losing my minds, guys. I'm losing my minds.
It's been a long
Leary. Devin Leary, something like that, but I don't think Devin Leary is going to necessarily be that guy. Yeah, in fact, hey,
I'm gonna throw one out there.
I'll throw one really quick. I'm going to go Joe Milton. Joe Milton went a lot later, and for some reason, if this guy gets an opportunity someplace else, because I don't think they're going to move on from Drake May right away, if he gets an opportunity someplace else, I'm going to go Joe Milton. That's where I'll go.
Deep sleeper, may go undrafted. You may see somebody take a shot with him. He got hurt a couple times, and he's now at BYU. Kadon Slovis was highly projected in that Spencer Rattler class as a top 3 pick when he was with USC. He's had some hard luck. I'm looking at him as a possible free agent. It's somebody relevant like Brock Purdy. Starts as the 3rd string. Some bad luck goes good luck his way. Turns into Brock Purdy when some injuries happen to a playoff type team. Never looks back.
There you go. Good pick.
Question, Michael. Good question. So we did offense. We're officially in the 7th round after this pick by Tampa Bay. Just took Elijah Klein, center out of UTEP. We're officially in the 7th round. Buffalo, Washington, Vegas, first 3 up.
You know what I'm surprised is dropping? Gabriel Murphy, out of UCLA, the edge. I'm surprised he's dropped this far. This is a guy who's projected to be. I think he was a 4th round pick in my opinion. Could have even went a little earlier. This is a guy that was right there with Latu on that defense.
That's wild.
I think he's got to go higher here. I wouldn't be surprised if Buffalo took him here.
7th round's going to be fast and furious. And Scoops, I'm putting this on the screen because I can't pronounce that. It's from Dutchy.
Yeah, let me look.
Hires before Pratt, he's asking. I looked at the hires and I thought he was talking in Dutch for a second there. And then I saw the rest, but it's hires before Pratt. I think Pratt may go undrafted, Dutchy.
I would see. That's the thing is, I read that and I think of the French pronunciation, so I would have said year.
Michael Ayers actually at one point had more top 30 visits as a quarterback than any other quarterback.
I remember that,
which is a kind of a crazy one. This is a guy that got a lot of look. And if you go out there, you watch some tape. I had to go back. I watched some tape on Michael Ayers. I know that we've had Pearl in here quite a bit. I watched some John Macha tape as well. I had a Colorado School of Mines. These are guys that kind of have similar games. Big arm quarterbacks, strong arm quarterbacks can really deliver down the field and do it with pretty dang good accuracy. Now, that being said, they're in the smaller schools, and whether you're talking about Samford or Colorado School of Mines, so you always got to question what talent they're going up against and try to project that. So that's why you see these guys kind of slip either to the bottom of the 7th round, into the 7th round, or being those undrafted free agents. But Michael Ayers is a name that you need to keep an eye on. I think he's going to go to a team for sure.
And don't forget the free agents after this, like Tommy DeVito came in last year, right? And he got to play a little bit. So, and he won 3 games for us. So it never counted out, like, because somebody's not drafted. Some of these guys become undrafted players for sure.
Mm-hmm.
There it is. Miss Pearl saying, I saw that we were talking about that. I love John M. He should have been drafted.
Draft's not over. Pearl, draft's not over. You never know who's going to take a flyer. But guys, for small schools, I know that everyone can snicker, everyone can laugh, but I'm telling you, go watch some Colorado School of Mines. Go watch some John Macha. He's a pretty talented athlete that stuck around at that school, tried to do as much as he could for that school. Maybe might have had opportunities if he wanted to go into that transfer portal. But great quarterback. I appreciate you pointing him out to me, Pearl, John Macha.
And I think you have two teams right here in the 7th round that still need quarterbacks, in my opinion. The Raiders could take a shot, and the Rams could take a shot. So I don't think Pratt's going to – I can't see him going undrafted. And then maybe I think we'll see another quarterback off the board before the draft's over with.
Maybe Atlanta will take one. Actually, I'm looking. It doesn't look like they have any picks left, so we're safe.
Unless they trade with Denver.
There you go. Do those future round picks. There you go.
Man.
Yeah.
So at this point in time, switching to Broncos for our Bronco fans, and everybody out there, what are you targeting here in the 7th round? Any position in particular, or just? I mean, there's some interesting players out there still.
Yeah, there are some interesting players. Obviously, I was a big one on the Brendan Rice train for quite some time. I thought that honestly, him and McCaffrey were similarly ranked prospects, and so I'm really surprised that we see one guy go so high and then this guy slip all the way down. I think he would just be a fantastic addition to any team, let alone the Denver Broncos. Just looking across a few other names. One that would I think the Scoops just mentioned, because I'm kind of listening in and out. Blake Watson, running back, is one that I see that is on here. Obviously, we could add a little bit there if we really wanted to, but right now, here we go. Brevin Spanford, tight end out of Minnesota. That's another name I really like. I could see us adding here late if we're trying to do positional needs, right? How about you, man? Where are you at? Oh, last one, LSU center Charles Turner III. I know that we are big on Forsyth and his matchup with Bo Nix, but if you're looking for a center, I think that's a way you could go as well.
Yeah, I like one of the corners out of Arkansas, Dwight McClurthan, the corner out of Arkansas. He's the guy that, to me, is still on the board. He's a 6th-round pick. I think there would be value there. 6'2", 4.47, what he ran. I mean, I think that there's something still there. I think he's a nice cover corner as well, and solid against the run. So I think this would be a guy that I would take a chance on with a 4-star recruit as well. So you know how Denver likes to take their corners late in the round, in the later rounds.
True. Might as well throw it over to Scoops on the same question, man. And it seems like you have filled every hole necessary on your roster. What are you looking for if you pick up anything here in this last round?
Well, we don't have any picks this round.
It doesn't matter with you guys. You guys have been all over the board for multiple years. So if you were to pick up a pick here, what would you want to do?
Yeah. I could probably deal for getting another defensive lineman, like a Taylor out of Miami, or like we talked about a few minutes ago, Murphy out of UCLA. But I'm still keeping my eye on if he keeps falling, knowing what they think about the quarterback position. I'm still not against taking a flyer on Michael Pratt if teams continue to pass on him.
Mm-hmm. That's true, man. Why not? Why not wager just a little bit of future capital to come back in the end of the 7th round and bring in a Michael Pratt? A lot of heck, there was a lot of questions. Let's face it, when it came to your quarterback when he first came into the league. Why not just give him a little bit of love, a little bit of backup? Michael Pratt would be a nice one.
Sorry.
So,
hey, Keith, I got Scoops, and then I want to make an announcement. Go
right ahead, bud.
I was gonna say back in 2020. I mean, I remember sitting there. I still have the thing on my phone. We were watching the draft, and I remember sitting there when we drafted Jalen Hurts, and I was like, "Oh God!" Like I was just like, I have no idea where this is gonna go. But I had a gut feeling that something was about to get really interesting in Philadelphia. And sure enough, I mean, then, a few months later, our quarterback turned into a pumpkin and then whined his way out of Philadelphia. So I think that, I don't see that happening with Jalen Hurts at all.
Mm-hmm.
But, the style that he plays, one thing or another, I can't remember if it was Bill Parcells or who it was, but there's that mentality that you always want to you always want to have a QB in the pipeline, basically. I can't remember if that's the exact quote, and if it's Parcells or not, but I agree with that mentality. So I think you can hardly do yourself a disservice by using your last pick on a QB like that.
Nice.
Yeah, Keith, we lost Dutchy a little while ago. We haven't done a giveaway. I'm going to do one more giveaway with everybody.
Okay.
7th round. Michael asked this question about Tom Brady. So I'm going to do it a little different, guys. I'm going to ask a question, and whoever comes closest in the next, it's going to be rapid fire. In the next 2 minutes, I'll give away a Tom Brady absolute card for somebody.
Nice.
My question to everybody, and my co-host can play along as well. How long have I been friends with Mr. Kurt Valenti? Years-wise. For the chat and everybody there, put it in the chat. I'll do a 2 to 3 minute countdown in my head, and I'll announce the winner after. And if two people come up with the same number, it's going to be the first one I see. How many years have I been friends with Kurt Valenti? Tom Brady, if anybody wants it.
I hear
Miss Pearl should win. Miss Pearl should win just by this answer, but that's too long.
Too long.
Michael's throwing a guess in there. Keith's got a guess. Host is Scoops. Got a guess. Okay.
That's correct.
Yep.
Uh,
Trevor put it in the chat. Okay. Yep. Ernie, PA, Albert throwing a guess out there. I got the winner so far. I see the winner, so keep the guesses coming in. Mr. Valenti and I have been friends for how long? Okay, Trevor, I see yours in the private. That's fine. I'll add it into here. This is Trevor's guess, everybody. And here comes Trevor's guess. Michelle's throwing a guess in there. I'm going to do a 30-second countdown. Last call for Tom Brady. Absolute nice card of Tom in his Bronco uniform there. And I'm sorry, in his Buccaneers uniform there. Kurt,
no.
Kurt's wearing off on me. He wanted Tom Brady on the Broncos. He's wearing off on me.
Man.
Maybe that's put to bed. Finally.
Miss Pearl should win. She said too long. So, yeah, he's wearing off on me, Miss Pearl. I did say Broncos. But Tom Brady in his Buccaneers uniform. All right, I'm going to announce it right now. For whoever said 44 years.
Oh, my goodness.
That was me.
Is the winner. 45 years,
That was me.
Mr. Valenti and I. We're both 49 years old. We'll be celebrating our 50th birthday this year.
Happy birthday,
Scoops,
man.
I'm glad to get you something, friend. You've been
I remembered that Kurt was
doing hard
49,
work.
so I was just trying to guess from there.
That's
Scoops
funny
got
because I was
Tom Brady.
like, my first guess, I was like, no, I think that would put him about like 4 or 5 years old, man. I better.
Yeah.
That's too long. I better move that up a little bit. So I went with 41 years. So
I was going to say 45.
And since Scoops won, I got a couple Eagles things here. He won something finally. I was going to put this when he won. Let's see where are my other ones for Scoops. There they are. I'm going to package together a bunch of Eagles stuff for Scoops. Just
do you have a Mike McDaniel card in there? Do you can package in there? Or?
I got a couple Jalen Hurts there for you, Scoops.
Thank you so much, man.
I got a couple more for you. I'll send these all to you. There's Devontae Smith. I'm getting rid of my Eagles stuff, guys. Sorry. There's a lot. Jalen Hurts, another Jalen Hurts. Another Jalen Hurts. You can have a nice Jalen Hurts collection. And last, I'll give you Jalen Carter. Those are my Eagles. Short.
Thank you so much, man.
Sweet Eagles collection with the prize being Tom Brady. So
my good friend Jeremy Dresser coming in. He's saying he wouldn't mind another edge rusher in the 7th. So shout out to him.
Thank you all for playing. That was a fun short little giveaway there that I thought of off the top of my head. And I want to just show the appreciation. We all have 7th round, 5 hours in. Everybody's still hanging out with us. So
yeah,
this is a lot of fun, guys. Thank you all for hanging out with us for sure. Denver's coming up, guys, in roughly 10 picks. It looks like 8 to 10 picks.
Yeah,
and then you're the only ones up. You're the only ones up, so we still got a little time. Michael's saying pick is coming soon. Yeah, it's been definitely a break between all our teams for sure.
Yeah,
first one we've had in a while.
Commanders went Javonte Jean Baptiste. I'm sorry, out of Notre Dame, edge rusher there. So, speaking of those edge rushers that might come off the board late in the 7th, Jeremy was hoping we would get one. Trying to find the value, trying to find the athlete. That's the key if you're going to go, especially go edge rusher here, in my opinion. So,
did Kamara come off the board yet from CSU?
Let's take a look here real quick.
I don't think so. And Jody's in the chat, guys, saying we need a tight end. And if Pratt doesn't get drafted, should we pick him up? Keith?
If Pratt doesn't get drafted, should we?
No.
Why add any more confusion to this room, man? We already are trying to bring in Zach Wilson and rebuild him. We got a rookie in there, Stidham, Danucci. We got to figure out who's hanging out, who's going. I just don't see how bringing Pratt in would necessarily help this team and this room, this coaching staff as we try to move forward. So I would say probably, I don't like passing on good talent, but I don't know if it necessarily helps us. I don't know if there's a spot.
Yeah, no.
Michael wants to double dip on wide receiver, and we were talking about him a couple minutes ago. Brendan Rice for the Broncos. Go get him now. Now, so trade up. He's saying, go get him now. He wants. And you know what? That's some good talent there, pedigree. How do you pass up on this guy? Just from his pedigree, 7th round flyer, absolutely would take a chance on him.
Who are you wondering about, Trevor? That was still
Muhammad Kamara. Did he go yet?
I don't think so, but
I don't think so.
Double check.
I don't think so either. I would watch edge rusher here because we all know Jonathan Cooper, Baron Brown. Some of these guys are up for extensions next year, so I would watch getting an edge rusher here. Get a guy under team control for the long haul. I'll watch them possibly getting an edge rusher here.
Here comes a couple because we're a little behind. So Ms. Pearl's saying each year the Broncos draft each year undrafted free agents make the Broncos team. Ernie breaking news: the Chargers got Rice.
There you
so
go.
That's a pick coming up shortly after commercial. 2 picks from now. So they're a little behind on NFL Network. So on my stream, because I'm a little behind, I'm not live. So, but we're just talking about Rice. There he goes.
Muhammad Kamara actually went a while ago. He went to the Miami Dolphins a while back. So,
dang,
Scoops, you should have known that.
Yeah, come on, Mike. Heck. Just kidding.
He's got so much going on with Eagles and Dolphins, he can't remember it all. So
he's in the war room. He's here. He's everywhere. I mean,
I'll tell you where he is as well as Mr. Trevor Saltzman. They'll be on Settle the Scores here at 7 p.m. Mountain Standard Time as well. So an all-dayer, man. No wonder Trevor slept in.
Give a little teaser out. We got a lot of people watching out there. Give a little teaser what you're going to talk about, Rockies. What kind of, give us a little idea.
Okay, yeah. So like I mentioned, going to be talking a little bit about the series against the Padres. Going to recap that a little bit, look a little bit as to what's going on right now with the return of Nolan Jones and the series against the Houston Astros, and a little bit about a little bit toward the trade deadline. I think it's a little early yet, but talk a little bit about looking toward the trade deadline and some things that maybe will be impactful on that and have an influence on that over the next few weeks.
Nice. Looking forward to it tonight. For those of us on the East Coast, it'll be what time are you starting tonight? 9 Mountain?
9 Eastern.
9 Eastern. It's 9 Eastern. Okay, 9 Eastern. My apologies. 9 Eastern for those on the East Coast following us over here. check out Scoops tonight. We'll have some good. I call myself the professor on Scoops' show, so I will be throwing some questions out at him. He passed his first test with an A, so we're going to see what his grade is tonight. So we're going to see. I'm going to throw some questions at him for sure.
Just don't ask his opinion on Coors Light. I'm just kidding.
You can ask me my opinion on Coors Light. It's going to be a short answer.
Yes. If I was to maybe look at a couple of edge rushers, since we were kind of talking about that a little bit earlier, Gabe Hall is still out there from Baylor. Great product. I think they could be a great 7th round pick. And then I'll make a few people happy. Some Michigan fans happy. I like Jalen Harrell as well. Jalen Harrell might be another name we could look at.
Yep. Again, you got defensive tackle in the trade, so I don't think Peyton and them liked any defensive tackles on the board. So edge rusher, I could definitely see that, Keith. Maybe the other position would be special teams. See if there's any corners or safeties you like and could be a special team contributor. Jody said tight end, 7th round. Do you really want to pick up a tight end? If a tight end is, do you think he's going to be a contributor or a starter in round 7? Me, I'm looking for special teams in 7th round. That's what I'm looking for personally.
I would not rule out Dallin Hooker, though. Hooker that's still on the board from CSU. That's a guy that they've worked out before and stuff like that. So might be a nice flyer, 6'3", 241. And I think he's a solid tight end. So maybe a guy that they can probably put in at fullback too if they won't need to use him there. But a guy I'd probably keep an eye on. He may go here in the 7th round.
Interesting. Bengals are on the clock, and the pick's about to come in. I wonder if they would take do they still got Browning over there, or is Browning gone?
No, they still have him.
They still got him, so no quarterback here. Dejon Anthony, Ole Miss. I was going to say maybe Pratt for Jody. He wants his boy Pratt to go somewhere. I know that. He's been high on him, but let's see. We got Chargers, Arizona, Cleveland, next 3 up on the board here.
Yeah. Kenny, do you think Pratt falls out of the do you think he goes undrafted? Just curious.
I've been waiting for the Giants to take a quarterback, but I don't know if Pratt fits their style. So I think he might go undrafted here. I'm looking to see if the Rams are on the clock. That may be an option, but I don't see the Rams coming up anytime soon.
Yeah, they're towards the back end.
Coming up. Could Vegas be in play for Pratt?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I can see it.
Yeah.
But again, he's dropped to the 7th round, so a lot of teams don't like what they've seen of him. No offense, Jody. I know he's your boy. I don't like quarterbacks that drop this far down.
One of the things that I heard in like I said, I've been listening to this former front office executive talk about what it's like to work in an NFL, in the NFL, and for these teams. And he said that, I had one coach come to me. He goes, if I don't like him in the 1st round, why would I end up taking him in the 4th round? And there's something to be said about that. If you're evaluating your board and you don't think that he's a 1st round talent, and now he's sitting there in the 4th, that should tell you quite a bit. And they wouldn't go chasing like that. They would go for their players that they felt they were better ranked for that round, I guess. So
yeah.
Thoughts on that?
Sorry.
No, I said thoughts on that. So give me your thoughts, Scoop.
Okay. I kind of disagree with that a little bit. I think that you can like a guy and just not like taking him at a specific spot. I think that, I think it may be all teams, but I think at least most teams have, like, let's say a 2nd round grade on a guy or a 3rd round grade on a guy. So just because I wouldn't take somebody in the 1st round, I don't think that means that I wouldn't take him later if I have the opportunity to. I mean, I think that's why trade downs are a thing. I had intel that when the Eagles were on the clock at 120, they wanted the guy that the Steelers took at 119, and that's what made them drop back. So I think that's part of the cat and mouse game, part of the chess game that goes on during the draft. I don't think necessarily that just because I wouldn't take someone in the 1st round, I wouldn't draft them at all.
That's fair. Like I said, different ideas, different thought processes from all these teams. Like they said, for some of these teams, he said, we would have guys that would come in and they have a little bit of an iffy background. That's an absolute no. Not coming on our team. We're not gonna even bring them in. Work for a different team? Absolutely. We're gonna take on that project. We see the talent. We see the ability there. We'll take on the little bit of the issues and see if we can work through that. Every team's going to be a little bit different. It's just interesting to hear all these different mindsets as you kind of go through, especially getting into these later rounds and how they're thinking about these later round picks.
They're flying through these picks. Nobody of any significance. Broncos on my stream are still 6 picks away. So it's probably about 4 or 5 picks away from your pick, guys. So start getting your thoughts on the Broncos in the chat. I've heard some tight end rumblings. I heard edge rusher. Me, best available on your board, 7th round. If it's a special teams contributor, take it as a home run. That's what I would go here. Whatever you feel is a special teams contributor. That would be my pick here. And seen a lot of secondary go off the board, guys. By the way, no names of significance, but that's what's been the trend here the last couple picks.
Go ahead, Keith. What were you gonna say?
Oh no, go ahead. Go right ahead. I didn't have anything of significance.
No, I was gonna say dark horse team for Pratt, maybe Green Bay. My love, I could see that.
Yeah.
Okay.
MJ Devonshire, cornerback, out of Pitt, goes to the Raiders. I saw that just kind of come across. So good late round pickup for a cornerback. I liked some of his tape as well. So hate to say that about a Raiders pick, but
solid contributor. He'll probably play nickel, maybe dime, or special teams. Like you're just saying, special teams. You're seeing a lot of the picks are flying in. You're seeing a lot of corners go off the board now and safeties, and that's what teams are thinking. Hey, special teams player.
Not only that, but you need to have like 5, 6, 7 corners on your team, right? This is a place that needs depth, and so this is an easy place to add those pieces into.
Yep.
I'm looking at the. Sorry, was someone else trying to go?
Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying. I'm looking at the next few picks, and teams that I'm thinking. I don't know if Dallas would because they already have Trey Lance, but if they really think that this might be his last year at Dak, if they want to add, another competitor, maybe they put him in. I'm looking down a little bit further. Maybe the Cleveland Browns, depending on if they believe in Watson to rebound or not. And then the only other team I'm thinking really is LA. Those are really the 3 teams that I'm looking at throughout the balance of the draft.
Nice.
Waiting on Minnesota, who's got this pick. New England, New England's in between 2 of their picks. So it's Minnesota, New England, Minnesota, Dallas, and Indy before Denver is up.
And hopefully they don't trade back.
They don't trade back. And then we don't have Mr. Irrelevant that goes to the Jets, but we have the pick right before Mr. Irrelevant at this point as well. So that'll we get to close out the draft. Literally close out the draft.
I'm looking to get a tight end and corner if I'm Denver here. If I'm sticking to picking both those picks, I think there's a nice corner on the board, and I think there's Hooker who I think would add some more competition to that tight end room. That's what I would be looking at.
I'm more of a Brevin Spanford out of Minnesota. If I was going to probably go tight end here, like his tape, I know that he had a rough 2023 with some drops, but he has the hands and he has the ability. Big body guy that can be in the blocking. The funny thing is we keep talking about tight end. I still go back to the fact that I think that our tight ends will look better this year just with the quarterback that we have behind center.
Yeah,
mainly anybody not named Russell Wilson. I'm not going to make this a Russell Wilson bashing. He's a former quarterback at this point, but a guy that just wasn't able to target over the middle, and I think that really helped or hurt his tight ends in Denver.
Yeah, that's the thing, Keith. I think it's just systematic. Like right now, where Denver's at, their quarterback room with Bo Nix, I think it definitely will see a more improved offense. Now Sean Payton can fully run his offense this year and not have to kind of leave some things out for Russell Wilson to try to fit Russell Wilson's strengths. Sean Payton talks about that a lot, about fitting his team's strengths and his quarterback strengths in particular. So I think that's a big reason why I think you're seeing Bo Nix. Not sure where Bo Nix's upside's at, I will say that, but I think he's the perfect fit for a Sean Payton type style offense that he's going to want to run in Denver.
I'll
Just
say
a couple
this
picks away now.
Tight end, like Keith said, Nix will throw the ball over the middle. Dulcich could be comeback player candidate of the year, if he could stay healthy. Might not need in Sean Payton's eyes, you might not need tight end here in the 7th round. You got the other guy I love, Kroll. He came out of nowhere, and you got the safe guy in Troutman. So your tight ends, you do have 3 on the roster. So you may not be looking at tight end here. We'll see in a couple minutes, but it would not surprise me if they don't go tight end.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I mean, places all over this roster that we could look, but you're trying to find somebody who can kind of contribute in some way. Tight ends can still be a contributor out there on special teams as well. People don't think about that, but linebackers as well. You see these guys that are go in there and end up being contributors on that. So yeah, you can still keep that tight end as far as a possibility out there. But as far as being that impact player, it does become a little bit more tough to find an edge rusher or find a wide receiver or something to that effect. So
I was looking at sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was looking at tight end in terms of the best available after the draft, like back on the free agent market. Some of the guys you're looking at the top are Logan Thomas, Robert Tonyan, Jimmy Graham could be an interesting fit with the connection there, obviously. Mercedes Lewis and Blake Bell. Those are the top 5 on this list.
Yeah, free agent tight ends. You talking about?
Yeah, don't sleep on Logan Thomas. He's a big boy there.
I think that they'd probably want to go youth. I think if they're going to go the tight end route, so that's why I think maybe there's a chance they take a chance on a tight end. Also, to keep in mind, we might be seeing teams draft somebody here because maybe if they were to go undrafted, maybe they wouldn't be able to get them for financial reasons. So that's a lot that's also in play here when taking players, as you want to take him because maybe there's a chance that he's not there as an UDFA undrafted free agent when you go in that market. So that's something to keep in mind here as well as when you're picking players here in the 7th and 6th round.
Patriots just took a decent one in my mind, and you see if you got him on your paper there. Jaheim Bell just goes to the Patriots, tight end out of Florida State there. Trevor, you got any notes on him?
Yeah, let me get to my thing really quick.
Then you got 3 picks before the Denver is up.
Oh, there he is. Just past him. Yeah, so Jaheim Bell, 6'2", 241, 4.661, vertical 35 inches. I mean, this is a guy that I think is very interesting. Again, his hands are the biggest problem. Drops seem to be an issue for him. It's pretty good when he with his routes and stuff over the middle of the field, short routes and deep routes. He kind of seems more of a deep threat. Not much of a blocker at all. So you're going pure vertical threat here. I think with Bell. So interesting pick here. Probably I don't know if he would have been my tight end off the board here, but I can see the fit. Projected 6th rounder. So you're taking a flyer right now on the athlete and what potentially he could do. I think some of the bigger things that stand out with him are hands and blocking. And I don't know if I think you could have got him as a UDFA possibly. But again, maybe they have intel that they couldn't, and there's another team interested in him. Maybe that's why they're stretching a bit here, taking this guy here.
Dallas's pick is in, waiting on that, so we'll see. And then Indianapolis, and then it's you guys over in Denver. So, chat, if you're listening, who do you want Denver to take in this one of 2 last picks in this draft that Denver has? Me, again, it's going to be special teams. You're seeing a run on corners, whoever your highest ranked corner or safety is. Bring them in to contribute on special teams. Special teams very important this year with the rule changes.
Yep.
So you're going to need some special teams. Michael wants Dallin Hooker, the tight end from Colorado State. Tackle Nathan Thomas out of Louisiana just went to the Cowboys. So the Colts are up, and then Broncos, Trevor. So we're going to get to it soon. See what happens because these picks are flying in. So we'll see. After the Colts are up, we'll get the Dallas pick Nathan Thomas, and we'll see what the Colts do in a minute. And then Denver's up.
Yeah, Denver likes to say they like to take corners. I think I mentioned that earlier. They love to take corners in these end of the draft. So having 2 7th round picks, I think they did it for a reason. I will say that. I think that they have a few guys on their board that they still want to possibly take, and then it's still possible that they do just take one guy and then just trade the other pick too. So for future draft capital, just don't know you're going to get a ton of value trading your 7th round pick away.
And before the Colts pick comes in, funny little info they had on NFL Network. With 11 picks in this year's draft, which college has the most picks, guys?
Michigan.
Got any guess? Michigan for Trevor. Scoops, quick guess. Maybe not. Keith, got a guess?
Sorry.
Yeah, I know.
I just came in.
They just showed on
I don't know
NFL Network which school has the most picks this year in this year's draft at 11. Trevor said Michigan.
I'm going to go with Alabama.
I'll go Washington.
You're all close. Getting an Auburn from Jeremy, a Ducks from Ernie. Excellent guesses. But it is the Texas Longhorns with 11 taking the lead over Michigan, and a couple other teams have 9, but Texas leading the way.
I would not have
Who
gotten
had
that at all.
9?
Michigan had 9.
Very good.
That was close.
Very good. Wow.
You know, the
That's,
surprising team who doesn't have that many this year? Ohio State.
Yeah.
They had Harrison earlier, no quarterback, no other wide receivers. That's going to be a team to watch out for in college football this year, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a lot of good people coming back. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Broncos are on the clock.
Broncos are on the clock, guys. Take it away.
No, I wasn't looking to take it away. I'll let Trevor take it away. I've been on here a long time. Feel free, Trevor. What do you got, bud?
Yeah, I don't. We'll see if they do trade the pick or if it's actually going to be in, because I haven't seen it on my screen yet. I know the other people are ahead of me, but so we'll just say the pick is, and I think it's line. I think you can go linebacker. I think you can go cornerback here, tight end. Those are the 3 that I think the most of that they are possibly going to be targeting here.
And if you were to get the best grade ever, it would be what position?
I think it's corner still.
Okay.
I like Dwight McLaughlin a lot from Arkansas. I think he would be a really beneficial pick here for them. I think not just special teams, which what his upside.
That's fair. I'm still, like I said, when I'm looking, I think we could still end up putting that tight end in there. I think that again, Brevin Spann is my guy here. I'd like to see him come in here. So that would be the one I would go with. I just want to look at linebackers really quick, make sure I'm not missing anybody.
They've got Easton Gibbs possibly too. He's been mentioned to them quite a bit, but I don't know. Yeah. He might be UDFA. So
I agree. I think that's a UDFA out of Wyoming. Brought him in on a local visit, but has some really good tape as well. Michael Barrett, linebacker out of Michigan, might be a possibility. But tight end or linebacker, that's kind of where I'd like to go.
I think I got it from Kliss.
Oh, there you go.
Kliss. Real quick, Brevin Spann Ford ranked number 2 on Lindy's tight end. They had him projected 2nd, 3rd round.
Yeah, I'm telling you, great addition. I think that we could end up putting on here. Jonah Lalu.
Yeah, I just got that pick as well.
Yeah, I don't want to spoil it yet.
Jonah Lalu.
No, I'm getting Jonah Lalu for Indianapolis.
That's what we
meant. That's who I was talking about. I'm sorry, okay. Jonah Lalu.
Well, I had the Broncos pick, but I ain't gonna spoil it.
Yeah, pick is in officially. It looks like, and the Jaguars have went on the clock, so there is no trade here.
I got the Broncos pick.
Yeah, I did too.
Why don't you go ahead and go, Trevor? If it's being announced, it's that close. Multiple people are going. What do we got?
It's Dove. I can't say his name. Devon Veli, the wide receiver from Utah.
Oh, very good.
Oh, the wide receiver guy. Does he have any info on him?
Yeah, let me get to my list.
I'm looking to see if he's on this board.
We're starting to kind of dive deep here with these wide receivers.
Another Pac-12 guy, though. Bo Nix might have known him a little bit.
This is a guy.
Yeah, we're starting to get to the names where I'm like, I've never even heard of this guy.
Yeah, right.
They just announced it on here. 6'4", 203, so a taller wide receiver.
Okay, I got him here. 6'4", 203. Yeah, I mean, I like his vertical though, and his 40. I mean, he's a pretty solid athlete overall. Another special teamers, in my opinion. His route tree he's got to work on though. I mean, for a Bo Nix pick, this is a guy that got to work on his short routes. As far as blocking too, I mean, this is a guy that kind of struggles there. I'm not sure this would have been my pick here, but because this is a guy that I had going being at UDFA. But again, if we talk about that UDFA, this is a guy that they might maybe have would have lost if he would have went to be undrafted free agent. 6'4", 203. I mean, just love his arm length, 33.5, broad of 126. I really like him as a player. But again, 7th round, maybe a little bit of a stretch. It's just special teamers. I'll say that. That's where I like it. Probably out of all these picks, he's probably my least favorite picks out of all of them.
Man, talk about a downer. Just kidding.
No, I would have went. I think I would have went corner and tight end. I think we're better available than going receiver again, in my opinion. But I mean, again, you're looking for special teams, so we weren't too far off. Being here, corner, wide receiver, that's a special teamer at this point in time. How we're at in the draft, so we weren't too far off actually.
Yeah, no, I think we're pretty good. I was just looking really quick because the first name that kind of came to mind, a little bit shorter guy, and I know that he ended up blowing it up. But just maybe it was the Utah relation. Puka Nacua was a guy that came in 6'1", 210 pounds, came in the 5th round for the Rams, and look how he shined. Maybe if we're lucky, we could get like a Puka Nacua type of production out of out of our most recent draft pick here in the 7th round, Mr. Devon Vele.
Yeah, that's another wide receiver. 2 wide receivers drafted in this draft class. That's interesting. What does this mean for Cortland Sutton? I'll ask you this. Does it mean anything for Cortland Sutton at all that they have taken 2 wide receivers in this draft today?
This is what I'll say. I think what it says is that says we're not going to be that easy at the negotiating table. As simple as that. Here's a guy that wants a new contract, wants to come in. Wide receivers is probably the wildest market, I think, out there in the NFL. Either you're getting paid like no other, or you're worth nothing hardly. It's a wild position group to kind of live in, because a lot of teams just are like, you know what? If you want money, we'll just get somebody new. Wide receivers are a dime a dozen. We'll get one through the draft. We'll bring them in here, unless you're a top 10 draft pick, unless you're Justin Jefferson or something like that. Hey. Talk about the analytics guy. What do you think about that, man? Is the wide receiver one of the most wild position groups out there from an analytics standpoint, Scoops?
Well, it depends on what you mean by wild. Also, real quick, I just want to answer Mr. Osborne's message real quick. He asked about where Isaiah Davis went. He went to the New York Jets at 173. Can you just explain a little bit what you mean by wild, just to make sure I understand your question?
Like I said, it seems like especially from a contract standpoint, the way these teams value them, they're either right at the top, or they seem like they're fairly unvalued and can be easily replaced.
Yeah, wide receiver, I think, is definitely one of those. It's a very unique position where the value of wide receivers is very high, but the value of individual wide receivers is a little bit lower, if that makes sense. Like if you're fantastic at your position, then, obviously, if you're a Cooper Kupp, let's say, or a Tyreek Hill, then obviously you're going to get paid top of the mark. There's not really, if you want to call it a quote unquote middle class for receivers, where it's like you're either, a replaceable depth guy, or you're somebody that's going to get paid top of the line. Like, there's not really an in between. And I talked a little bit about that from a baseball standpoint a couple of weeks ago, where it's similarly, you're seeing kind of a dry up of sort of that mid-tier market, where it's guys are either getting $300 million, or guys are getting, minor league deals with an invite to spring training. There's not really a lot of those $150 million deals, because teams are either waiting you out and signing you, once your market has dried up a little bit, or teams are so aggressive to get you that it gets bid up to, twice your value. So, and I think you're seeing that kind of with wide receivers right now.
I'll go back to you since we've kind of, Devon Vele is not someone we need to belabor over as the Broncos' 7th-round pick, I don't think. I want to go back to you with a question I think I posed to everybody else, but I didn't pose to you. The Broncos had 7 wins last year, and we were hoping to improve. Certainly, if nothing else, stay the same, not get any worse. The Philadelphia Eagles, man, last year was a crazy season for them, right? Everyone had expectations of them going back strong. They go back kind of into the playoffs, but go in, kind of tiptoeing, I guess is the best way to put it. How do you now feel with this new draft class being added to the Philadelphia Eagles and their projections in the NFC East in this coming year?
What I'm comfortable saying is probably around 11 wins for them. Because I feel like if you get too much higher than that, I feel like you're just, it's hard to project any team to go super, super high because a lot of things have to go right. You have to have you have to have probably 1 or 2 lucky wins. You have to have, you're facing a team that's, beaten up and such. So I'd be comfortable saying around 11 wins, just based on the fact that I believe that the team as structured is more who they were at the beginning of last season than who they were at the end of last season. But the fact of the matter is what happened at the end of last season happened. And, they brought back CJ Gardner-Johnson, who I think is going to be helpful in that defensive culture. They also lost a couple of their key leaders in Fletcher Cox and Jason Kelsey. But I love what they did this offseason for the most part, and I love this draft class. So I definitely think you're going to get double-digit wins out of them, but I'm reluctant to go much higher than around 11 wins right now because, again, I think that there's things that have to break your way in order for you to get too far above that mark.
Sure. You're looking at injuries. You're looking at everything kind of going in your way in order to make sure that you attain that 12+ win season, right?
Right.
Yeah, I agree. I'm gonna. We're seeing a few more picks go off the board, and they're going quick. Carolina Panthers just did take Michael Barrett, linebacker out of Michigan. That was a name that I was just talking about a little bit earlier. But I'm gonna throw it completely off topic. I'm gonna throw it over to Trevor. I saw before we went on and earlier today, maybe it was late last night. All the days and times were running together. But Roger Goodell coming out and saying he's in favor of an 18-game regular season with 2 preseason games. Also talked a little bit about taking the game a little bit more internationally. Is this the plan that should have been put in place all along? 18-game season with 2 preseason games, and do you think it gets put through? When do we see this?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely interesting. I think that what I'll say about it is it's going to be hard on players' bodies. We're talking about player health and player safety all the time. Well, you just increase your chances of players getting hurt with adding another regular season game, especially for starters that are going to be playing. So you're going to have to do something with maybe adding 2 bye weeks in there too, or doing something with the giving players extra time because adding another regular season game, it's just asking a lot. It doesn't seem like it on the forefront of it, but these preseason games, I mean, the backups are playing, and players' perspective, you're probably not playing as hard as you would be in a meaningful game in the regular season. So I think we could start seeing the injuries start piling up if we did add another regular season game. I like taking the NFL over internationally. Absolutely. I think I'm a big fan of that. I think you're spreading the game around to everybody. These are some of these other countries and stuff like that. I think that's really cool. Not sure we're quite there yet. Maybe more games over internationally. Maybe that's what something we should explore more before we completely take the NFL over there internationally. But yeah, adding another regular season game. As a fan, you're a fan of it. If you are a player, you're probably not a fan of it, just with the injuries and everything like that. So it's definitely interesting. We shall see what happens with Goodell and what he decides to do.
All right, I'll go with a decision that has been made, and this was kind of an interesting one. I want to ask Scoop's thoughts on this one. The NFL will allow players to wear Guardian caps, the soft shell covered used on helmets in games this upcoming season. The league announced yesterday. Whole new look to the NFL if all of a sudden we start getting Guardian caps on. What are your thoughts on this, Amanda? How do you continue to keep the NFL the way we always knew it to be, the way our old guys knew it to be, especially when we start bringing in things like the Guardian caps?
Scoops.
Were you asking me? I'm sorry, I couldn't tell if you were asking me or Trevor.
Yeah, I was asking you. Sorry.
My apologies. I think that I mean, I think it's worth trying. I mean, I definitely think, if you're obviously talking about keeping players safe and whatnot, and in a period of time where people are cynical and skeptical that you're taking it as seriously as you could. I mean, I think it was Trevor. I think was it you yesterday who said, it's going to make them look like tortoises or something like that.
Yeah.
But
No,
that being said,
diapers,
like,
but-
if oh yeah, that sorry.
Oh, good.
But I think in terms of when you're playing, I'm guessing that they would have some sort of stylized where like they'd have the logos on them or something like that. But again, excuse me. There are some things that are inevitable. Like it's kind of hard when you're playing a game where everyone's running that hard and you sometimes stop short that way. It's kind of hard to sometimes protect from, let's say, a torn muscle in your leg or one thing or another, especially since half these teams play on turf, which I can't believe is still a thing, but that's beside the point. But yeah, no, I think that that's one area where you could definitely stand to make some improvements. And I think that in not just for the players, but I think if the fans saw that being taken more seriously, I don't know many people who would say, oh, they're playing in protective caps now, I'm not as interested in watching the game. Like, unless you're the type of shouting at the clouds guy who was upset about Taylor Swift being on the camera for 4 seconds, I don't really know why that would be an issue.
A nice transition to Swifty Scoops. I like that.
It was it was the first example I could think of.
Kenny, I'm going to get you involved here, but I'm going to do it a little bit different way. The Guardian caps, the padded caps, have been approved for this upcoming year for NFL teams. But what are your thoughts? My thought was just get rid of the helmet. That would also solve this problem. Which way would you go, man? Would you go keeping the Guardian protected cap, or would you go no helmet at all? Because I think that solves a lot of these same issues.
I would wear the Guardian cap. Give me the Guardian cap. I mean, you want to? Who cares what you look like on the field? Like go and protect yourselves. I mean, what kills me is they can wear it in practice where there's no contact, but they can't wear it on the field when there's full contact. So I'm glad they were approved. They should be wearing them, especially quarterbacks, and lots of positions should be wearing them. So you get helmet to helmet contact. Keith wants to go without helmets. He wants to go old school.
No, hey,
I'm all about it.
No, seriously, I went back when all these helmet questions came up and some of these injuries that we have and the whole 9 yards. Go back and take a look at old hockey footage. Old hockey footage when these guys were basically wearing hardly zero padding. They wore zero helmets. And you just watch the way these guys checked and the way these guys got physical. It was a completely different style of hockey, one that's probably more reminiscent of what we see today than what we saw in the 80s and the 90s, for sure, when there was, guys out there just taking other guys out. You had the cleaners out there taking guys out. There's something to be said about the safety that protective gear gives you and the perceived safety that it gives you. You know what I mean? People feel like they can just run around and do anything when they're all padded up. You start taking away all those pads and you start getting into a lot more sound technique of how to play a game sometimes. And that's why the only reason I was bringing that up.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. Keith, if you don't mind me coming real quick. Because
yeah, go ahead.
It's played football. You definitely want to. I mean, I think tackling the technique needs to be taught more. There's a time between it is taught, but then it's just kind of forgotten about, and you just go on and play. I think that needs to be taught more. How to tackle properly, not lead with your head, technique, and all that stuff. That's got to be, I think, taught more. So we can get away from some of these injuries. A lot of it's just guys putting their head down and leading with their head, which is what the NFL is trying to get away from. I understand that, but what about training camp when these guys have rookie mini camp coming up? Teach that type of stuff. Maybe in college, maybe you can catch it sooner. Teach that stuff in practice, how to tackle properly, and I think we'll see a big improvement with that. And also, like with the padding outside the helmet, I don't mind that at all, because player safety first is number one priority, right? But also inside of the helmet, what can you do inside the helmet, not on the outer shell, inside the helmet, to protect these players? I still don't know where that's at in the NFL. This is a $1 billion league that we have in the NFL. You would think at some point in time we start investing into what can you put inside the helmet to start, helping these players' heads inside the helmet, not outer shell the helmet. I'm glad they're going into a different direction with the protecting the head, but still think that there's some room to be improved inside the helmet as well.
Don't take away Antonio Brown's helmet. Don't do that.
Roy wants to bring back the leather helmets.
There you see, that's what I'm talking about.
And Scoops, I think you might have a third team you should be rooting for, the Kansas City Chiefs, because Nicole is part of the Swifty Scoops. She's saying Karma is the guy on the Chiefs. So Scoops should be rooting for the Chiefs as a third team, in my opinion, guys. What do you think? Third team for Scoops?
No. But also at the same time, I did forget to put that song on my top 5. She's right. So
Karma is the guy on the Chiefs. Oh boy, that's his third. Oh boy, guys, on a Broncos show, we got a closet Chiefs fan here.
That's why he doesn't get to be a Chiefs fan. That's what I'm saying, man. We like Scoops too much for it to put on a Chiefs fan onto him, fandom onto him. So
Karma is the guy on the Chiefs. Is Scoops' best third favorite song? He said.
Yeah, well, it's basically that's a parody line, and she just really likes it. So we lived in Kansas City. We lived in Kansas City part-time. So
exposure,
and you know that I went to the Chiefs tailgates in my Eagles stuff every week.
Nice.
Pearls with Trevor and I. Oh no, some late night fun here.
I'm telling you guys, I'm gonna jump over on the Scoop side here for just a second. You guys need to not just I don't know, get wrapped up into to the publicity of Taylor Swift. Man, I'm telling you my daughter went to one of the Era Tour concerts. She's scheduled to go to a second Era Tour concert, and
that's awesome.
I've heard people say all across the spectrum, the most amazing concert they've ever went to. So I'm telling you, Taylor Swift there's a reason she's at the top, guys. Reason at the top. Don't be haters.
Oh, are we getting that from a Taylor Swift fan himself? I think that's what it sounds like to you, Kenny, huh?
Oh no, Trevor, 2-2. We got Miss Pearl on our side. Nicole's a Swiftie. Miss Pearl's on our side. Ernie's saying the Chiefs suck. Ernie, give us your thoughts on Taylor Swift, please. We need some backup.
I agree
here.
with Ernie. Oh, hang on. Someone, whoever it was who said the Packers could take a quarterback.
There we go. Michael Pratt to the Green Bay Packers.
You got Michael Pratt going to the Packers. And that's really cool.
Taylor Swift's a musical and lyrical genius. Nicole, Keith is a closet Taylor Swift fan. We know Scoops is a diehard top 5 Taylor Swift fan. Nicole, I gotta find this for you because I don't know if you saw this earlier. Give me a minute. I'm gonna pull it up, guys.
I don't even know what he's referring to. So
I gotta find Scoops. We got one for Scoops. Nicole, would you like to see Scoops host a 7-day-a-week Taylor Swift podcast called Swifty Scoops with Keith producing and Trevor as a guest? Well, I don't know if we'll get Trevor as a guest, but Keith producing a 7-day-a-week Scoops podcast, Swifty Scoops. What do we say, gang? Are we doing it?
Do it.
I thought Nicole voted for that, but maybe I was misremembering.
She did. Is Keith a Swifty? Jeremy Dressler wants to know, is Keith a Swifty? Yes. Nicole wants to see 7-day-a-week Scoops. Keith,
there you go.
Get it in the works.
There you go. We'll have to work something up. Jeremy, I'm a little bit of a closet Swiftie, but that's only because, my oldest daughter has been a Swiftie forever, and try living with a Swiftie and not be a little bit acclimated to it. You're either going to absolutely despise it, or you're gonna come into a little bit of love, and you got to do one of the two. So I felt a little bit of love. I got a little bit of love for the Swift.
Got to give some love to Nicole. She's going to make the Swifty Scoops logo.
There we go.
Nice.
Debut.
Nice.
And little side conversation between Michael and Pearl. My twin brother is a Packers fan, Pearl. So nice little info about Michael there. Twin brother, and he's a Packer fan. So Pratt is off the board finally, Keith.
Yeah.
We
Well,
talked-
first off, I'm gonna throw it over to Trevor because Trevor just called this out just not that long ago. I think you might have stepped off screen, but he said, "What about Jordan Love getting a backup here?" Michael Pratt, talk about it, Trevor.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense for where their quarterback room is. They really haven't invested into much of a veteran. So I think Pratt, I think he's a solid backup for them. I did not see him going undrafted. I thought the Packers would be interested. I'm sure the Rams probably were trying to get up to get him. I think they need a backup as well. But I guess they do have Garoppolo there. So I don't think they're as in need of a backup quarterback. But Green Bay, I think Pratt's the backup for Jordan Love there. That makes a lot of sense with that offense, that system. Pratt made a lot of sense for Green Bay here. I mean, low risk here taking him. So, I mean, might as well.
Kansas City
is Jordan Love looking over his
guys.
shoulder like Rodgers was? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Maybe looking at over his shoulder if there's something that happened, but I mean, I don't think so anytime soon.
Yep, we got Kansas City coming up soon, and then who else would be interest here? Baltimore for my Raven fans, and then pretty much Green Bay one more time. Denver and Mr. Irrelevant will be on the New York Jets this year unless there's a trade.
Yep.
Here's our good friend Roy saying instead of What's the Scoops show to What the Swifty, hosted by none other than Scoops.
What the Swifty?
Man. Well, start as a small joke has to really love seeing the pasta get involved. I really love seeing it.
And Ernie's throwing out a lot of love for the Packers.
Packers.
I still want to know, Ernie, about the Taylor Swift. Yes, no, or suck. we need some help, Ernie. Trevor and I are getting outnumbered over here.
Yeah.
Good.
Graham thought Pratt was going earlier.
Yes, so did I.
We all did. I think we all did. I thought a couple rounds earlier.
Nicolay
coming in hot and heavy. Coming in hot and heavy.
Oh man.
A lot of love for Taylor Swift, who's a Chiefs fan, by the way, in Bronco country.
That's fair.
Fun fact: she actually is an Eagles fan. But she started dating Travis, obviously. But Pearl says, "I love Scoop, but you will never have me around for baseball." LOL.
I've tried. I tried. She's a sponsor. She actually sponsors everything on Rocky Mountain Sports Network, including What's the Scoop. But as much as she would love supporting us, she's not a baseball fan. She just can't do it. She'll be into football. She'll get into her horses and the Kentucky Derby, but no baseball. Can't do it.
Well, you're not missing much with the Rockies, so Pearl.
We're gonna
come on, we got a show coming up.
We're gonna set up a Wits and Wagers Kentucky Derby show coming up, Miss Pearl. It'll be on. I'll get together with Joey Clams and see when he wants to do that. But love to get your thoughts on the Kentucky Derby because we're big horse racing fans too. So we're gonna put together a short little show on the Kentucky Derby.
For instance, I meant Rocky's baseball team, not the show. They're interesting, but right now they are in a bit of a drought. Been 5-6 years since they last made the playoffs. It's been a little rough in Rocky's country.
Question from Eddie Murphy, who's back. Thanks for coming back, Ed. Wants to know if there was a lot of good O-line players to get that weren't drafted. Maybe reason why Giants didn't draft any. It's a good question, Ed. I'm going to say I think all the top O-line players are off. And the Giants are happy with what they did in the offseason. John Runyon, Olumaway from the Raiders, comes along with the offensive line coach from the Raiders. And, so that's two more guys that we added. We still got, what we're going to do with Evan Neal. So maybe this new offensive line coach turns Evan Neal around. So I think we're okay. We may pick somebody up in the free agent route when all's said and done here, the rookie free agents. But I think O-line is pretty much done. I mean, as I say that, C.J. Hansen, guard out of Holy Cross, just off the board. So there still might be some good ones. That might be you might be on to something there. Any thoughts on that, guys? You think there's some good O-line out there that could help teams?
Just one name from me, and I'll go Frank Crum out of Wyoming. Small school guy, but big guy talent, in my opinion. Could go late here.
And Eddie's saying O-line is like pitchers, can never have too many. That's a good comparison there. Michael's reminding us 8 picks to the Broncos.
Yes.
It's been fun, guys. It's been fun. You can tell it's been fun. You can tell we're, what is it, 6 hours today in, 5 hours yesterday, and another 5 the first day. So what, 16 hours of coverage? We're running out of things to talk about when we're talking about Taylor Swift and some here and there, but we've been doing good. So I don't mind getting the fun little off topics in there for a little bit. So Roy hasn't roasted Trevor yet. But how can I? He's a Metallica fan.
Oh boy. Let's talk about the draft. No, I'm just kidding.
Not a Metallica fan?
But how can I? He is a Metallica fan.
Oh,
he's
you
not
are
going
a
to
Metallica
roast
fan.
Roy. He's not going to roast Trevor because he's a Metallica fan.
Little Metallica, ride the lightning. I like it.
Question from Graham. Let's go to Scoops first. Any position you are... let's get the Bronco guys first. I realize it's a Bronco question. Any position you are surprised the Broncos did not go after, Trevor?
Yes, linebacker. I thought they would target linebacker a little bit higher. They really haven't done much to replace Josie Jewell. So, yeah, they got Cody Barton, but not much to replace Josie Jewell at all. Linebacker would be the position for me. Most surprised. They didn't attack.
Same question for Keith.
Linebacker is a good one. I'll go a little bit different direction. I think they still had opportunity to go defensive line here as well. We added some pieces in, but they seem like depth pieces, rotational pieces. Would have been nice to pick up maybe a defensive lineman here earlier in the draft, but didn't have a whole lot of opportunities. I'm pretty happy with what we did and the way we spent it.
Ernie throwing in linebackers, none. Couple more comments from Ms. Pearl, then a question from Michael. This has been a blast. No shows this weekend, plus a rainy day. It's been a blast because of all of you in the chat. And once again, give yourselves a round of applause, chat, for hanging out with us and being a part of it, because you were all what made this happen, and we can't thank you enough. And so happy a lot of you won some prizes along the way. So glad we could contribute and show you our appreciation. She's saying, hey, I'm an old Emerson, Lake, and Palmer fan, showing my age.
There you go.
PA's giving us some claps. Michael's question. Kurt's saying, good coverage, boys. Kurt, thanks for hopping on in between dinners. I know you got date night with Jen, so very important. Michael wants to know, I go to Scoops because I know his answer, and it's a unique one. Wants to know, when was our first beer and what age, Scoops?
21 at a Luke Combs concert. I had it. I don't remember what kind it was. It was something that, I can't remember it. It was awful in my opinion. I don't understand really the hype of it, but I also don't drink alcohol now. So
very good. I was probably 12, 13 years old. My dad let me try one. I don't know which one it was. Might have been Budweiser. It was terrible. Now I give a shout out to a local brewery in town here called Mully's. My beer choice is their Blood Orange Blonde beer, similar to like a Blue Moon. My choice of beer. They're excellent, ice and cold. I might have to go to the brewery after the show, guys, and go pick up a 6-pack. Just say
there you go.
Blue Moon might have actually been the brand.
Let's go to Trevor. When was his first beer? And I could see Trevor being a Coors or a Bud, straight Bud Coors guy, right, Keith?
Yep.
Not a Bud, but Coors once in a while. It's not too bad. It kind of tastes flat to me in a way. But I like Modelo's. That's my favorite, or like Keystone or something like that. Again, I don't drink a ton, but and I was a little. I'm gonna say this because my mom might be watching. I was a little later before I got to drink. So
you were 20. You just turned 21. You just turned 20.
Yeah, exactly. My 21st birthday. That was my first beer.
Keith, I gotta go to you. I wanted the best, save the best for last. When was your first beer?
My first taste of beer was, speaking to the age that maybe we grew up in, Kenny, was probably around 3-4 years old. I would probably say, and most likely a pull tab Rainier. So there you go.
Started a little early, huh, Keith?
Yeah. Hey, a lot of camping, a lot of hanging out in Montana, and back in the 70s, heck, it's amazing. You go back and you see all those pictures. That got a kid with a beer in his hand, a cigarette in the other. You name it. So yeah, maybe a little bit different time. First actual alcohol beverage I drank from top to bottom, I believe, was a Bartles and James wine cooler that I actually got, and I was 16 years old at my company Christmas party. So there you go.
Graham throwing the whiskey love out there. I'm going to do my best Miss Pearl impersonation on this one. Beer? Yuck. It's great to wash your hair, though. Wine is nice. Eddie Murphy. But my first drink was vodka and Coke. Are you saying he never drank, but he had 20 Jell-O shots?
Oh, goodness.
And then in the halls of the high school, 14-15 in Garfield, my alma mater as well. He drank vodka and Coke in the hallways there. That's hilarious. Couple more. Roy was 17. Roy, you ever hang out in Elmwood Park, New Jersey? Because Roy's saying, I was 17. I drank jungle juice at a school function. I felt like I was at that school function at 17 too, drinking jungle juice.
Right.
Scoops, one of your friends is joining. Shout out to my boy Scoops, who loved sports since I first met him as a ninth grader, training his ass off playing baseball. I love seeing him following his dream. Thank you, Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. It's really good to see you.
Awesome. Nicole doesn't like beer. I love high noons. Eric saying he's showing the love for you, Scoops. 6 picks away, or 6 packs away, I should say, from Michael. Michael said 6 picks, but since we're talking beer, 6 packs away for the Broncos.
There you go.
And last one from Graham. This was a hot topic. I tried rum and Coke during my high school graduation in 2011. And that's pretty much caught up on the alcohol question. Good one there, Michael. You really woke the chat up on a Saturday night, man. Let me tell you. Great one there, Michael. So yeah, we're getting close to Broncos. Awesome interaction by everybody there, by the way. So again, hanging out with us, having a good time. This has been a blast. Getting to know a lot about people and as well. Miss Pearl's husband loves beer, an occasional beer, she says. An occasional beer she loves. So that's caught up on all the alcohol for today's show.
Great topic.
One more time, we got a couple new people out there, Keith. I'm gonna put Morgan Trinkets back up there.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man.
We got a couple new ones. I know our followers know Morgan Trinkets, but Eric Stevens, a couple other new people out there. Let's throw Morgan Trinkets up there and let you tell them about them.
Yeah, absolutely. Morgan Trinkets is been part of the Rocky Mountain Sports Network for a couple of months now. Fantastic sponsor. They are your headquarters for Southwest Jewelry and Pottery, as well as Estate Gold at wholesale prices. Why are they the headquarters? They've been doing it for over 33 years. Once did it nationwide. Now they're just in northern Colorado and southern Wyoming, but they transact on Facebook. That's why it says follow us on Facebook. You can check out all their wonderful pieces there. They have all real gold, 10, 14, and 18 karat gold. All their silver is sterling silver, and they start at $10, going all the way up to $2,000. Their purchases of $50 or more are absolutely shipped for free. And if you're looking to transact, they take PayPal online through Facebook. And if you check them out at one of their shows, Northern Colorado, Southern Wyoming, they take all major credit cards. But I'm telling you, beautiful, beautiful, handmade, beautiful quality pieces. Check out Morgan Trinkets. They've already made, by the way, Pearl told me that she made a sale off of our draft show just yesterday. So she's loving us. So appreciate that. You guys going out there and supporting Morgan Trinkets, our sponsor.
And Kurt throwing the claps for Morgan Trinkets, the Bronco claps. So absolutely. Thank you, Miss Pearl, for everything you're doing for Rocky Mountain Sports Network and also hanging out with us, K&K, as well.
Absolutely.
Put our beautiful faces back on the screen. Graham, by the way, he's sipping a whiskey and Coke as we speak. So he's sipping
There you
some
go.
Jack Daniels neat as we speak, I should say, or on the rocks. Graham, that's the question for you. I'm going to go back up a little bit because there was a question from Kurt for everyone. Kurt wants to know, name the one player, I guess he meant to say, name the one player on your favorite team who will have best career that was just drafted this year. Scoops, you first. I see you on the screen. Top
Okay. Pardon? Sorry, I thought you said
Kurt's
something else.
question's on the screen. Can you read it so I don't have to repeat
Yeah,
it?
no, I thought you said something else, so I wasn't
Oh,
quite
no.
sure.
Yep. You go first and answer Kurt's question. He's telling one player on your favorite team.
I'm gonna go Cooper DeJean. I think just because of his versatility and again the talent that they got at where they got him. I think that his ability to kind of flex potentially as both a corner and a safety, so that they could maybe shift him a little bit if they so desire, based on how he fits into Fangio's defense. I would probably say I think he's going to be the one who's going to have the most successful career, but I don't think I would sleep on Will Shipley either, based on knowing what their offensive line play allows running backs to do.
I'll go quick because we got the Broncos pick coming up, and I want you guys to take over for the Broncos pick. My quick hitter, rapid fire answer, Kurt, is going to be Malik Neighbors. He may have gotten our next Odell Beckham Jr., so how can I not be excited about him? Keith.
I'm going to go off script a little bit because it'd be really easy to take some of these skill position players that we saw, but Jonah Ellis, I think this edge out of Utah, like I said, he's got just a lightning quick reaction off the line, and I think he's gonna wreak havoc. I like Jonah Ellis as being that future guy that maybe puts on a gold jacket, puts on a couple of rings.
And Michael throwing a reminder out 2 picks away. So Trevor, your pick, who would be your guy? And then let's pass it back to Keith to take over for the last pick for the Broncos.
Yeah, Keith, you took my guy. I think you were cheating off me. No, I'm just kidding. I'm going to go with Troy Franklin, wide receiver out of Oregon. I think him and Bo Nix, that connection between those two, I think will really matter. And those two will really know each other day one. And I just think a lot of teams pass on him in general. So I think the Broncos got a heck of a pick here with Troy Franklin. A lot of upside here for them.
Question. I'll answer my own question. I'm looking at Troy Franklin on screen here. I'm trying to get a profile pic of him. Bo Nix, when he was drafted, did you see the young man that was next to him? Was that maybe one of his teammates at Oregon? I don't know if that was that Troy Franklin. I don't know. You know, like he made sure he gave him a fist pump right after his family. He went right to him. A friend of his, maybe just a random friend, or was that a teammate of his? I'd like to know if anybody knows that.
Yeah,
I'm wondering if that might have been Troy Franklin, and if that's the case, man, there's your connection, right? But back to you, Keith. The Broncos pick will be coming up soon.
Yeah. Just 4 picks remaining in the 2024 NFL draft. This has been a fantastic Pick Is In draft show, mashing it up with the K&K Sports Show, Rocky Mountain Sports Network, and we're just about ready to wrap it up, and the Broncos are getting one of these last picks, so excited to see what every single one of our teams have done. I don't care if it's Paul Rosen and Kenny Kirkpatrick's Giants, the Philadelphia Eagles. It seemed like they put together an amazing draft. Carson, he jumped on here. His Detroit Lions are looking to make another run this year, and of course, the Denver Bronco Roundup guys. It doesn't matter if it's me, or if it's Trevor, if it's Albert Mile High Dutchy, if it was Kurt Valente that was on and joining in on screen and just on his phone. Excited to see what all of our teams will do. Really big. I'm just going to do some quick shout outs and say thank you to everybody that have joined with us. As you were saying, we've had 16, 18 hours worth of coverage. It's a ton of work for us. But it's all for you guys and for those fans that have come in here and been a part of our broadcast and been a part of all these fantastic giveaways. Thank you, Kenny, for putting up so many different pieces and making this a truly special occasion as we've done this. Looks like the Green Bay Packers pick is in. Looks like the Rams picks in, and the Broncos are on the clock. So again, just a big thank you to everybody. We're almost out of here. We're almost to Mr. Irrelevant, but more than anything, we're on to that Broncos pick that who knows? Maybe this is the best pick of the entire draft.
Yep.
Crazier things have happened.
Ernie's saying they adopted him, and Graham is confirming that it wasn't Franklin. Franklin called, FaceTimed Franklin. Knicks FaceTimed Franklin when he got drafted, congratulating him. So
Nice.
Good for the teammates there. I know they're excited to be playing with each other. And Miss Pearl's saying, and here it is, guys, I'm telling you, next year, get your plans for Green Bay. And any of our fans that want to come out and hang with us, maybe we have a K&K Rocky Mountain Sports Network draft party in Green Bay next year. Miss Pearl wants us to do it next year. Maybe we do it live, Miss Pearl, with everybody else, everybody who can join us. A little draft party at the draft, wearing our favorite team's colors and doing a second and third day live at a location nearby. Maybe a restaurant will give us permission to do a show or something like that. So we got a year to think about it, everybody. Let's put this in the works. And we did this in a couple months. We put this together. So I think if we get a whole year to think about this, we can really put something special next year for you guys.
Yeah, but Kenny, make sure that you're saving up for my plane ticket. That's going to be no, I'm just kidding. Looks like the pick is in, and the Jets are on the clock. We're just waiting for the announcement. Shouldn't be too long, of course, at this time of the draft. No big announcement, no big walk up. Usually, just trying to get this into the hands of the right people. And I would love to be able to do this. Other shows, the draft show has been amazing. Be able to do this again next year. But like I said, what a fantastic time this has been. Appreciate since you guys are on the screen. Thank you, Kenny. Thank you, Scoops. And thank you, Trevor, too. I know that you're part of it, but the K&K guys, thank you very much, man.
No, and likewise to you and Trevor and Albert. Jody tried, so I'm going to still thank Jody for Rocky Mountain Sports Network for everything you put in this effort for this draft show. It has been very successful. 3 days of coverage. We've had 3 days of fans hanging out with us for 16 hours. Incredible. And you got me pretty much speechless, chat. So I just can't thank you guys enough. The appreciation and love and fun I've had these past 3 days.
Absolutely. I guess since we're just waiting 2 more seconds, 2 names that pop into my mind just because of the stars that they dropped in here, guys, and we appreciate every single one of you guys that have been with us and been commenting in the whole 9 yards. But I guess a little special shout out to Phil McLaughlin and Michael Ronquillo, who were dropping some fantastic big stars for us. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to announce this pick, though, guys. The pick is in for the Denver Broncos. Hopefully I don't mess this name up. I should have an East Coast guy do it. Nick Garigolo, center, South Carolina, is the pick. I want to get Trevor's reaction. It was a place that I thought we had some need in center. Nick Garigolo, Gargiulo. Maybe one of those East Coast guys can say it better.
Gargiulo.
Gargiulo.
I think it's Gargiulo because it's Giu, so I think it's Gargiulo.
Gargiulo. What are your thoughts?
Look on screen, guys. Look on screen.
Yeah, he's got a stash. Look at that. He's got a great stash, man. Keith, I think he has you beat with the beard. The stash. No, I mean this is an athletic, offensive lineman, in my opinion. Denver likes to take those centers in the later rounds of the draft as well. Depth, I would say, again, it's love him athletically. Tools still need to be polished. Run blocking isn't the greatest. He's fine pass blocking, but it's not his strongest suit. I think he's just very, very athletic. 6'5", 318 pounds. Vertical 32.5. This is a guy that I athletically I can see why they took him, but the tools still need to be polished up, and we shall see if he makes the roster. We don't know with these 7th round picks. Sometimes they don't make the roster. Hoping for the best for him. But a little surprised he went center here with their last pick.
Yeah, second year in a row that we go center in the 7th round, if I recall. So, Kenny, I know that you have this position group. You got anything for us on this guy?
Not much.
Okay.
Not much, but just he fits Denver. Look at the way he looked that mustache. So I think he got at least a look. He's going to be a fan favorite, I think, with that look. I think so. It'd be a pick here. Mr. Relevance coming up. And bold prediction, I'm going to go Michael's guy, Dellen Hooker. He just said Dellen Hooker you wanted for the Broncos. That's going to be my Mr. Irrelevant here. Jets need a tight end. Let's see.
We'll see. Then we're going to end up wrapping this up, guys. And again, fantastic. Appreciate everyone. Thank you to everyone in the chat. Thank you for all the liking, the sharing, the subscribing, sticking with us through some technical difficulties at times throughout these 3 days, getting through all those long droughts in between our favorite teams and their draft picks, and having a great conversation all along the way, man. What a fantastic evening as we come upon Mr. Irrelevant. Scoops, I want to hear a little bit from you before we get out too. What do you got before we get out of here, bud?
Guys, again, just want to say thank you to everybody who helped make this show as awesome as it was the last few days. Be that people who were on as co-hosts the whole time, people who came on as guests, people who were constantly active during the chat. There's been people here that I swear have been watching almost every pick, if not every single pick. So very grateful for that. And again, it's like we talk about, every individual on here put in a heck of a lot of work and a lot of commitment, but the show isn't what it has been without everybody combined. And so really grateful to be part of both teams, and of course the broader family as well, with regard to being part of K&K, and then of course being part of RMSN. So really appreciate everybody. Really excited to have shared these last few days. Yes, of course, from a football standpoint, I'm fired up as an Eagles fan for how everything's transpired the last few days, and looking forward to seeing everybody oh boy.
No, it's just Mr. Irrelevant. 257 is the number for the Jets uniform.
Oh,
I got the pick after we get our intros in. I'll announce.
But
after outros, rather, I should say.
Hang on, my connection's really bad.
You're with us, Scoops, but
what's happening?
Scoops can't hear us.
Okay, there we go. No, there we go. Sorry, I don't know what it keeps glitching, but So and I'm looking forward to seeing those of y'all who will tune in tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern time on RMSN for Settle the Scores with my buddy Trevor and I.
Ready for a drum roll, everybody? I'll give you Mr. Irrelevant. It's from Scoops' Alabama Crimson Tide. Jalen Key, safety, Alabama.
Nice pick. Yeah.
Special teams help in the 7th round. Congratulations, Jets.
There you go.
That being said, the draft is officially over, gentlemen.
It's in the books, baby. It's in the books, man. Trevor, I want to get some final thoughts from you too, man, before we get out of here. We're about ready to wrap it up, man. Fantastic 3 days worth of coverage.
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, like you said, Keith, fantastic 3 days of coverage, and wouldn't be a possibility if it wasn't for our amazing fans. This is what we do it for you guys as well. All the research, everything we've done, watching film, do it for you guys. Give you guys our honest opinions of everything, and our just trying to help out as much as we possibly can, and really appreciate everybody who tuned in the last 3 days. 2024 NFL draft is finally in the books. And again, I had a blast. Like I told these guys, this is like our Super Bowl of the year right here. I can't wait, next year, years after, to continue to make this a bigger and better thing when it comes to our draft show. Keep in mind, it's our first one together. This is only going to continue to get better as far as draft shows, and we love grinding it out with all you guys, our fans and all the guys here on the screen with me. Big shout out to all of you guys. You guys are absolutely amazing. And can't wait to see you guys all Tuesday night for DBR, and tonight with me and Scoops. Talking a little bit of Rockies baseball, get it kind of turn the page on the NFL draft, and go and turn the page and go towards more of the baseball side of things. So can't wait to do that with Scoops tonight. So make sure to tune into that here in a couple of hours. So thank you guys for everything. Really appreciate you all, and we'll see you guys later.
Kenny, get us out of here, man. This was your brainchild, us all coming together, man, and you did amazing work all the way throughout, from background production to on screen to providing us amazing giveaways. You get the final word as we get on out of here, sir. Thank you so very much.
Well, again, I can't thank you guys enough. Scoops, all the effort you put in and expertise on being part of K&K and RMSN. Dutchy, who had to leave a little early today, helping out with all the giveaways and making sure, he had everybody's name in there and everything we're able to give away to everybody, and his knowledge that he brought to the show. Trevor being with us for 3 days straight and helping me out beforehand, doing some mock drafts before that, the build up to the draft that Trevor and I teamed up with and did a bunch of mock drafts, and of course the last 3 days of all your expertise and knowledge. And last but not least, you, Keith, thank you for everything you've done at Rocky Mountain Sports Network. Our bond that we've grown throughout just keeps growing. We've been on each other's shows numerous times. Why not put together a mashup show? And why only make this a once a year thing? Maybe we'll do this a few times a year, have a special show lined up for you guys. We laughed around. We did some trivia earlier. Maybe I'll put some trivia together and get the guys from K&K versus the guys from RMSN, Family Feud style, maybe a Family Feud style mashup show coming up. What's the chat think about that? We'll do it.
Where do I go on that one?
Maybe we'll make Hope Scoops the host.
Steve Harvey.
Top 5 answers on the board. Here's the question.
What do you guys think? Family Feud style show, K&K versus RMSN? Let's get it in the works. That'll be our next mashup show. Now, all joking aside, the chat, amazing 3 days, whether if you're here for just pick one and stay throughout. You guys were number one pick all the way down to Mr. Irrelevant, stuck with us. I can't say enough, but thank you all. Thank you all. And congratulations to all our giveaway winners. Aussie won the Big Giants giveaway, which was the Super Bowl turf and an Eli Manning card that's going to be part of it. That's Super Bowl 36 turf and many other smaller giveaways over here. And the bigger giveaway, the big grand prize, Terrell Davis signed football. Congratulations, Roy Osborne.
Yes.
We're going to get that out to you. And all the other winners, we will be getting that stuff out to you soon. So congratulations to everybody. Thank you, everybody. And we will see everybody tonight, settle the scores. Tomorrow night, we'll have New York Giants football talk on K&K, followed at 7 p.m. Eastern time, 9 p.m. Eastern time. What's the scoop? And then we'll get all our regular programming in next week, everybody. So good to see everyone. Thank you so much for 3 full days of, speechless times and fun, throughout. You guys have me speechless. So that's how excited I am to do this with you all. And congratulations to everybody. Take the Bronco fans out, Bronco style.
Yeah. Make sure that you guys keep your feet in their stirrups, keep your guns in your holsters, keep the Broncos, Giants, Eagles, all your teams in your heart. Until next time, we're going to get out of here. Have a great night, everybody.